Hey guys, how's it going?
Hanging in there.
Is anyone a hardcore flat earther here?
What does that mean?
Do you defend it blindly?
Still, yeah, vague.
Have you looked into the Gobbledon methods?
The what?
The Gobbledon methods.
No,
Would you like to hear about them?
no.
Okay. Played by Gabe. Thought you'd like to hear about a method.
You could form it in the term, and like, we do speculation today, so you could write it or say it in form of a speculation.
It's the Gobbledon method, yeah. You talking to me or someone else? I know. Yeah. Good alt for the next push. He solo ulted me, but he's on the bridge. You get that res or nah?
Hey guys. Yo, what happened to the server? Why is it so empty? Yo, Crit, what happened? Weird, everyone. Nobody's here. Place usually busting. That's crazy. Mm. Wow. This place is dead. Oh my. So what happened? How'd you guys fuck this place up? Mm. Mm.
It's called Sunday Morning Blue.
I mean, like, no one's here. What happened?
Well, you and I are here.
Yeah, but did you guys get into an argument or?
Morning Blue.
Okay. Usually Sunday morning, I still see people in here.
Well, are we not here?
I mean, me and you are here, but like, it's
Okay.
really dead. Well, what time is it in there?
No need to bellyache and wonder what happened then, Blue. It's Sunday morning.
Okay. I mean, I think people are getting upset with
Everything's
this.
going to be fine.
Oh,
Read
yeah?
the comic section. Make another chocolate milk or whatever it is you're drinking. It's obviously not coffee. Just relax.
Be fair, I did drink milk, so you have
I'm
won.
sure you did.
You won with that comment.
Find a
I'll give
radio
you that.
station that's playing Beatles songs in the morning and just relax.
Yeah, I think. What happened
No
to your
need to
server?
complain and bellyache. Just
Sure.
enjoy the calmness.
What happened to the main server though? You guys still over there or?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Are you?
No, they
Well,
don't
why are you
invite me
asking?
anymore.
Why would you? Is that something else you'd like to complain about?
I'd like to join. I'd like to see what you guys talk about over there.
Okay.
I feel like you guys use this as your server now. I feel like that server's dead.
Yeah, you have a lot of feelings, don't you?
Yes. Anyways, what's new on the flat Earth side? What do you guys? What's the latest discovery?
Just listening to a lot of waterball enthusiasts cry about
Yo.
whatever they can cry about. Same old,
What's
same old.
up, guys?
Yo.
Did you know?
Mm.
Did you know it's flat?
No.
Yeah, hills and mountains exist. Yeah, those are called topographical features, but yes.
Haas, if you flew out to space.
He's gone now, so we don't need to worry about him anymore. He's gone now.
I was talking to you, but sure.
If I went where, sir?
Okay, yeah. If you went to space, like, would you believe it or no?
Yeah, dude. Sorry, I do not share the same level of naivety that you do. These questions don't actually work on me.
Fair enough. Okay.
If I got on if I rode on Mothra's back, would I be covered in powder? You know,
Yeah.
it's silly.
Probably would be, yeah.
Well, the point is, Mothra doesn't exist, bro.
Right. Neither does flat Earth.
Well, you were talking about a trip to space.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
How,
See.
how does
Yeah.
the
Maybe
sun
get
work
out.
on a flat
Maybe
Earth?
get out your.
Okay.
I don't know.
If
Your
if
early
space,
grade English books, and instead of concentrating on finding things to cry about, follow your own analogies, and maybe that'll help you.
okay, is space real or no?
Well, you're
Like
the one that
outer
keeps
space.
bringing it up, and you're the one who aligned it to the powder on Mothra's back. So you tell me.
I think space is real. Outer space, yeah.
Okay, well, add it to your feelings, Ben.
Do you think outer space is real?
Well, you're the one who told me that you thought that if you rode on Mothra's back, you'd be covered in powder.
You would be, yeah.
So you're sort of lost in imaginarium, sir. If you're able to pull yourself out of it, let us know.
But it's a giant moth. I guess he would be. Oh, he left. Okay. That was so weird, bro. Flat earthers are weird.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, I just talked to a flat earther. That was a weird experience.
I got a new poem, guys.
Whiskey,
Yeah.
are you a flat earther?
I sometimes wonder, is Earth flat, but there's too much footage there's too much evidence of spheral Earth.
Okay.
I
I think so
believe
too.
it.
Plus, other planets are round, so it doesn't really make much sense.
It does not.
And I don't understand how a flat disk flying through space makes more sense than a round sphere flying. You know what I mean? They're both still kind of. And how would the sun work on a flat Earth? You know what I mean? Like, how's that even the thing?
But I got a new poem. I'm gonna read it out.
Well, here's the problem, Blue. I had to rejoin real quick to address this. The
Oh,
other
sure.
planets shtick.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Other planets, other than what?
The other planets in outer space, right? We have
Yeah,
other
other
planets
than
we can view.
what?
Why are they round?
Other than what?
Other than Earth, other planets.
See, you've made a leap of logic that the ground you're standing upon is one of those.
It's not.
Do you get that?
Not.
Excuse me? You don't get that you've made a leap of logic? Your question, no bueno. Blue.
Sorry, I was interrupted. What would you say?
Well, did you get the other part? Other than what? The earth?
Other.
You mean the ground you stand upon? See, that's where you've made the leap of logic.
Okay.
If you can figure out that you've made a leap of logic there, then you've taken a step forward, pulling your head out of the sand. But yeah,
So
you've
you're
got it
saying
all
because
wrapped up
I
in your
stand on
psyche
Earth?
that, light and sky, I'm standing on light and sky.
Because I
Light and
stand on Earth,
sky seems
I
to
should
be
assume
round.
it's not round.
I'm standing on something round.
Because if I stand on it, it's no longer round, yeah.
The other part, sir.
All right,
When
bro.
you
I
say
think you're having a
other
hard time.
planets, you're highlighting the fact that you've made a leap of logic. All you're doing is highlighting the fact that you're wrapped up in this mythology, dude. It's not a good argument.
Well, it kind of is. And then how would the sun work on
Good
a
for
flat Earth?
people who are equally as gullible and naive as you. Yes, it's
How does
perfect.
the sun work on a flat Earth?
Now, isn't it funny that they're going to ask for how the sun works on a flat Earth channel? I'm not
No, I'm
omniscient.
just curious. Like, okay,
It
other
seems to be
planets. Okay, well, let's say it's flat. How
some
does that
sort of
work?
dono setup.
How does that work? How does a flat Earth. How does the sun work on a flat Earth?
How does a flat Earth? I don't know how to. Like I said, it seems to be some
kind of
sort of
model is
pro
it?
bono setup, bro.
Haas, what kind of model is the flat Earth? Can you explain it to me? Are we
Kind of
talking ice
model
wall?
is it's?
Huh?
Well, there are sport ice wall climbers. Go to your camping gear store and they'll sell you some ice wall climbing gear.
Sure.
Are you saying that ice walls don't exist?
Exist. Well, what's
Okay,
out there?
then what's the problem?
What's past the ice wall? Why don't we float off the edge?
What edge?
Like
See,
the edge
now
of the
you've
Earth?
you've highlighted once again that you've equated the idea of flat Earth to disk object floating in space.
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Is it
that's no bueno. You're too
Okay,
wrapped
so
up in the outer space mythology for you to actually ask questions that aren't
then what is it? If
desperately
let's say it's not
trollish.
a disk.
Do
Let's
you
say it's not a
listen,
disk.
or listen, Blue? Do you listen, or do you just wait to talk? Are you one of
I just
those?
like to talk. I mean, I don't really.
You're just one of those smart asses that drinks milk and then, oh, this place is dead. What's
This
going
place
on,
is dead. Yeah,
guys?
this place
Where's
fucking
the
it's a ghost
edge?
town. It's a
Well,
ghost town
where's
right
the
now.
edge of the universe, Blue?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Well, get back to me when you figure that out, pal.
Sure. Is it in Antarctica?
Sure. Is it?
Haas, could it be that you're just wrong about this?
You're an imbecile, dude. Antarctica
Haas,
could be the size of Hawaii. Listen, Antarctica could be the size of Hawaii, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Haas, could it be that you're just wrong about this one thing? That you
What
didn't
one
figure out
thing?
like some grand
What one thing?
scheme. Yeah. About
What
the
one
Earth's
thing is
shape.
that?
About the Earth's shape.
Well, flat isn't a shape, so it's you that's wrong.
Sure. Right, but
Sure.
Right.
Your smart ass act, Blue, doesn't work, pal.
Okay.
You'll be fine, dude. I'm sorry I don't share the same level of willing gullibility that you do anymore. Your moon golf TV show, are your moon golf TV show reruns not doing it for you anymore, Blue?
No, they're not. The Star Trek reruns aren't doing it.
Okay, well then go cry to the estate of Alan Shepard.
Haas, if you found out it was if you found out it was round, would you apologize?
Dude, enough.
What do you mean enough? Would you? No, I mean like let's
enough
say you were
with your
wrong and you realize
if the queen had balls.
If she does.
Yeah, and if you rode on Mothra's back, you'd be covered in powder. We get it, Blue. You're lost.
Yeah. Okay. So it's flat. We can't prove why it's flat. We just think it's flat, and that's it, right?
Well, what about hills? What about hills and mountains?
What about hills and mountains?
Are they flat too? You said flat.
Oh, okay because we're being funny. Okay, yeah, sure.
No, we're talking about reality, bro.
Okay. I think the reality is you have a very low IQ.
Have you ever been outside?
Yes.
You've never encountered a hill or listen, Mr. IQ, you're the one who's answering that you'd be covered in powder if you were riding around on Mothra's back.
You probably would, yes, because it.
Okay, well, let's hope that's not on. Let's hope that's not on the IQ test.
I don't think it is. Have you ever took an IQ test?
Taken.
Tooken.
Have
you ever taken an IQ test?
Listen to these morons. Dude, you can't take an IQ test past the age of 12 and have it mean anything. Taken. What a bunch of imbeciles. Taken. Cooper, you'll be fine. Cooper, you'll have time to flame out here and shout the F word. Hold on.
I've never done that.
Stand in line. You can flame out and shout the F word after Blue's done coping.
I would never do that.
He's about to
You have.
I have never done that.
Do you have CRS?
I must not, because I'm not familiar with that.
Do you have CRS, Chef?
I'm not sure what that condition is, so no.
You can't remember shit.
Do you smoke meth?
No, do you?
No. But there was this one flat earther, and I asked if they smoke meth, and they said they did because they needed to keep up with the NASA propaganda.
Yeah, well, there was a guy who believed that he would be covered in powder if he flew on Mothra's back, and he was drinking milk all morning.
Yeah, I'm that guy. By the way, it was afternoon that I drink milk, a different time zone. You know, because
That's
we're on
odd,
a,
bro.
sphere. Because we're on a sphere.
That's odd.
And anyways, but
Evolve
aside
your
from that,
diet, homeboy.
okay, yeah. So this guy said he does smoke meth, and then the other flat earthers.
All right, Chef, your turn to cope. Blue flamed out.
Oh, okay. I think you might be
So
confusing me with
Chef,
somebody else,
if
though.
Chef, yeah, well, not off topic.
You can call me Cooper.
You.
I don't think I want to. Okay. What, do you have something to say?
You joined. You butted in.
I was making a joke. I was saying that I think the right word is took-ish. So I'm pretty actually a joke.
Yeah, well,
So,
listen, the guy who's wanting people to take an IQ test to show how smart he is, he doesn't need to go through the catalog of tookish, taken, took, and taken. Taken. What the hell?
yeah, he seemed like he was pretty frustrated with the conversation.
Yeah, he was flaming out. He came in here, cried that no one was talking. Once someone started talking, he started saying took and taken, took and take.
Sure,
So
yeah.
it sounded like the cantina
Semantical,
scene.
yeah, semantic arguments are not as interesting
Semantics.
between
He was
tookish,
marring
like
grammar,
grammar.
dude.
Yeah, it's
He
like
was
grammar.
marring grammar when he had heightened himself to some sort of intellectual superiority. That was
Yeah,
him, not
yeah, that's
me.
pretty cringe. Yeah, to like do the whole what's your IQ thing, that's pretty cringe in
Yeah.
general. Sorry, Blue.
And then mar his grammar and highlight what an imbecile he is. It's pretty cringe. I agree. He went to the depths of saving the water ball to telling me that if he rode on Mothra's back, he'd be covered in powder. Cringe, Chef?
I mean, I
Don't.
don't.
No, I don't think you're
What do you
mean.
mean?
You're kind of nice.
What do you mean? Like, I'm confused by that statement.
Well, that's good. It's good to be confused by me asking you about an impossible situation occurring. So that's a step in the right direction. Yeah, Blue, who is now left, told me immediately, yeah, he'd be covered in powder if he rode on Mothra's back.
Mothra's a giant moth, right?
Fictitious is the point.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So that's why you were confused, because how could you ride on a fictitious creature? You can't.
Well, it depends on how you want to engage with it. Like, yeah, if you just like dismiss it because, like, well, obviously that's nonsense because Mothra doesn't exist, then yeah. But if you were going to engage with like the fantasy of it,
we'll take the way you engaged with it and the way he engaged with it. You were actually honest about it. He was insta-rationalizing, coping about it. Yes, I would be covered in dust. I've taken, tookish a ride on Mothra. I'm covered in dust. Anyways, Chef, glad you could witness Blue flame out. Now you know what it's like when we watch you flame out. So, but
I
yeah, he
still
came
think
in
you're
here
confusing me with
complaining.
somebody else.
Nah, I don't think so. But he came in here complaining that no one was talking. I said, well, it's Sunday morning, bro. And then he flamed out. So, but we're back to calm and easy Sundays now that Blue has spiraled away. Welcome to the chat, Chef.
If I change my avatar to a picture of a barrel, will you call me Cooper?
No, I'll just probably call you Barry White then. Hot Microsoft. Oh, the road.
Trent, you there? Nope.
It's just fucking muted in here. Holy shit, it's boring.
This looks like a job for dead air day. Anybody here? Live from Minnesota, it's Crit. We're not. Easy roll call right now. You got Benzo, the YouTube bot, Apocryphon, and FE Batman. And rounding out the lineup, we have Morbius. They all have the right to remain silent. Do they have the ability? Yes, they do. Okay. We got a few minutes to kill here. Why are we here? I've got a message from old off route. I'll clue in on what's happening. Message. Boomer moment. Go back to song. The only message pop up now. Come on here and say it, old hog. Somebody prove the globe or something. Am I out of the loop? We verified this globular object that everybody thinks they live on. Is that what happened?
Well, the
Can
best we got that was why are other planets round? And then when I pointed out that was blue, he did the old other planet shtick. And when that fell short, he said, "This place is dead," and left. So no.
so obviously a logical fallacy on its face makes you believe you live on a spinning ball. Literally.
Yeah, I said you've highlighted your leap of logic, and he didn't like that.
Why is that enough evidence for some people, you think? They just don't care enough.
Well, I don't know. I told him maybe I don't know. The whole idea of coming to this whole thing and this being the front door that you knock on, it's a pretty steep climb. I don't think they understand that we, as the Led Zeppelin album, In Through the Outdoor.
And their best
Yeah,
evidence is there's balls in the sky, so we're standing on a ball.
yeah, and then explain the sun. That was his follow up. How does the sun work? And I said, well, it seems to be some sort of pro bono setup. He didn't like that either.
There's
When you
one guy
don't give him,
that's how the sun works, but he's a hermit and he lives in the woods and he never tells anybody.
yeah, I mean, he clocks in. I don't know. I mean, if they ask these questions and if they don't get the answer that they're looking for, that sort of ends their little script, I guess.
I know I've said this before real quick, but how come they never come in with something like a video of last weekend, them and Joe Blow and Joe Blow 2 went to a beach over a 10-mile stretch of water, and they definitively showed, in reality, the 66-foot drop in elevation in the line of distance. How come that never happened?
Well, that would be too simple.
Because if we're on a ball, that is what should happen, correct? Doesn't seem to happen. So back to you all thoughts. Thanks for chiming in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think
So when someone
it's
accepts the reality as it presents itself, I mean, what can you do about that? You point out the obvious and the most logical thing to somebody, and that's about all you can do. You go wash your hands at that point, right?
yep. It's just I think it's just too simple for them. They're hoping it's a lot more complicated because they're used to having bullshit shoveled 2 stories high.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about this whole thing. There's a lot of people that obviously never go below the surface of researching this subject, and that's where they're stuck. Is it's so simple it can't be that simple. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a complicated, convoluted thing that some professor somewhere can recite in his thesis or whatever, and smart guys got all this shit covered. So why are you worried about it? Meanwhile, water's just laying there flat and level, isn't it? Everybody everywhere has the ability to go out and observe a body of water, and they never do.
Yeah, it's always been there for us to see, even when we were caught up in the the dune buggies on the moon. But maybe it's this, they don't like that we pulled our heads out of the sand first. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Jealousy.
Back in the 80s and 90s, I was convinced myself that I went to the beach and saw the damn Earth curving. Like it's so amazing. We're on this big ball, and I can see the edge of it right now. It was amazing. And space and Star Wars and Obi-Wan Kenobi and all that shit was out there. But they did a good job with all this stuff.
Oh yeah,
The moon golf is the most funny when looking back on it. It didn't act well, but it did it.
Nuts. I don't know, man. In retrospect, my favorite part about that moon golf thing is they tell us that they have to account for every gram that they put on these rockets. Well, they have one guy with a golf ball contraband in his pocket. So yeah, I don't know.
His Buzz supposedly, allegedly, selling quarters to people that he said he took to the moon with him in his pocket, and there was 1985 quarters to do the math on that.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That golf ball should have thrown everything way off course.
Was that a pun intended, or?
Yeah, of course. I wasn't digging at your comment. I was just like, those extra 3 grams or whatever should have thrown everything way off, eh?
My bad, man. I'm trying to introduce you. Live from Canada, here's Flatman Can with his 2 cents about the moon golf. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm actually just watching a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, guys.
Funny thing that happened, it didn't happen. So what Bud said.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that before I head to work.
I know it's just my opinion, but he could not look at that little girl and lie to her. He could not. He's like, it didn't happen. Why would you think that people went to the moon and played golf? Back to you guys.
I guess that means Buzz has a soul after all. He basically became quite the alcoholic after the whole event, I heard. He likes his booze.
Well, that's a philosophical question. What happens to you after you get your soul? Speculation science. Yeah. Remember Bob Dylan said, make a deal with what was his term he used?
The chief.
That was it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a lifelong Bob Dylan fan. I look at that was the Ed Bradley interview, and I've looked at that. I don't know. Maybe I'm sticking up for good old Bob, but yeah, he either made I don't know. It almost maybe I'm showing my gullibility saying that Bob Dylan is benevolent, but he's either talking about God or the devil. Well, like Dylan said, you got to serve somebody.
I mean, he could have been overall. He could not have been giving personal testimony. I'm just saying, just my opinion. The way he said it, I don't know. But that's all a whole personal thing between everybody and whatever they think God is, right? So, anyway.
Yeah, in that same interview, he quotes certain songs. His songs he even says, he goes, I didn't write those. I couldn't have written those. So, I don't know. Bob Dylan's sort of...
Well, the whole 60s and 70s music scene is kind of an enigma because we know the government had their hands in the pie, right? clearly controlled narrative. They did it very
Yeah,
well.
the whole Tavistock wormhole, rabbit hole, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's strange.
I confess I'm a big Bob
Like
Dylan fan too.
wanted people to believe, right? Like the globe spinning around through space. You just kind of put that one on the dust shield, like that's done and dusted. We don't have to worry about that one, right? Well, obviously, on a spinning ball, it's going around through nothing. That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? That way, don't you guys think you live on a spinning ball? It's in nothing. Point well done. It's the amount of empirical evidence we have for the globular model and our healing belief of our universe. Like,
Yo, Craig, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you get a chance to see the aurora? Were you in the right spot?
Yeah, I'm northern Minnesota.
Oh, I also live in Minnesota. Nice. I live down by Mankato.
Let me see. I don't recognize your voice. Is that Cooper?
Yeah, it's Cooper.
Oh yeah, I think we did talk about this before. Yeah, I'm way up north.
I've mentioned that I'm in Minnesota. I don't think I've ever talked to you specifically about it, but yeah, it's a best state in the nation, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Arkansas.
Oh,
so,
sure.
I mean, it's a little bit different as far as because there's not sports. Like one thing I noticed when I moved here as a teenager, like people love their sports teams here. I mean, it was like I moved from Arkansas, kind of like rural Arkansas, and then moved to Minneapolis, and it was like a complete shock. Complete shock. Okay,
yeah, we love
was
to watch our teams choke in the playoffs. It's like our favorite activity to get our hopes up and then have them dashed.
So then, and then I moved out, and then eventually, I left state for a while, and then I came back, and I decided I was going to move up north Minnesota, and it's been okay. I mean, I'm kind of liberal, but kind of like a progressive, I suppose, like political stance. So it's kind of weird dealing with people up here because it's almost like a joke sometimes. Okay,
rural Minnesota gets real red.
Yeah, it's like silly red. Okay, like Michelle Bachmann. Okay, was the area I live in. That tells you how silly it was. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, it'd be kind of fun because sometimes I'll pretend to be conservative, just so they don't ask me a bunch of questions about or make comments and stuff. Just be like, yeah, whatever, Try to stay away from political conversations, but. Yeah, but I like the area. It's great. All 4 seasons. I mean, people are really,
especially when you get north. Like I used to work up in the Pequot Lakes, Brainerd Lakes area, and my God, is there nowhere on the planet as beautiful? Like during the fall and during the spring and during the summer. Like, holy shit!
Hey guys, can I butt into the Minnesota convo with one question?
Sure.
My mic. I'm currently standing in my backyard on a sunny day in Kentucky. There's something in the sky we call the sun. What is that? Go ahead.
Is he trying to? Is he talking to you or me, Craig?
I think both of us.
Is this a question? Is this a question for flat earthers, or is this?
I think he was making a joke about I sometimes do the same thing too. I'm like, okay, so if this is going on, and all it does how a lot of globalists come in here, you're like, hey, we're talking about flat Earth, and they're like, how about the sun, or the moon? I'm gonna look up at the sky and just point at some random thing in the sky and just ask you guys about that. You'd be like going into the other chats, going into the like the religious. Well, there's a lot of different religious chats because like whatever you say. What about fish? And they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
You're correct, Crit. I was pointing out that sometimes I've noticed I listen a lot. I don't talk a whole lot, but anyway, people come in here and just randomly talk about stuff in the sky instead of the actual surface of the earth. Back to Minnesota. One thing I know about Minnesota, the distance from the northern to the southern border, there's not a big hump of earth in between those two, even with mountains and whatever. Back to you guys.
Afternoon, ladies and gents. How's everyone doing today?
So far, so good.
Lovely.
Currently alive and well in Kentucky. Go ahead, Crypto, or whoever was talking.
Enjoying your flat level Earth today, guys?
Well, it would be better if the Twins would win another World Series. Haven't had one since '91.
Oh, well, I'm rather hoping that Arsenal win the Premier League in the next few weeks. So that makes two of us. We haven't had a championship since 2004.
It must
I
be
just want the
because of
Vikings
time
to win a
zones.
conference. All right. I just want the Vikings to be good again. Okay, that's all I want.
Well,
Just
Randy
one.
Moss retired.
Don't
You're out of luck.
hurt me. All right. All right. We got Brett Favre after he was all washed up and shit. God damn, threw our chance away. He did it
I
out of
thought
spite.
the best one was Herschel Walker when they said like we got this running back. He's basically going to be the new O.J. Simpson. Like this running back is going to redefine sports. You're like, dude, he's kind of like old, and the other teams he played for don't really want him anymore. And yeah, like you guys don't really need another you don't need a running back. What you need is a defense.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
have no
needed.
idea like what their strategy is. I don't understand it at all. Like,
And
Yeah,
now
they
it's
needed.
like some
They
first
needed
pick.
Georgia. They needed Georgia Herschel Walker, not Minnesota Herschel
Yeah,
Walker.
yeah, they needed the old Herschel Walker. Like,
no, it's the same thing that happened with Brett Favre. He was great right up until we got him.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt
Well,
the sports talk for one moment. Let's give the globalists, believers, an opportunity. If you have empirical evidence of the globe model, the heliocentric model, please join them. Tell us about it. Go ahead, guys. Well, they've had long enough to click the link and get in here, so go ahead. Whoever wants to talk.
Oh yeah.
See, I'm
dang, so
not
it must
really.
have been the Aurora
I'm not
must have been really popping for you up there, Crit.
yeah, I
one.
mean, I wanted to take some pictures of it, but like every time I kept going. I mean, it's going to show up again tonight, apparently. So,
I tried looking for it last night. I didn't see anything, but
yeah,
I
it
might
was.
be out of the.
I got kind of like I saw people. I know people still live in Minneapolis, and they kind of had that sort of purplish color. Mine was kind of
Mhm.
green. I would say it was hard to really tell.
I didn't
But
see any purple. I saw really bright streaks of green, like on a lot of it, but I didn't see like any of the cool like variation. So it was basically all green.
okay, yeah. So that's what I was thinking too. Like maybe it's something with their phone filter or their camera filter that just makes it look
When
a
my
little.
the difference between like my wife's like camera on her phone and what my eyes could see was like holy fucking shit. I don't know if my eyes suck or if you just need to take that longer exposure shot to really see what's going on. But holy fuck, there was so much more than I could like register with my eyes.
Why is everyone so quiet today? I mean, even Cooper's not proving the globe, or at least trying to.
I never try and prove the globe. I've never come in here and tried to prove a globe.
All right.
Stop the cat.
I thought you were a filthy glober.
I am a filthy glober, but I would never try and prove that. I don't have the. Yeah, it's not what I do here.
You just vaguely infer.
I say I present what I.
Yeah, you
like good
vaguely
evidence
infer, and then
for
when
why
and then
it
you
is,
say,
and
"I don't try to prove it." Yeah, I got it, chef.
So yeah.
Who's saying that?
Why do you think it's a globe then?
I think no.
Is it robots?
Yeah, it's convenient time for a robot.
Okay, he's roboting. Fair enough.
I'm going into the valley. I'll be out soon.
Earth is a globe confirmed because he's going in a valley. Isn't that curvature? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, hill does have curve to it, but yeah, I don't try and prove the globe. I just try and say that the Earth isn't flat.
I have a question. I've asked it many times, and I keep getting muted.
Great start.
Well, I mean, how about that? Have you tried to analyze?
So,
well, hold on, Lilo. Have you tried to?
It's a genuine question, though.
Okay, hold on. Let's troubleshoot. Okay, Lilo, let's listen. Okay, if you keep getting muted, let's troubleshoot the problem. Okay, let's go through a step-by-step, systematic, scientific approach.
That was rude.
To get a different result than what you've got.
That was very rude.
To what you got. Can you hear me or not?
It was kind of funny though.
Yo, Crit, I can already tell why he gets muted. Because
yeah, I know.
He has no care for whether you're talking or not.
Yeah, he's like completely talking over me. I'm like,
yeah, I'd mute the shit out of him if he did that to me. Anyway, go on.
Okay, so Luddo, is your question related to the word? Hold on.
On the flat Earth model.
Okay, dude, you got to be able to listen. Okay, you're just as soon as I unmute you, you just start talking. Okay, listen. Okay, which word?
Where's the equator?
Which word are you? He didn't even know this.
Insta classic.
This is brilliant. Okay. No, bro, can you hear Crit?
Where's the equator?
Nado, can you hear Crit?
Is it a circle? An oval? What's it shaped like?
If you talk over me, I'm just going to talk over you.
Is it a swirl?
If you talk over me, I'm just going to talk over you. Can you hear me or Crit? I need a yes or no.
I can hear you.
Fantastic. Can you hear Crit?
Testing.
No.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. I need you to leave and come back because you were talking over him and I don't think you meant to.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Lado, can you leave and come back, yeah? Okay, are we good? Can you hear Crit?
Testing.
Oh, Crit, I have them muted.
Oh, Yeah.
Let me unmute them.
Oh, don't mute him locally. Fuck me, that's a
Well,
bad
it's probably
idea.
because this guy was
Yeah.
spurging out in a different channel I joined, and then he couldn't get the mod to mute me, so he just locally muted.
Right, okay. I think we fixed the problem now.
I mean,
Go
that
ahead.
might have been. I don't know. But hey, why don't we go ahead and squash whatever beef is between us right now? I squish it.
It's easy to. That's easy to do because it's all your fault. It's 100% you, not me.
Yeah, it's totally my fault, bro.
You just got to subjectively change whatever triggered you last time, and
Yeah,
just not do that.
I mean, yeah, my bad, and I apologize. Let's
Well,
squish
there's
it.
nothing to apologize for. It just caused a little bit of audio chaos at the beginning. Okay, so you came in the chat. You said, "I've got a question for flat earthers. I keep getting muted," and I had offered, "Let's troubleshoot this. Let's go through a scientific method."
Yeah, and then I got muted.
Well, yeah, because you were talking over me. You didn't know this, though. Because I was going through, like, is your question related to which word, flat or earth?
Well, no, but I genuinely have a question.
Okay, and so far, you generally have a question. You've asked it repeatedly, multiple days.
No, that's a different question.
Well, let's go back
But you never let me talk. You just mute me as soon as I open my mouth.
Okay, we're just trying to troubleshoot the question right now. There's no answers.
All right,
so is your question? Let's go through a step-by-step process. Does your question relate to 24/7 flat Earth, say flat Earth AMA, or make a claim to debate? What part do you think your question revolves on?
It definitely does.
Okay, which one?
All right, so do you want to be right or do you want to have a conversation so that we can both figure this out?
I'm trying to troubleshoot.
We are right.
To get to a different result.
All right, but look, I don't believe that you are right. And look, if I'm wrong, I want to know about it. But you guys always fucking mute me every time. Look,
okay,
it's a very
start over. Yeah, this isn't gonna work because you're number one. You had me muted. I didn't have you muted. Number two, you're just talking over everybody, so it's called fundy muting. The only person muting here is you, no one else. And then the only reason why people here are muting you is to get control of the conversation because you're not listening. And even more so, what was funny was when someone did mute you, then unmuted you, you were just talking right through it. You weren't even listening. You didn't even know that you were muted. So take a breath. Yeah, like what Old Haas is saying. Take a breath, start over, and let's troubleshoot your question. Go through a step-by-step, systematic approach to determine exactly what you're asking and why. Okay, we good? Are you calm? You will get your say if you take a turn. If you don't take turns talking, you won't get a turn.
I took several deep breaths.
Okay, do you understand now? Take turns talking. Okay? So you have a question. Is it related to the channel 24/7?
Yes, it is.
Is it related to which one? What is it related to?
I've been trying to ask this question for a very long time.
Yeah, but we're troubleshooting the question right now. We're not asking the question yet.
Do you want to know what the question is?
No, I want to troubleshoot the question. Because your first claim when you came in here is this question gets you muted. So let's troubleshoot it. Let's word shop. Let's you go to a college.
Wait,
like writing.
Do you want me to ask a question or do you want me to just agree with you?
Let's troubleshoot the question together.
Yeah, all right, let me ask the question then.
Okay, don't ask it because if you ask it and you get muted, it'll just send you down the same pipeline.
No, I actually want to be able to understand this.
Let's troubleshoot the question.
I've been seeing some weird evidence, okay?
Okay, let's troubleshoot the question. Because if you think you always get muted when you ask a question, okay, let's troubleshoot this. Why would you ask again? And B, why won't you troubleshoot it?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you. So If
I
you
kind of
know,
feel like you're yelling at yourself.
okay, so your feelings don't have anything to do with me. Okay, that's all you. Your feelings are 100% contained inside your own head. As soon as that idea leaves your head, it's no longer me, it's all you. Okay, I'm responsible for what I say, not what you hear and not what you feel. You are in control of your own feelings. So let's go through a step by step, very systematic approach. You have a question, your question results in you getting muted. Why would you ask the same question again?
I don't even want to talk anymore.
Okay, don't then. Because this is the best
Okay.
part. Being able to figure out why you do the things you do is where science is at, cause and effect. If you can't even figure out your own shit, how are you going to figure out anything? Like inside your own epistemology, your worldview is completely unintelligible. How are you going to be
Right.
able to share any?
Please hear me out.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm hearing you out, and we're
No,
going through a
you
step.
won't stop fucking talking.
We're going through a step-by-step, systematic approach to troubleshoot the question that you claimed always results you getting muted. So let's troubleshoot it. The first problem is if you know this, okay, you know this already coming into the conversation. You know your question results in you getting muted. What you have to say now is why you would ask again if you already know your question gets you muted. That's what your task is. Let's troubleshoot this. Why would you continue to ask questions that always result in one event that you don't want? Right? If you want to mute, just say so. Say, hey, Crit, I want to mute, and I'll demonstrate this by locally muting you too, so no one can talk to each other. All good. Nothing new under the sun. Welcome to Flat Earth. We'll just keep doing this day in, day out for the rest of time. No change. Nothing changes that. The Aurora Borealis or whatever, okay? So now, why are you asking questions that you know the answer is you get muted? And you don't want to be muted.
Where's the equator?
Okay, what is going on with you right now, dude?
Where is the equator?
Okay, what is this the question you've been waiting to ask? And it results in you getting
Yeah,
muted?
where on a flat Earth model, where is the equator?
So that's all. Just
Is
keep
it
asking.
an oval? I'm genuinely.
Okay, I get it, dude. I'm
Yo,
complete.
Ludo.
Bro, answer the question, bro.
Does
You've been
anyone
saying
else?
the same shit for 5
Can
minutes.
I get in here then to answer the question? Thank you, Ludo. Can you unmute him? Ludo, what do you
Yeah.
think the equator is? Ludo, what do you think the equator is?
Well, it's with the incidence of the sun. Because the Earth is tilted on its axis and it's spinning in that direction, the
I asked you what
equator
the
is where the sun is always pointing at. So it would be in the middle.
Incorrect. Incorrect. The equator is not where the sun is always pointing at. That's ridiculous. Try again.
Yeah, it's where the sun is
The
pointing at
equator
90
is where the
degrees.
sun is always pointing at.
No, it isn't. The sun doesn't point. What are you talking about?
Yes, it is. It's at 90
No,
degrees from the
well,
axle
it's
of
all
the
right.
equator.
He's right. He's right. The sun doesn't point. The Earth does because it's tilted and it goes around the sun.
What does that even mean?
No, so he's right. The sun doesn't point. The Earth points at the sun.
No, hold on. You guys, yeah, you're suffering from absolutely zero lexicon on this subject. So, Earth doesn't point if it's a globe. The sun doesn't point if it's a sphere, right? These things
Oh,
don't.
then why does its angle always change during the seasons?
I finished.
Why in one hemisphere it's winter and the other it's summer, and then they flip?
Until I'm finished. So, I have a question. What do you think the equator is?
It's the part of the Earth that's always pointed towards the sun.
No, it isn't. Because even on a globe, the equator, when it's, say, midsummer, the equator would be.
Well, then why is there certain places that do not have winter?
Everywhere has winter at some point, bro. Apart from the.
No, they don't. I mean, they have the season called winter, but it's still like 110 fucking degrees.
Yeah, in Australia they have like Santa in like the beach because it's like warm in
So
winter.
you know South Africa, right? South Africa's in the southern hemisphere on your model. Okay. You know they have a winter as well, right?
Well, you just said southern hemisphere.
Yeah. I'm talking
Africa
about
is a very large continent.
I'm aware.
Also,
all irrelevant.
it's not so much that they have winter, it's more that they have white people.
Understand why you get muted now. Because you ask very low IQ, irrelevant questions. Stay
I
on
get
top.
muted because you can't keep up.
You're getting muted because you ask irrelevant low IQ questions. Stay on topic. The topic right now is, are you aware that South Africa has a winter?
The season called winter, yes.
Okay, are you aware that New Zealand has a winter?
Yeah, New Zealand, why wouldn't they, bro? They're like winter all the time.
Are you aware that South America has winter? That's a yes or no.
They have a season called winter, but it stays warm. What do you consider to be cold?
It does not. No, that's bullshit. Have you ever been to like the very southern point of South America? It gets cold as fucking winter.
Why do you think that is?
Well, no, hold on. You said that they don't have.
I mean, you're actually proving my point.
No, I'm not.
You're talking about how different places have different seasons and they're all different.
Exactly. So
yeah, it's because of the equator.
No, it isn't. It's because
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's because
Like, dude, how tiny is your God? What type of box? Tiny fucking box that you think you can fit your God
quiet.
into?
Don't be rude. Listen. We're going to stop
All right,
the
he's right.
hypocrisy. Okay?
He's right. I am being rude and I'm getting mad. I'm sorry.
Ludo, wait.
Ludo, stop it.
No,
Okay,
wait,
who is this guy? Who is this guy speaking to on the phone? What the hell are you doing? Stop it. No. You're fired. You know what? Quite frankly, you need to get a better microphone before you come into this chat room. Honestly. I think everybody, we should boycott this guy. Get him out of here. Get him out. Get him out. He's dumb. Get him out. I don't want to hear it. You're annoying the hell out of me. Get him out.
Stop talking. Just shut up. So
shut it, Mennonite man, okay? You're not a man, okay? Quite frankly, you're more of a transvestite than anything. But it's fine, it's fine. We can,
just stop talking. Just stop.
How about you stop talking? How about that? That would clear up a lot of things, you know? I got a point, right? And the point is to get rid of you. How about that? That's my point.
This is fucking ridiculous.
You're fucking ridiculous. How about that?
Mennonite.
Mennonite. Get him out. Get the Mennonite out of here.
Get him out. Get him out.
All right. You know what? I'm going to get rid of
communist bastard out of here.
I'm going to get rid of all
out of my chat room.
Just stop talking.
Get this.
Shut up.
Go back to your tea sipping. Shut up.
Did anyone listen? Dude, is there any mods?
I don't care. Shut up. You probably
I just muted them.
Glasses. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you.
Just stop talking. Not talking to you.
No, I think you're talking to me. How about that?
Who is this dickhead? Right, okay. Trump Quest, right. Can someone mute Trump Quest?
Right. I couldn't believe it. Right. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, look at
Crit, are you listening? Please mute Trump Quest. Thank you. Right, Ludo. Do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about craziness, basically.
Fantastic. What the equator is, right? The equator is a conceptual line on the ground over which the sun travels at a certain point of the year. Do you know when that is?
It's summer all the time for them.
No, it's not.
And it really is.
No, it really isn't. In the
You think
tropics, they
it
don't
gets
have
cold?
summer.
You
No.
think it gets cold in Hawaii,
No,
bro?
no,
Come
no, no,
on.
no. In the tropics, they don't have summer and winter. They have a dry season
All
and a
right,
wet
look.
season.
How about this? All right, look. That Trump guy came in. He got you heated up.
No, you talked over me before as well.
Yeah, I know. I got you heated up too a little bit.
Then don't fucking talk over me and stay on topic. So we know that the tropics, which is the point between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, do not have summer and winter, correct?
Wait. Yes, I do.
No, they don't.
You just said tropic.
Yeah.
You understand what a tropic climate is like.
Right. So you're conflating summer
Like
with
you have to watch out for coconuts falling on your head in tropic climates, bro.
Do you understand the difference between summer
Well,
and
hold on. Now we're just arguing about stuff. But all right, so the equator. And look, I'm not trying to bring this up to prove you wrong. All right, so I've heard that one thing that kind of tripped me out is talk about like the sun like kind of spirals out and then comes back in and then spirals out again. And then that would be what explain why we have summers and winters.
Right.
And also why the sun is like in different places in the sky.
You're not even understanding
Like
the
during
basics.
those seasons.
You're not even understanding the basics. That's why you're struggling with this. So when you know what the equator is, which is a conceptual line on the ground over which the sun travels at a certain time of year, it will then go between the tropics. Because bear in mind, we're doing this from the ground. We're observing the sun from the ground. It's spring/summer in the UK now. So nearer to the north, the sun's going to be in the north more often. Correct? Because it's summer where I am. But
right, yeah, and if it spirals out, it makes sense that way.
The equator isn't a physical location. It's somewhere
Yeah, it's
that
more like an oval, like in the middle.
You need to wait while I'm talking. Just shut up till I'm done. Thank you.
Well, stop yelling at me and saying like fucked
Talking
up shit.
over me, and then I'll stop yelling at you. Does that make sense? So.
Well, I don't think you're gonna stop yelling at me.
Wait till I'm done. For God's sake. We've got this idea of an equator, right? And this isn't a physical location. This is a conceptual point on the earth that we drew as a concept. So that concept can exist on any map that you draw.
All right. I mean, it kind of makes sense to me. Like it would be like an oval, like But see, all right. So if the Earth is flat and it has a dome, why?
Why what?
Like, well, and this is you're gonna have to like just kind of tell me maybe what you think about it. Like, why though? Why would it be that way? Is it artificial? I mean, that's what I think. If the Earth is flat, then it's also artificial.
Sure.
But what do you think? I want to know what you think.
I think we were created. I believe in artificial, it's not artificial intelligent design. So makes sense to me.
What happened? What got up and came back and was like Myers or Ball muted.
Quest, Michael Myers, and Feedley all started basically being idiots.
Oh, Trump Quest was here.
Yeah, Trump Quest was here. Yeah, really pissed off this dude.
He just talked over me, and then I told him to shut up, and he wouldn't. So then I think he got booted.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was an actual troll.
What was
he was
funny
an
is
actual troll.
I couldn't hear him
I
at
just
all.
let it happen.
Yeah, Trump Quest put a like make Earth flat again section on his server, so I thought that was kind of cool.
Well, wait. So hold on. I want to hear what everyone else thinks. If the Earth is, like hypothetical question, regardless of what you think, if the Earth is flat, why? Why is it flat? And why does it have a dome?
Because it's measured that way, it's observed as that, and it's practically used as that.
I don't know. That's. I'll think about that. Other person. What do you think? Why is everyone muted except for me?
I don't know.
I think maybe you actually want to talk to me. Yeah, I feel special. No, these are real questions. And look, if the Earth really is flat, I want to know. I want to know that it is. But I haven't heard any good evidence. I haven't heard any evidence that I couldn't debunk with just a few minutes of thought.
Well, what do you mean by debunking?
Well, I can like kind of debunk the gravity thing.
What's that? Let's start there. What's the gravity thing?
The gravity thing. So gravity doesn't exist for a flat earther.
Because?
Well, some of them say different things. Some of them say that it's a disk that's constantly moving up, and that's how they explain it. But if that were true, I would be able to drop an apple and a feather at the same time, and they wouldn't fall to the ground. They would stay in the same place, and the ground would come up to meet them.
Isn't that what happens with satellites? You throw them up really high, and they just kind of stay up there? They don't move?
No, that's not at all.
What is it then?
What, like, how do you explain the fact that things fall? Or the fact that we stay? Like, we stay on the ground.
What do you observe falling?
No, I'm asking you. What do you?
Yeah, let's go through it. You said things. Let's
Hey, Ludo, I'm getting ready for a party. I just let go of one of the helium-filled Mylar balloons. Bye-bye.
Did it fall down?
It's gone.
It floated. It floated.
It went up. Well, where's
the reason why it floated? The reason why it floated is because helium is lighter than air. And air is actually a liquid, so it floated to the top of the ocean.
No need for your space-time fantasies then.
Okay, well,
you've got it all figured out. You were just dropping the wrong things.
No. See,
yeah.
How many times do I have to say that if I can find out that I'm wrong, if I'm wrong about something, I want to know.
Add that to the wrong category. You were wrong. That's a W.
Wrong about the fact that helium is lighter than air, and that's the reason why it goes up.
Well, no, you just said that things, when you drop things, they go down. You said gravity. So then,
well,
yeah,
you talked about a balloon filled with helium.
yeah. Have you ever been to a
Helium's a
party?
gas. This
Have you ever
is a
been to a
totally
party?
different
A
thing.
Mylar balloon is not. Have you
What
ever
I
been to
was
a party?
saying, what I was saying is that there's no such
Yeah, you were wrong,
if hold on, wait, hold on.
and you were wrong.
If there's no such thing as gravity, then
Space
if you
time?
were to drop a rock and a
Hold
feather
on.
at the same time,
Space
the
time?
Earth would come up to meet them rather than them falling.
Oh, when you said some people, you were talking about flat Earth society bullshit.
Didn't say some people.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
are you
you did say
talking
some
about?
people said. You said some people say the Earth is a disc going upward.
I'm just
That
gonna
was
let this
you.
guy wear himself out.
No, that's not going to happen. It's a marathon, not a sprint, Ludo. Remember your own words. You're getting caught up and tripped up in your own gish gallop. It's desperate. Take one thing at a time. You're confused. You say you think gravity is the answer to your water ball. Yet, if you have ever been invited to a party and someone gave you a balloon filled with helium and you let it go, that's not one of the things that go down. So, mystery solved. Add it to the wrong category. Big W. Playing stupid only works so long, Ludo.
Back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know why you said it so crazy, but yeah, thanks.
I was excited that you were back.
Did he wear himself out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did. Alright, what were we talking about? Because now I don't remember. New conversation. Let's do that.
You were praying. You were praying that I would wear myself out.
Shit, he's fucking.
Yeah, you said, hey, remember, drop something, guys. Earth spinning water ball, and then we talked about it, parties and balloons.
I didn't say anything about parties of spinning water balls. You said all that.
What's that?
All right, let's talk. How about this? Let's talk.
Wait, hold on. You created your own cosmology.
How about this? Wait, no. How about this?
So it is a spinning
Don't talk
water
about
ball.
me. Don't talk about me. Let's just talk.
Well, you were the one talking about me.
I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Well, you said drop something, Earth globe.
And then you said spinning water ball and shit.
No, and then you explained relative density to the class. So all of your confusion about
except that there's no such thing as relative.
Spit it out.
I explained why a balloon floats in the air.
Yeah, you were hoping it had something to do with space-time.
No, it didn't have anything to do with space-time. It had to do with the fact that
when you drop a
it had to
bowling
do
ball,
with the
that
fact that
also
the
has
gas in
nothing
the
to do with
balloon was
space-time.
lighter than air, and air is actually a liquid.
Okay, well, whatever you need to tell yourself, but next time
I'm not even telling myself shit. I'm telling you.
Bring up dropping stuff, you've got the explanation now. You don't need to run to magical space-time.
Right, so Are we just gonna calm down without magical space time and shit?
I'm calm, homeboy.
Ludo, I think
All
you
right.
mean air is a. Hold on, I think you mean air is a fluid, not a liquid.
He's coping.
No,
Just let
it's
him
a
go.
liquid. It is
He's
a
like
liquid.
Belushi in Animal House. Just let him go.
No, air is a liquid.
Okay, I always thought it was a gas, but okay, that's fine.
All right. Well, explain what you mean. A gas.
Sure. Okay, so fluid is referencing to how something behaves, within physics, right? A liquid is a state of matter, right? And liquids behave as fluids, certainly, right? But fluids is a different thing. So air behaves like a fluid. It has certain movement properties, but it's not a liquid. That's all.
Well, it is a liquid. Well, all right. So I don't want to try and tell you that you're wrong.
It's a very
You've
semantic
done
word.
beyond
Don't worry
try.
about it.
My understanding of air is that all right, H2O is a liquid.
H2O, like other
That's
matter,
just
has
how I
three.
feel
Hold on.
about it. Maybe I'm wrong. I might
Hold on.
be
No, that's fine.
scientifically,
H2O has H2O
empirically,
has three states.
and just totally wrong.
H2O has three states, like I think all matter. It has a solid, liquid, and gaseous form, right?
Yeah.
Right? Solid we
Yeah.
call ice, liquid we call water, right? And the gaseous form is what is suspended in our atmosphere, right?
Yes.
We call that humidity.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, you're talking about O2 being particle or a gas form within what we call oxygen. Yeah, so water droplets in the air.
Well, okay, only about 23% or something like that of our air is actually oxygen. Most of it's nitrogen. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know. Do you understand that nitrogen is required for oxygen to exist?
No. I don't think that's true.
Actually, H2O means hydrogen plus 2O, water. These two things put together.
Hold on,
these two things put together is the water
right?
that you drink every day.
Hold on, you said hydrogen, not nitrogen.
No, yeah, hydrogen.
So water
I did say hydrogen.
Right.
Yeah, these two things put together creates water. Now, these two things separated creates a combustible gas.
Yeah, he did say nitrogen, but this is getting wild. Anyways, yeah.
Well, I mean, do people really want to know about stuff, or do they just want to be right all the time? Come on.
Dude,
let's actually think about this.
Time out. You were just arguing with a very well-versed water ball believer, Mr. G, or that duck guy, whatever's. I think he left.
And he was an intelligent person. I enjoyed talking with them.
You were mumbling and stumbling, saying nitrogen and hydrogen. He tried to talk to you, dude, but yeah. Anyways, you started with gravity, and now here you are talking about water being a gas. I don't know.
I follow the conversation wherever it goes, man. There's nothing else I can do.
Where you lay your head is home.
I mean, if you don't like what I'm saying, I'm not going to be sorry, but that sucks for you.
I'm not the guy you were talking to, bro.
Yeah, I know you're not, but you're the guy I'm talking to now, aren't I?
Okay, well, so you're no longer confused about when you chant gravity, you're just talking about relative density. You explained it to yourself.
No.
Now, you don't like what you said?
No, it's not that. The conversation I was having, we started with relative density. Right, but that wasn't a good enough
You did.
explanation, so we went
You
further
did
into
when
it.
you said gravity dropped something.
I didn't say gravity dropped something.
Yeah, you sure as shit did.
No, I said that if you don't believe gravity exists and you believe that the earth is flat and it's constantly moving up, then you would be able to drop a rock
Dude.
and a feather at the same
I know.
exact
I
time
tried to
and it
address
would
this.
reach the ground at the same exact time.
Okay, I tried to address this. You started this whole thing by some flat earthers say that the earth is a disk moving upwards. Well,
I'm just going to let you destroy
you've been
yourself.
bamboozled. Okay, I'm going to mute you. You've been bamboozled by flat earth society propaganda to create an absurdity. Okay, so you need to sort this out because you seem you can't even get the damage control presentation straight.
Oh, I got the damage control down just right. Prove me wrong. Ah, you finally learned a lesson. Alright, so everyone, learn a lesson.
But anyway, Pluto, next time you come by, you don't need to preface everything with "this got me banned." Yeah, next time, Ludo, don't start with "here's what got me muted and banned last time." Just if you've got an honest question, just ask it.
Has it gone radio silent?
Earth to Apocryphon. Come in, Apocryphon. Oh, really?
Hey, can anybody here help me out with some like flat Earth questions?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Basically, I was somebody was debating brought up the whole navigation in the southern hemisphere, right?
Uh-huh.
What they were saying is, pardon me.
Say it again.
Well, anyway, what?
You kind of roboted. Say it again.
Okay, what they're saying is like that they can measure the distance from like let's say Africa to South America when they take a boat. Because I was saying how the flights are a little bit fishy because it's difficult to book a direct flight, and
Right.
the flights seem to go to the northern hemisphere and come back, right? And then they were talking about the boats. So I'm wondering what you guys think about that.
I don't know. Like, flat earthers are pretty commonly stretching stuff, and they've made the mistake of thinking that, like in court, that reasonable doubt is a win. Reasonable doubt is reasonable doubt, but it doesn't make you prove anything. You will get shit thrown out of court, but it doesn't prove flat Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
And
that.
so it's kind of a bummer because we get wins all the time as flat earthers that are only because we get shit arguments. It doesn't make us right.
Yeah.
It means we win
Yeah.
shitty arguments a lot.
I
And
agree. I agree.
that's sad because we feel like winners, but really we just get goofballs picking on us instead of real challenges.
Yeah.
The southern stars and southern navigation is a pretty dramatic issue for the AE map.
Right.
I'm not sure the AE is what it is. I'm I'm still like I just have to go back to all the bullshit and say why are they lying about this? Why are they lying about that? Eventually, I guess they got to prove the AE to me. At some point, flat earthers do, but
Yeah.
we don't have it together. Flat earthers aren't that sharp. We don't
Yeah.
work well together, and most of the time, or half the time, we're wrong. And of the remaining 50%, 25%, like half of that's explainable. So I'm down to like 25% accuracy in flat Earth, and then I'll flip a coin on that. I feel that I'm running with like 12.5%
Yeah.
correctness as a flat earther. Now that sounds stupid, like, dude, you're fucking wrong most of the time. But in fact, like I've always been a Mac guy, so I've always been like 1 in 10. So those odds don't fuck with me that much. So it was easy for me to be a flat earther and be outnumbered. But here's what I want to say in strength of flat earth, who appears to be totally backwards going against the grain. I see historical value in going backwards. I think if we go back, we can find where society's taken a poor turn. And I think post World War II, we could have kind of had a more Jetsons utopian society, but we sort of just continued to have wars all the time and let the oil industry dominate world politics. So I like going backwards. I like being against the grain, but it's not very healthy. Flat
Yeah.
Earth isn't very healthy because we live in this sort of deprived world where we're busy worried about everything. Is it right? Is it right? The AE map doesn't seem to work all the way, but
Yeah.
the globe doesn't seem to be substantiated all the way either. And I've been big on the space program and the ISS and trying to prove that they really don't show us Earth from space and they don't show us space from Earth. And
Yeah.
so I still think they're bullshitting us, even though flat Earth doesn't look that strong. I still think we're being fucked with, and that's
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
and that's my whole
Yeah. That's
strength
the
about
thing.
flat Earth. It's like, hey, you're fucking with me, And
Yeah.
they're like, well, you
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about because you guys fuck with me.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been
We,
fighting
we
this.
don't we may not have a perfect model ourselves, but their model seems to be demonstrably untrue, right?
And they
Well,
like pushing that. They like saying it's none of your goddamn business, you know? And that's kind of weird. I've been
yeah,
pushing this thing like they're always telling me, you should just go look. It's all there. Go look at the ISS. It's all there. And it's not all there. You know, they don't pan, tilt, or zoom. They don't show us the moon. They don't
yeah,
show us Hubble. They don't show us rocket launches from space. They don't show satellites, and they don't really share the infrared spectrum like they used to
right,
on the ISS. And when
right.
they found out we were recording what's up there in the ISS, they started scrambling that shit. I'm sorry, in the shuttle. The shuttle used to have infrared and ultraviolet in the Baycam.
Oh, really? Hmm.
Fuck yeah! If you want to look up, the guy's name's Martin Stubbs. Where's chat here? 24/7 runs the side chat. The guy's name's Martin Stubbs, and he was recording the feeds that came in. And there's so much shit in the sky. When NASA found out he was recording the live feeds, they fucking scrambled them, and they've been scrambled ever since. Oh, why
Wow.
don't they really show us space? Here's the link to the Martin Stubbs stuff. You'll see like 1,000 videos or something crazy like that, and it's
Wow.
there's so
Okay.
much shit in space in that light spectrum. I'm pretty furious because they fucking yell at me, just go look at the ISS. And it's like, man, the ISS has got supposedly 5 cams, one in front, one in back, one pointed down, one at the end of the boom arm, and I'm assuming one on top. But they fucking don't
Yeah.
look up. They don't look at space.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's
Yeah,
bizarre.
and I have a friend or a colleague or an associate who's an astronomer. His name's Dr. Rob Parks or Professor Rob Parks. He teaches at uh, something George something University. I forget on the East Coast. And I'm all, dude, what's up with the infrared spectrum? He goes, well, we have that for Chandra, and we look deep into space in that spectrum. I go, what about the local sky? He goes, I don't know. Like astronomers just look past it, and it's like,
Yeah.
So I love to catch them on that shit. And if you want to have fun, it turns out while they were yelling at me, just go look at the ISS. You know how when it's blacked out 12 hours a day, they start running these post production things with lightning and city lights and auroras and things that we don't normally see.
Right.
Turns out what we used to call CGI is actually time lapse. And that's why the Earth always seems to be running at a different speed and shit. And it turns out
Right.
when I went to look for a rocket launch from the ISS, there is one. It's
Okay.
not footage, it's time lapse. It's from a Nikon D50. It's 2,000 images. It's processed by a guy named Ricardo Rossi. It's 2018, and we haven't seen one since. Now they're launching like every 2 weeks. And like, imagine how badass it would to see a rocket coming up, roaring past, and going into space.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
flame and sound. They don't even try. Fucking Artemis. Artemis went up, circled around the Earth first, had 5 or 6 days in transit to the moon, circles around and comes back, and there's no images of it.
Wow.
It's kind of like, man, that would be historic. That would be interesting to see a rocket in space.
Yeah.
They fucking don't. It's like that simple. It's like, try finding a rocket launch in space. And
Yeah.
my beef is that, hey man, the moon is a badass platform. It's faced the Earth the whole time. Put up a camera, and they always told me, "Oh, you fucking flat earthers, you just want everything, and you think you should get what you want." And it's like, well, if we really had cameras everywhere, we would have seen Artemis take off. We would have seen it going around. But so there really aren't cameras everywhere already, like they tell us. There is no view of Earth. And what you'll find is that when we bitch about something being live or not, they'll start telling us about frame rate and film ain't really live. And and it's
Yeah.
all and so I got to be careful to use the word real time. I want to see Earth in real time. I want to see the sky in real time. They're launching rockets all the time now. Fucking show us. Fuck you. They're not showing us. They're winging it. And like I said, I gave you the link to all the fucking infrared stuff that they're not showing us.
That's cool. Thanks, man. Hey. So what about the ISS? How it has like a footage where it's like kind of orbiting the Earth. Is there any other camera angle on that, or is it the only?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, so there's a ISS shot that we always see, like where it's moving and it's just showing the Earth underneath as it's orbiting, right?
Yeah.
And I think you were saying before that you never see that it supposedly has all these other cameras on, but you never see the shot. Is that true? What you were saying?
They don't. There's a fifth cam up on top where they would be looking up. In other words, they look forward, back, down, and up. And then they got one on the arm. But the up one they never show. They don't show space. And their story would be, well, you'd only catch shit gleaming. Either the sun's washing it out, or you'd only see things in the sun or something. And I'm going, well, fuck that. Just show me the infrared spectrum then. Because we used to see that. And then they started scrambling it and they don't show it. I bitched and bitched. They put something called piano on the ISS that is like ultraviolet or infrared. I can't remember which one, but they're pointing it down. So no one really tries to even look at space in this other light spectrum, because when they used to, it was fucking busy with all kinds of like biomechanical looking shit, like kind of like squid. Yeah, look up STS, or it's called the Tether Incident, STS-75, and they tried to fly like Ben Franklin. They tried to fly like a big kite to collect electricity, basically just like Ben Franklin, as they tried to put out what they called a tether line out into the ionosphere, and they were going to collect energy out there, and the thing blew apart, broke, and floated off. And while they're looking at it out there in space, all this shit comes up to it in different directions, different kind of propulsion mechanisms. One's sort of spiraling to propel, and the other sort of puff, puff, puff to propel, kind of like a jellyfish or an octopus might. And that's just one mission. There's lots and lots of anomalies in the infrared spectrum that takes a lot of explanation. I'm sure, like I said, half of it's probably explainable, and probably 3/4 of it might be explainable, but all of it's not. And the fact that they're afraid to show us the infrared spectrum today says a lot to me. They don't really show us space. They don't pan, they don't tilt, they don't zoom, they don't show us Hubble, they don't show us the moon, and now they're not showing us rockets. And of course, they don't show us the sky. Fuck them. Like I still got legs to stand on there, even though you're right, the AE map is looking funky. To go back where you were saying, it's like, is the AE map the shit? It's like, I don't know. Prove to me we're even in physical space at some point. Prove to me any of this shit's real. Now, I know that sounds stupid. It's a weak argument saying, oh, everything's fake. I don't know that, though. Man, if you look at Nat Geo and Discovery, they straight up lied about the shape of the Earth, both of them. That's interesting. If things were legit, they'd show us stuff and they wouldn't lie. So I don't know who decided to shut down our communication with the world, like as normal people, but it's all if you look it up, it's all 1958, 1959. And in 1960, Eisenhower was president, left office, and gave a speech. And he said, this office has lost control of this country. Beware of the military industrial complex. And the next president got killed for thinking he was president. So, so they've kind of taken over this country at that moment in time, which had been manipulating the world post World War II, and now military might, oil, the whole thing. So the only thing I can say cool would be let's start using the word end of the age of oil. Maybe we can manifest that because it is antique. There is better ways now, and they don't need to fight wars across the world to defend oil prices, thinking that that's the only way we can have energy. Seems like we should have moved past it, oil, at some point.
Well, oil is like America has enough oil now for itself, right? Like, I don't know why there.
I know that's a weird fact, huh? I also heard that when they started fracking, that there'd be an excess of natural gas that came out of that, but I never heard shit about it. And now they're trying to like outlaw gas ovens because they want to stop piping gas to every house. And it's like, really, is that shit abundant or not? You know, that kind of surprises me. I don't really get a straight answer much out of anyone. You know, that's the weird thing. You start dicking with space, start dicking with their stories, they start to contradict themselves. You know, and when we're good as flat earthers, we can get them to do that. Ask them questions and watch them fight amongst themselves because they don't know the answer. That's when we kick ass. That's when we look good winning arguments, but it doesn't prove the shape of the.
It may be possible that it's impossible to determine the shape of the Earth, like for humans. You think?
Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. I mean, you got relativity in terms of motion, but fuck, you and I could take two boats, go to the end of South America, go opposite directions, and see if we made lefts or rights. So when we meet up, you know, it's like it is kind of possible. I don't know why it's not getting done, but Flat Earth doesn't
Why
have it
not?
together to work together. You know.
Yeah. Don't have enough organization to get the funds to do big projects.
Imagine the story, right? You meet a dude and he goes, "Dude, you're a flat earther?" And you're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Yeah, man, I fucking looked it up. And the Flat Earth Society." And you're like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." You know, we're not the Flat Earth Society. And you're like, "Yeah, yeah, I figured that out. So this Eric Dubé guy." And you're like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." Well, we're not Eric, you know, like, and the more they think they found flat Earth, they kind of didn't. And then it's hard, even for skeptics or goofballs on the media, it's hard to find a real flat earther in a way. It's like they find a lot of loudmouths and stuff, but nobody that's really ever like done anything. They're just people with opinions, and we should be able to do better than that. And the integrity that we might have had early fucking appeared.
I know.
We don't have the integrity, which was the whole momentum for people like probably you and me. Like, hey, this rocks. There's people out here that care about where we live. And it really seemed badass, flat Earth, at first.
Yeah.
It's not badass anymore. It's fucked up now. It's
I know. It's been taken over by shills, man. My opinion.
sad, but they didn't even mean it. You know, like even Jaron, who I like Jaron a lot, but he's stuck wanting to make money now. And he finally figured out he's got no product. All he can do is show his face longer and get super chats for it. So he's doing this debate thing so he can, you know, but it turns out he's the product, right? He's not selling anything. It's just if you want to listen to him. So is that bad? I don't know. You know, probably not. But he just pulled some weird shit with his observations 3 weeks ago, where he just canned the data and he didn't show it live and he didn't tell anyone. So it's kind of like, yeah, that was kind of ugly. And I just wish FE Core had never done that. You know, I just wish we were more open. It really is kind of painful. For me, I'm pretty hurt. I tried to correct Flat Earth on some things and I got blacklisted bad. Just for I mean, just like the simple thing like they say that airplanes drop 2,700 feet per minute to stay on the globe, and the math comes out to 46 feet. It ain't 2,775 feet, which is a full-on dive, by the way. Like you'd be diving downward almost at free fall. It might even be greater than free fall. Can't remember what free fall is. But they insisted that that was good math, and I'm like, yo, you're fucked in the head. We know, I know that 500 miles an hour is a speed, not a distance, and that 500 miles an hour is 8.33 miles per minute. So if you're going to have a per minute answer, it can only be about 8.33 miles. So you do your 8.33 times 8.33 times 8 inches, and that's your 8 inches per mile squared, and comes out to 46 feet per minute. But when I tried to correct flat Earth, I got shit canned, and that was a real bad moment for me.
Yeah,
Noting,
yeah, you know what? That's the thing. That's the other thing about this movement is a lot of people get really hostile if you challenge or even just try to like kind of like sometimes I'll come in here and I'll be asking guys about like stuff that other people are debating me on. Like, hey, can you explain this? Can you explain this? And then sometimes people get really hostile with me as if I'm just trying to find out, I'm just trying to like figure out this stuff, right? But
it's also weird because some people took flat Earth and then that brought them towards the Bible, and other people taught the Bible brought them towards flat Earth, and I'm not sure that they're connected. I'm pretty shallow as a flat earther. I don't really know about the creator. Like I'm more on the like research side than the faith side. So I'm real big on not saying believe. I don't think belief
yeah,
has anything to do with it.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Because the Bible isn't really clear about the shape of the earth. It's like either we
People
can
think,
settle this based on science or we can't. And you don't
people
really
think
involve
it's
the
clear
Bible.
though. They think it's clear. Four
Yeah, I
corners
know.
of the earth and the circle of the
Yeah,
earth. And all these things. A circle's not a sphere. Good luck.
yeah,
Good luck with that argument, right?
yeah, yeah, that's
I,
true.
I don't know. The Bible's a tough one because it's so subject to interpretation. If it's accurate to begin with, right? You don't even know if it's accurate, and we're arguing over what it meant.
Yeah,
And then the shit like Enoch and the stuff that they pulled out, you're like, what do you mean you just pulled it out? Like, yeah, we just don't mention that book. It's like, wait a minute, you've got ancient books that are side by side with the Bible, but you didn't
hmm,
include them? That's
yeah.
freaky. So I don't know. I don't think the Bible's telling. I don't think the churches are telling the truth. And
Uh,
that also conflates it, makes it screwy.
no,
Especially if they
I would say almost all the churches are wrong. Like, have you ever heard this thing called free grace?
no.
This is the idea that like, okay, well, you know how there was the Protestant Reformation, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
That was like in the 1600s, like Martin Luther left the Catholic Church and then they started forming the Protestant. Okay? So, or before the Catholics used to say that you have to do certain good things in order to get into heaven, and the Protestants were like, no, 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 it's by faith. It's only by faith. It's not by your works, by your good works. But then the Protestants, what they started doing is saying, okay, you're not saved by your works. Like it's only by faith. But when you believe in Jesus, then you're saved. If you're saved, if you're born again, then you will do good works. If you don't, then you're not really saved. Okay? So, but then now they have this movement called the free grace movement, and they're saying, no, 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 no. Once you believe in Christ, you're born again, you can never die, you're going to heaven, doesn't matter what you do. And you may do good works because you're saved, you may not. It doesn't matter. The fact is that you believe, so therefore you're born again and you will go to heaven. So that's the movement I believe in, but almost no churches teach that, you know? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't hang in churches, or with Bible, so I don't really know how to communicate with them anyway.
Yeah. Hear
So I don't know how to, but especially when the whole gig is like, "Oh, you disagree? Go have your own church," and you're like, "Hey, that's a
you.
great idea." It's like, so
Mhm.
now we got thousands of churches. It's like, wait a minute,
Yep.
you can't all be right, you
Yeah.
fuckers.
So confusing, man. Yeah. When I first converted to Christianity, I tried to figure out which denomination is correct, right? I was studying it for like 2 years and I couldn't figure it out. I went to seminary, got a Master of Divinity, and they confused me a lot in there. But when I got out of there, that's when I found this free grace thing. By getting into that, I think free grace is what the Bible talks about, but no churches teach it. Almost no church. Very few.
Dude, isn't the term free grace redundant?
It is redundant, but it's a term they use just to differentiate themselves from other like views about
Yeah, I'll submit to you. They need to use that term because people are so dumb. They don't understand that grace is categorically free.
I know, it's sad. It's sad. You're right.
That old adage:
Are you?
there's only two religions in the world: works and grace. Those are the only two
Yeah,
religions. All religions fall
yeah,
into one of those categories.
right, right, man,
And there's actually only one religion that's grace based. Only one. Very interesting.
right, right.
One
Yeah,
religion stands alone against all others.
yeah.
What's that? Which one?
The true faith of Christ, by faith alone, face to face. I guess it's kind of hard to understand, but
Yep.
Dan, but the
Yeah, yeah.
idea is that
Before you go on, just categorically, we need to parse that out for Dan since he asked.
yeah,
It's the only religion that requires zero works out of mankind to be justified in the eyes of God. Every other
right,
religion requires works. So, in that sense, categorically, there's only two categories of religions. And there's only one religion in the one category, and all other religions are in the other category. Now,
yeah.
whether or not these religions are true or not, that is unique and interesting, is it not?
You think about that, Dan?
I don't think truth can be identified there. I was talking to a pastor guy. I think you guys might know him. His name's Kirk Cameron from one of them old '70s TV shows. Got a
Yeah,
ministry, and he was trying to convert me. I was doing some work at his house, and he had the little paperwork in front of him, and he wanted me, read me some scripture, and we were kind of out looking over the field, the hills where he lived, and I pointed to it, and I said, if I lived here 150 years ago, and I lived a good life and a pure life as a decent man, having no knowledge of Jesus, you think I would be allowed in heaven? And he said, "Oh no." And I would go, "You're stupid." I said to him, "You're stupid. Just because I don't know of Jesus doesn't mean that I can't go to heaven." And today, my ignorance of God doesn't mean that God doesn't work through me. It just doesn't,
the
So
idea, well, the Bible seems to suggest that if people are searching for the truth, if they have a heart that's open to the truth about God, He will draw them. He will draw them to the truth, whether it's Jesus or like some people never heard of Jesus, but He can still draw them to the salvational belief. But it is still by belief alone.
it's tough to watch all these people believing different stuff.
I know, man.
And at some point, I'm questioning what's beyond physics. Most of the things we talk about with flat Earth have to do with the physics and the physical world. But I think there's more to our world than the physical world.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we can rely upon physics alone to explain everything.
I
Maybe.
agree.
Yeah, that's why a lot of flat earthers are getting into New Age philosophy. The whole one is all is one, everything's God, we're all just one big, amorphous organism that's eternal in itself and just experiencing the world, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
What it's all about, dude. The whole flat Earth, globe Earth struggle is all about the place that humans have in relationship to the creation and the creator, and whether there's any separation or whether it's synergized. Now, the New Age philosophy is that the creator and the creation are synergized. So, in other words, you as part of the creation are actually also part of the creator, if not the creator itself, just experiencing the creation in a compartmentalized way, right? So you're part of the whole, but the whole is all, which is also known as monism.
Right.
Now, if that's true, then that means that specific theism must necessarily be false. So these two worldviews are diametrically opposed and enemies of each other.
Yeah, they are. It's true.
Now, in the New Age philosophy, ascension or returning or realization or knowledge or any of these things are all attained by what, friends? Your efforts, your work, your striving, your whatever. So again, we have the categorical separation that all religions fall into the one of two categories. That a specific God that you're accountable to freely offers grace, or some works-based scenario. That's it. There's no other options, really. Unless you just deny the whole thing altogether and just say, no, none of that. You don't need any of that because there's no such thing as answering to anything. So you don't need to be good. It's just a utilitarian purpose to exist in the world, and then you die, and then there's nothing.
I don't think it's fair that I could claim to be a Jew and then claim to be the chosen one. So I avoid religion because it's too easy for me. I'll just go, hey, I'm a Jew, back off. That's not, that's not very cool. So I don't.
Doesn't even make look. Well, the whole idea of the Jews being the chosen people, the Bible clearly says that those who are Jews inwardly, not outwardly. So, and it says those who are counted as the seed of the promise are of the faith of Abraham, not of his biological lineage. So simply being a Jew is irrelevant.
Yeah, that's true. The salvation.
You know what,
Well, not
dude? It's
irrelevant.
amazing how many people have so much how borrow from the Bible to inform their positions, but yet have no clue what the Bible actually says about any of these things.
Yeah, no. People don't really read it.
But is
Yeah.
all of it, is all of it interpreted, or is any of it like? Why so much interpretation?
Oh, I mean, dude, there's transmission, translation, and interpretation, right? And you could just say interpretation is just an opinion, or you could say interpretation is a matrix of structure in which you read the language based on the meaning of the author's intent, based on the contextual meaning of the people of the day, based on scholarly methodology, versus just I'm going to read it and just tell you what the frick I think. Those are two different things, right?
Yeah, because I always struggled with I wasn't shepherding, so I never understood flocks, and I didn't understand the language when I was young.
Exactly. There's language that people use that have literal senses and idiomatic senses and metaphorical senses, right? So you have to parse out which type of language the person is communicating with in order to understand what kind of meaning they're attempting to convey, right? And that's different than the actual meaning of the words themselves, right? Like brick means brick, but if you use brick as a metaphor, then it could be relating to a part of something, like, for example, a cornerstone or a foundation, right? Like, hey, my dad is the brick of our family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's meaning that he's the solid piece that holds up the foundation or something like that, right? They're not saying he's a brick, right?
Right. So all this shepherding that the Bible talks about, that's about people, not sheep, right? It's not about
Right.
ranching.
It's about the majority of it is about the relationship of people in authority and responsibility over people who are under them, whether it be pastors of a church, fathers in a home, mothers with their children, governments with the people, or God with the people. Right? It's almost always that way. For example, it says, Jesus speaking, "I am the good shepherd. I lay down my life for the sheep." Right? What does it mean
Yeah.
there? It means he's responsible for the sheep. And the ultimate responsibility is to be willing to give up your life for the benefit of the people who you have responsibility for, right?
Yeah.
Now, he also says, you want to know what's funny? He also says, oh, Israel, how often I would like to gather you under my wing, like the
Yeah.
hen gathereth her chicks, right? So
Yeah.
what does that mean? Does that mean he's a chicken? It's obviously he's analogizing the relationship of when a mother bird has the little baby birds come to her breast under her wing and she wraps her wing around them to protect them. And he's
Right.
saying, that's how I want to treat you. And then he goes on to say this, but you would not have it. So he's saying, I want to protect you, but you don't want me.
Is that
Yeah.
in the afterlife, or is that in regular daily life?
The regular daily life.
Protect
Yeah.
me in
He's talking
regular.
to yeah. Well, he's talking to Israel, the Jews. I think he's talking about whether they could be saved from the judgment that falls on them in 70 AD. Romans destroyed.
Well, I mean, look, the text is littered with times when God offered the Israelites protection and providence, and they bucked the system by saying, no, we want to do it our way. And they suffered, right? And he was basically saying, look, I keep offering you a way for success, and every time you just want to do your own thing, and every time you end up getting screwed over.
Yeah.
One of the big ones was that they would often serve other gods, right? So he would say, look, if you go serve those other gods, if you go follow their ways, bad things are going to happen to your society. There's going to be murder, there's going to be theft, there's going to be broken families, there's going to be all this bullshit. And then every time I tell you that's what's going to happen, you go and do it, and then it happens, and then you're like, it's your fault, God. It's your fault. I'm like, dude, I told you that's what was going to happen. You didn't want to listen.
What are
Yeah.
other gods in that context?
Well, a lot of them are just false idols, right? They're ideas of
Yeah.
God created by man, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So, for example, some people follow philosophies that allow them to do things and other philosophies that allow them to not do things, right? So, I have moral permission granted by quote unquote my gods or my philosophy to do A, B, and C. So, for example, a modern philosophy is I have moral permission to engage in various sexual behaviors, right? Get involved with the hearts of women, break their hearts, maybe sire children by them, and have their children that I sire not be with me, the father, and then they're raised in a shit show and they turn out to be pieces of shit. But I can do that because that's my choice. That is what I've decided is right based on the philosophy or the God that I have set before myself. Yet the results are in, right? That if you live by that philosophy, your society turns to crap. Because then we don't have the next generation being raised by mothers and fathers, and they all end up being losers.
Yeah.
So God says, get married, Have a structure of providence for you, your spouse, and your children. Raise your children right. That's what God says. But man says, no, I would prefer broken homes and miserable children because I want it my way.
I think you're just saying that. I don't think anyone else said that. I don't think it's fair.
Dude, are you kidding me? Look out on society. That's how people live their lives, dude. That's what
Those
they
weren't
think is the right thing to do.
Those weren't declarations, though. Those are ignorances. Those are ignorance
What?
to declaration. Well, they're not making any personal stand. They're not making any moral.
Yeah, dude. That's great, dude. So they're just innocent, dude. Get real.
No, I said they were ignorant. That may be different than innocent.
No, they're not ignorant. They know 100% that they're manipulating the relationship that they're in, that they have no intention of being together, and they live a lie for their own self benefit. And you've experienced that in your life, and so is everyone else listening.
I just think it was out of ignorance. I don't think it was a declaration. I'm going to go.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. A lot of people are self deceived. Okay? But people know it's wrong, dude, to use another person for your own benefit and to put the progeny that you're going to sire in danger of living a crap life. It's not like they're completely ignorant that that's the way things are going to turn out. They've seen it in their own lives, and they know that that's the outcomes in the situations, okay? So this idea of just carte blanche ignorance is just ridiculous. Humans are not that stupid.
Yeah.
This is the problem, Dan. Most people think they're good people. When they self-reflect on themselves and they judge themselves, they say to themselves, I'm a good person. But the truth is that most people commit moral crimes against other people on the regular for their own selfish gain. And they know what they're doing is wrong, and they do it anyway, eyes wide open.
You really think that's most people, or do you think it's more balanced?
No, dude. Let me be clear. It's every single human that has ever lived and will ever live.
So you believe in the fall of man?
No, dude. I don't need to believe it. I know it.
Yeah, I refuse to think that I was condemned from birth, and I refuse to think that a non-physical.
Now, look, you can refuse to think that you don't have Ebola, but it's still going to consume your flesh and consume everyone else that comes in contact with you. Okay, the doctor could tell you you have Ebola, you're doomed, and you could say, I just refuse to believe it.
Right, but there might be a test for that disease. I don't know if there's a test for my morality.
There is, Dan. There is a test, and you could take it right now. Reflect on your life and tell me unflinchingly that you have never committed a moral crime, eyes wide open. Go ahead. Now, everybody in this room knows that you have to answer yes. Everybody in this room.
By judging that myself, I didn't need God's judgment for that.
Okay, so the answer is yes, then. You've committed moral crimes, eyes wide open, willfully. That's the truth. And every other human knows they have too. And every human knows anyone who says they haven't is a liar. That's just the facts. So, the assessment is in. We're all guilty of moral crimes. That's just the facts, right? Now, interestingly enough, that's the whole purpose of the concept of quote unquote salvation or any of those other types of things, right? Because you got to solve the problem of I'm guilty of moral crimes. Now what? If I'm actually guilty, who am I guilty to? Am I guilty to the person that I offended? Am I guilty to myself? Am I guilty to the universe? Or am I guilty to a specific agent who's the boss of the universe? Because that answer to that question changes everything.
Right.
If you're guilty to no one, then there's no such thing as moral crimes, and you can do whatever you want because there really is no bearing except your own opinion. If you're guilty to the other person, then you have to say, well, do I care about being guilty to the other people? Does it matter to me? If you're guilty to yourself, you then have to say, well, I'm going to excuse myself or I'm going to condemn myself, one or the others. If you're guilty to the universe, then you're just going to have to suffer the logistical consequences. And if you're guilty to a specific agent, who's the boss of the universe, then you are basically have to deal with him and see how it goes.
Those are a lot of presumptions, man. You really are presuming.
They're not presumptions at all, dude. They're literally hypotheticals, dude. That's how I parsed them out. I parsed those all out as hypotheticals, did I not?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, you made a lot of matters of fact out of my choices. If I have consensual sex out of wedlock, that's your judging me now. You, not God. What if I don't know of wedlock?
What?
Well, that's a cultural thing.
Dude, yeah. So the idea of boinking a woman and getting her pregnant and then not being there to take care of her and the baby, right? You think that's just a weird decision I just made up out of the nowheres?
I think that traditionally that the village or the small community known as family helped to raise the children to the point that the hunters, the men who were out hunting, didn't even know whose kids were theirs. It was the responsibility. It was the responsibility of the society.
Dude, what isolate? Yeah, that's maybe a particular tribe, dude. Sure, I'll give you that.
I just don't think dads knew they were dads. They might have an attachment to the woman that had the baby, but if everyone was doinking her, who the hell knew?
Oh man, so we should just all bang all the women, and then all our problems would be solved. I see your point.
That's how we flourished. You're right. Yeah, so here we are in the cave. We don't know whose kids are what.
Socialized families, like socialism, but within families. Just everybody bangs everybody raises everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, Orion, if you want to be in this conversation, you really got to fix your connection. Otherwise, it's just a waste of everyone's time.
That'll teach him. Pray. Pray
what, dude?
That he gets a better connection.
I did. I told him get a better connection, so now he can do it, right?
He should. Well, he doesn't. He have to pray.
Why would you, dude? Why would you have to make fun of praying? I think you've got a preconceived cognitive bias against the spiritual and people's religions, bro.
I do.
Right?
I've been very damaged by television evangelism. When I was young, I seen it on TV when I was looking for cartoons, and I saw shitheads asking for money, and I've never recovered.
Really? That dude, that doesn't even follow. Some guy asked for money, and now I'm psychologically damaged. How does that follow?
Well, the fake healings, the Reverend Ernest Ainsley, I used to watch him bat people on the head and say that he healed people. I watched them claim personal connections with God.
Yeah, great. So how is that psychologically damaging to you?
Well, it wasn't something I could follow. Let's put it.
Okay, so you can't follow it, therefore you're psychologically damaged. I mean, dude, this doesn't add up. Your story's falling apart.
What's damaged? My story is accurate. What's damaged is my ability to separate God and church, the Bible and church. I hate churches. I should. That doesn't mean I know anything.
You should.
I hate churches too, bro.
It sounds to me like the only evidence you've provided is charlatans on TV, and then you've made the equivocation fallacy of saying that those represent churches in general.
Except that I can walk down the street here today and find different churches and different beliefs. Therefore, I'd be surprised if there was one God guiding them all.
Well, I mean, dude, to be fair, I mean, the text that we were talking about earlier, who does it say the God of this world is?
I have no idea.
This world is the devil.
Yes, the God of the world is Satan. So, in actuality, the driving force behind the quote-unquote world is the personification of deception and lies itself, is an
Well,
entity.
the evil God created. Right?
What?
Well, God
Wait a
created
minute.
that too.
Okay, so wait a minute. You just said the evil God created?
Yeah, because I think that God wants me to be balanced, and I think He's going to show me hot, cold, dark, light. I think I will seek balance to find my harmony.
Yeah, contrast, right? Like you can't appreciate good unless you experience bad, right? Otherwise, you just take it for granted, and you can't really value it. You don't have a hierarchy of saying this is better and this is worse unless you've experienced worse and better, right?
So, do I need to go to all the churches to be sure?
No, I'm just talking about a general category. Like you seem to understand that evil exists and good exists, right?
I think balance exists, so energy and positive light and dark.
Okay, so in
Light and
order for
dark energy.
balance to exist, you have to
Light and
have
dark energy.
opposition, right? Otherwise, there's no need for balance.
But I wouldn't give it the face. I wouldn't call it evil. I'm going to say dark and light, hot and cold,
You
positive.
wouldn't call it evil, dude. So you wouldn't call somebody peeling the skin off a child so they can sniff the fumes when they simmer it in their mother's milk after they tortured the mother for 3 days and made the child watch. That's not evil. That's just light and dark.
Well, look at a cat family in the wild, and they stalk something and kill it. We
Oh
never
yeah.
never consider that evil when it's in terms of
Yeah, but we
survival.
do. Yeah, but come on, man, Dan. You
No,
know
there aren't
that we don't.
evil
No,
animals.
wait, Dan,
There aren't
Dan,
evil animals out there doing
Okay, yeah, we
evil
get
things.
it. Yeah, the animals aren't evil, but humans, when humans torture other humans for fun or whatever, that's clearly evil, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, and there's animal cruelty too.
No, yeah, but hold on, dude. He said, "Is that evil?" And you just blatantly said, "Yeah." After before, you just said, "There's no real good and evil." So
Well,
what the
what I
heck,
meant,
dude?
it's negative. It's negative. It's a negative energy. It's not positive. It goes against love. To abuse another and have no regard for them or their position.
Right. So when you choose to not love someone, you're wronging them of love, and you're doing something depriving them of love, right? So you could argue that much like light and dark, when light is the presence of light and darkness is the absence of light, then good is the presence of good, and darkness is the absence of good. So evil in that sense wouldn't be a thing in itself. It would be a deprivation, right?
Oh, good point. That's a great point.
Right. So in that case, you can't attribute or blame God for creating a deprivation. It would be like blaming God for creating dark. It's like, no, when there's no lights on, it's dark. That's just the way it is.
If God created the sun on what, the third day? What was it? How was he measuring days prior?
Well,
With
because he
time.
created light, but he created light before then, didn't he?
Light different than the sun?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Of course, light's different than us. You know that. Sun generates light, but there's light from other sources, right? You know that.
Well, I mean, look, we could argue that, sure, but he just asked a question about what the text of the Bible says, and the Bible says that God created light, and that there was a cycle of evening and morning before the sun was created, right?
Right. That's right.
You could parse that out how you want, but that's clearly what the text says.
Yeah. The text says that the sun and the moon and the stars are there to be a kind of timepiece for us, to show us the days and the seasons and the years.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it says that light was created before the sun, and it says that day and night passed before the sun, and then it says that the sun and the moon were set to rule the day and
Right.
rule the night. So the day and the night pre-existed the sun and the moon, and they were set to rule over the day and the night.
Hey, listen, you guys, I gotta run. I'm sorry, but it was really nice talking to you. Nice to meet you both. I sent you some friend requests. Hope you'll accept. God bless you both.
Sure. Take care.
Now look, I mean, people like the idea of evil and good, just being like finding a balance, much like the Force in Star Wars. Because then they're not accountable to an ultimate arbiter, right? You don't have to be accountable. And not being accountable is a great position to be when you know you're guilty of moral crimes.
I just think that's still an assumption. What you're calling morality.
No, it's not an assumption, dude. Okay, and I don't even care to entertain this idea. You know that you've been immoral. I know that you've been immoral, and there's no faking it. So you can look at your philosophy and you can daydream that that's not the case, but everybody knows this is true of humanity. It's not even a mystery.
In my hands are a pair of scissors that I stole from my math teacher when I was in 10th grade. I don't know how much guilt I have. It's an odd thing. It's odd to think about why I would have done it, but I certainly appreciate these scissors, and I don't know if it affects the morality because of my appreciation for the last 50 years of these scissors.
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't even know if I
Maybe.
needed scissors, but I haven't needed scissors yet. So I made a poor moral choice looking to bug the teacher. It wasn't even about scissors. I looked to fix it
Yeah, I know. I could
by
understand
honoring the
that.
scissors, by keeping them and honoring them. I looked to
Yeah,
fix it.
yeah.
So
Yeah, we always
that's
attempt,
bullshit,
but
that's what I did. That's bull. It is
yeah, but
bull.
I would submit for your own self-reflection that that is the least of your moral crimes. That you know you've done way worse.
Well, but it's one of the things I think about. Should I be guilty? Should I have done different? It's one of the things I'm aware of because they're in my hands. So I'm aware that I didn't exactly deserve to have this in my hand.
Sure.
I don't deserve to have it in my hand. It wasn't given to me by God or any other gift. It wasn't earned. So
You're actually onto an interesting point there. You're onto an interesting point there, which is this. There are classical definitions of sin and punishment, crime and punishment, etc., in all different philosophies. But there's another way of looking at it which is interesting, and that is the Bible defines certain sins as being specific actions. But it also says that ultimately sin is a breach against God. And it also says elsewhere that anything not done in faith is sin. And it says without faith it's impossible to please God. Now, one of the interesting things is the majority of things that we call crimes or sins could be considered a lack of trusting in God to provide for you what you need and truly desire on a fundamental level. So, for example, you need some scissors. You could get them a just way, or you could steal them. And so God might say, I'm going to give you everything you need. And you're saying, well, I don't know you're going to give me everything I need because I don't trust that. So now I'm going to do something on my own. And so in that sense, you're not exercising faith, right? You're exercising something else.
So what if I sought out others the rest of my life to buy them scissors because I decided that I needed to fix this. In other words, can't I self correct anything? Is it really
Well,
God?
hey, the problem is, yeah, but check this out. It's interesting that you put it that way. Now, it would be great that everyone else got the scissors, but who did you actually wrong in that situation, logistically?
Taxpayer.
Okay, maybe, but let's be a little more simplistic. Let's just say the teacher.
I tried
Let's
to
just say
aggravate the teacher. I thought this is going to bother.
Yeah. So let's say the offense was against the teacher, right? So you would have to square that offense with the teacher, right?
No, it
So
may not.
what I'm trying to say is that
False, right? What does he?
That's fine, but what I'm trying to say is that you giving someone else a scissor doesn't change the logistical situation what happened between you and the teacher. The only thing that can change that is by dealing with the teacher. Now, you might be correct that the teacher wouldn't care. But the easiest way to be absolved of that as any kind of moral crime would be for the teacher to forgive you of that offense, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just trying to get to the brass tacks of how to absolve yourself from moral crimes. The answer is forgiveness, right?
Oh, bullshit. Because if I was to get forgiveness of someone I victimized, their family may still be angry at me.
Okay, but their family, dude, that's on them, right?
Not if they're beating me with sticks and
Dude,
pitchforks.
that's logistics. That's a different category. If person A forgives you of your crime, if person A forgives you, let's listen. If person A forgives you of a crime that they perceive and that you perceive as between you and them, and you're forgiven, so the two of you are square. And then somebody else comes along and says, "Well, I don't agree that you're square, so I'm going to punish you on the behalf of the person who's already forgiven you." That makes no sense, does it?
Like the father of the girl next door. Let's say you got involved with the girl next door, and it's relatively normal and relatively healthy. You may be underage by all standards, but you're certainly consensual and involved together with free will.
Yeah. That doesn't fly. You know why? You know why that doesn't fly? I'll tell you why. Because it's commonly known and understood and accepted that children don't have the capacity to make these decisions with full knowledge and awareness, and therefore any alleged contract between the two persons is null and void because the things necessary for a contract to which consent would be real is not able to be done, right?
Now we got a new problem. Legally, you have an 18-year mark for consent and adulthood. Historically, it was when a woman bled at closer to 13. So there's a 5-year disparity based on your cultural morality.
Well, that's wrong. That's wrong too, dude. It was often judged by the parents of the daughter's ability to understand whether that daughter was ready or not, dude. It wasn't just a distinct biological demarcation point.
Really?
In some cultures,
In
yes.
Spanish culture, they have something called a quinceañera, where they invite all the local boys to see their 15-year-old for the reason of mating, which is totally immoral. And selling off and dowries, totally immoral. Arranged marriages, totally immoral. To me, but it's normal.
Concerning that subject, look at the argument I posted in the open chat, Dan.
Did you say BAM or ban?
Dan.
Oh, Dan. Okay.
This is scripture. I know nothing of scriptures. I have nothing to compare it to and nothing to abide me to it.
Well, the point is, there's my deductive argument that justifies my conclusion. So the one who doesn't appeal to the law of the God to justify their moral evaluations, how do they justify their moral evaluations?
Well, the word harm is in the first sentence, and the assumption is that I've done harm to someone. That's a huge assumption. I did
Harm in what sense?
I did harm to the father's ego because he wanted to choose who his daughter married. That's the only crime.
Wait, I still don't understand. How do you justify your moral evaluations?
I don't need to. Instead of making up an answer, I'm just going to pretend I don't need to. I don't need to.
There you answered the question, Dan. Yeah, you answered the question, Dan. You are the decider of what's right and wrong. You are the moral arbiter of your universe. You are your own God. Good job.
So you just consider you don't have a justification. You don't know your moral evaluations to be true.
I wasn't making moral evaluations. I was in harmony with nature.
You were making moral evaluations. You said you weren't harming anyone except the father's ego.
You also said that various things were immoral. You explicitly said that they're immoral. So you obviously made moral evaluations.
I just appealed to nature and the attraction.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You appealed
between the young
you
woman
appealed
and myself.
Right. Yeah, you appeal to your own, one, opinion, and two, your own self-desires. That's what you appeal to.
Oh, I appeal to nature, is what I do.
Nature? How did you appeal to nature, dude?
Well, because many animals don't have
Oh
moral
my goodness,
standards
dude.
when they reproduce.
Well,
So
even
Okay,
then, let's
so
go with that in principle. Let's go with that. All right, in principle. Say you say that. That's the naturalistic fallacy. Nature cannot be prescriptive. It's only descriptive, or just is the case. To appeal to
yeah,
that which is happening cannot inform you of what ought to happen.
right. So, for example, Gregory, what if the lady, after he had quote unquote consensual sex with her, decided to kill him and chop his body up, store his body in the fridge, and then eat his body as she was nourishing the child within her? Now, that happens in nature, except for the refrigeration part. That happens in nature. That's what the female does to the male. So, according to this guy, that would have been perfectly okay.
why would I question it?
Well, not only my critique, but AI is pointing out the implications of your premise, and they imply that any behavior will be prescriptive. And so there's, of course, antithetical types of behavior. And given your premise, that obviously implies that every type of behavior, including every antithetical set of behaviors, are both equally prescriptive and obligatory, which, of course, is obviously self contradictory and cannot be true.
Yeah, Dan, if I didn't know better, I'd say you're just appealing to every plausible excuse to excuse yourself of something you did that you know was wrong. That would be my guess. Now, I can speak authoritatively on that because my worldview provides me the authoritative construct to know for a fact that all humans are immoral and will exhibit this behavior at some time in their life.
That's
So I
awful.
can rest.
That's
I
awful
know
for
it.
you to condemn
Yeah, dude.
everyone under those
I'm
terms.
not, dude.
You never met a little old lady that they wouldn't harm a fly? You never met?
They have harmed other people in their lifetime, dude.
Fuck, that's awful. You're off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm awful. See, you're making a moral judgment against me, dude.
The person we don't know because of your bias.
Dude, it's not a bias, dude.
It absolutely is. You don't know the
It's
person.
called, dude. Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you believe there are human beings? Here we go, Dan.
No,
Dan.
assumption.
No, I didn't bury
That's
myself,
why I
dude.
don't go to church because that.
Yeah, yada, dude. You don't go to church because you're in denial that you're guilty of moral crimes. That's what's the problem, bro.
Someone we don't know and accuse them. That's what you do.
Dude, I'm talking, dude. Keep coping. Keep coping with the fact that you're coping.
I am.
I know you are. That's the problem. I know you are. You know you are, but you're trying to lie to yourself and to me when we both know the truth.
You're condemning a person we don't know because what you assume. That's awful, dude.
All right, so let me ask you this question, Dan. If you could shut your mouth for 2 seconds, which you probably can't.
I can.
Okay, go ahead. Shut it. Let's see. All right, good job. So the question is every single human being either A, guilty of moral crimes, or B, are there human beings that exist that have no guilt of any moral crimes on their record? Which one?
The fact that you'd even ask the question that way shows me how damaged you really are.
Oh, really? So then you think then that there are people that exist that are innocent morally. That's your claim?
Because you have to categorize someone you walk up to and put them in a place you hold true. You're not allowing.
No, dude, I know the nature of humanity is that every single person I ever encounter has this problem.
You cannot allow that little old lady in your life. You went and morally.
I could care less, dude. I could care less, brother. I could care less. Yeah, I'm garbage. I'm garbage. I'm morally corrupt, right?
Judge that stranger. You condemn.
Oh, you're judging me, dude. You're judging me right now.
to you.
Oh, you just told me I'm garbage, dude. Is that not a judgment? Wow, you're dumb.
Well, I'm watching what you're doing to that little old lady we don't know. Yes.
Dude, what I'm doing to that little old lady is being honest, which is a moral virtue.
No, you made assumptions and you classified her where
Hey,
you
listen, bro. In order for my assumption to be wrong, you would have to posit the idea that there are human beings that exist, right, that are adults that are innocent of all moral guilt, that they have never done anything morally wrong. Now, if you hold that position, I would submit to the audience that you are stupid.
I'm a flat earther. Of course I'm stupid.
And my position is well established in the permutation of human activity,
Do you think you're the
right,
first?
through antiquity.
Are you the first one to call me stupid? Did it make me stupid because you said so?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Didn't.
You got a real good way of distracting from the point here.
Your eyes it did, but God, not in God's eyes. You don't represent God, so stop pretending you do.
What are you, dude? I'm not representing God, I'm agreeing with him. That's the only thing that's going on here. I'm just agreeing with God's assessment of humanity that all humans are morally corrupt.
My friend, the little old lady who hasn't even been born yet, you have condemned to what you call sin.
Yeah, dude, I am condemning. Look, I'm not necessarily condemning in any like crime and punishment sense. I'm just arbitrarily saying that if human beings, as just chill, dude, for fuck's sake.
She hasn't been born.
Hey, bro.
How can you say that? My daughter of tomorrow. My daughter of tomorrow.
Bro, can you shut up? Nobody can hear you speak.
God's listening to you.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, dude, listen, pay attention real closely. Nobody can hear what we're saying if we both talk through each other. Okay? So you have to say something, then let me say something, then I let you say something. At least a sentence before you just steamroll right through the audio chaos. If that's the way it's going to be, then neither you or me are going to be allowed to speak. And I'm going to mute you and mute myself, and then people can continue with something else. We're not just going to have a steamrolling contest, all right? So I'm going to unmute you, and then you're going to offer a diplomatic solution to how we can continue speaking in turn. Otherwise, your ability to speak here is over. All right, I'm unmuting you now.
Okay, you have waved your sword. Who gives a fuck? Mute us both.
All right, no, I'm just muting you because you're dumb and you didn't take my diplomatic offer. So bye. Man, you're
I
dumb,
was going to say this for Dan's consideration. Obviously, on the face of it, you think that there are some humans that have not committed any sin, any moral crime. But within your own position, you don't have any justification for any of your evaluations like we just exposed. So you have to appeal to something else. You can't just continue taking your refuted position for granted, of course. That's just invincibly ignorant. But then after that, can I say this?
Yeah, you finish what you're saying, then we'll give Dan a chance to respond on this topic, and then after that, we'll move the topic on.
Yeah. So after that, appealing to your incredulity about someone who's rather feeble, right? Someone who appears to be rather feeble is also still not guilty of any moral crime. Of course, it's just an appeal to incredulity fallacy.
All right. You done, Gregory?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dan, we're going to give you a chance to reply to Gregory. Okay? Not to talk about me or anything else. You reply to Gregory, finish your side of the argument, and then we're going to move this argument on to something else. Or, sorry, the topic of the room. All right, hold on. Let me unmute Dan here. All right, there you go, Dan. Go ahead.
All right, so I won't mention your need to yield power, but I will mention Greg's need to be accurate and to be a wise man. I think you've overlooked that opportunity God gave.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
I'd rather yell and say that you're shitty, but I think I phrased it. But I'd rather yell and say you're shitty. I just have doing that, and people don't like it. So if I can learn to phrase it, I think you've misjudged yourself. I don't, while judging others, I think you've misjudged yourself. And that's true. That's how I feel. It's like, I think it's what they call high moral ground, and you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to stand there thinking you can mute people, giving them assignments based on how you feel.
Now, worthiness of talking about ethics, of course, is because for instance, with this channel, the subject that is designated for, you inevitably, if you wish to be thoroughly consistent, right, in inquiring and understanding the issue, everyone knows that if our position about the cosmos is true, then of course it patently implies that there is a conspiracy to deceive the world, right? But then after we realize that implication, we either have a justification for our moral evaluation or we don't. Because we can agree on the same conclusion, but have different reasons for believing that conclusion. And that given reason is either going to be logically sound or it won't. And if it isn't, then of course that's not sufficient to know that the conclusion is true. Ethics is inevitable in this world. We have to make moral evaluations. We cannot live in this world as though we don't make moral evaluations. We have to know.
Well, like I said, can't I just pretend I'm a Jew then? I was my grandparents claim to be the chosen, and then wipe this guy off the face of the earth for judging my daughter.
Holy crap, dude.
Don't I have the moral? Don't I just suddenly have the in God's word have the moral high
No,
ground?
dude. We talked about that earlier when I quoted you directly from the scripture that your positional idea that if you're a lineage by blood of the Jews that you have any special status, dude. I demonstrated that to you by quoting scripture directly, demonstrating your ignorance of this idea.
I definitely.
Yeah, someone perhaps must have misrepresented what the Bible actually teaches. Like when you read Exodus, because this is where it begins. Read Exodus. The God himself, Yahweh, explicitly tells to Moshe and the people, I didn't choose you because you were so numerous or because you were so mighty or because there's something so remarkable and admirable intrinsic to you. No, you were the least plentiful and you were the weakest out of them all, and I chose you regardless for my glory. That's what it means to be the chosen nation out of all the other nations by the God. It doesn't mean that there's something intrinsic to you that gives you a special right and makes you immune from any and all reproach and scrutiny. Very
Which I
opposite.
quoted the scripture that the Jews are the Jews who are Jews inwardly, not outwardly, and that the seed, according to the promise, are counted those who are of the faith of Abraham, not of the bloodline. Right. So by blood is irrelevant. You get into the thing by being in Christ, right? That's the seed. The seed is Christ. The seed isn't the bloodline of Abraham.
Can I ask you a question, and please correct me? When someone says they're a Christian, to me, laws of averages tell me 1 in 10 means it. And I want you to know when I walk on the street, or when I meet a real Christian, I often say it to them because you can tell they're not offended by you. They're not trying to change you. They have a certain balance to them, regardless of their religious faith either. I just think that it's not fair what's happened to Christianity, because a lot of people can claim to be Christian, but they don't live a Christian life at all. So that's weird.
That's another issue, another hazard that's in the world, which of course, especially the apostolic scripture speaks very explicitly about. There are false disciples. Every human is one of 4 types of persons. The road, the stony ground, the thorns, or the good soil. The good soil are those who are true disciples.
Could you name those?
Yes, Dan, and there's also extensive exhortation to guard the way you behave and the way you treat others and the way you demonstrate love. Because if you don't do those things, then the testimony of Christ will be blasphemed among the heathen. So in other words, if you profess Christ and then you go around doing all kinds of debaucherous behavior, or just even not what would be normally considered debaucherous, but just disrespectful behavior to everyone you come in contact with, they're going to be like, well, if this is what a Christian is, then I don't want Christ.
I don't want to hang out with anyone that tells me if I don't believe with them, I'm in hell. I think that's lame.
Well, I mean, that's what Jesus claimed. I guess you don't want to hang out with Jesus. Jesus himself claimed, if you don't agree with my claims about who I am, you're condemned. That's what Jesus said himself from his own mouth.
Jesus reincarnated. I believe that my lessons come through reincarnation. That's no more godly else, but I
Well,
believe,
again, you just ridiculed the gospel itself, and so this is where I have to. Well, hang on. Give me a moment. Hang on. Give me a moment.
know it's ridicule.
Give me a moment. Hang on. So when you said I don't want to be with anyone that says I'm going to hell if I don't believe the same as them, that is of course poignantly concerning, or at least inevitably concerning the gospel itself. Then the fact of the matter is that either you have an argument to justify that evaluation or you don't, because just hang on. Give me a moment. Hang on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hang on.
Yours to judge.
Dan, can you give me a moment? Hang on.
Yeah, I believe you interrupted me mid-sentence, but go ahead.
No, I wasn't interrupting you. You've been interrupting me twice now.
I was describing my premise and my question. You did. Yeah, you told
me. All right, fair enough. Dan, you already yielded the floor. Gregory, he yielded. Just go ahead. Quit talking about it.
All right. So when you say that's lame, right, that's not an argument, of course. Just flippantly ridiculing the Lord's law, including the gospel above all else, is not a refutation to it. It's not a refutation that exposes that to be a false moral. Right? The fact of the matter still stands, regardless of you not liking the requirement.
We're talking to a guy here, the third person, that's willing to condemn my child, having it not been met by him or born yet. Not knowing its mother, he's saying that kid's fucked. And go into hell.
Yeah, I would 100%. Oh, look.
And go into hell if it doesn't read my book.
What? Yeah, but you're mischaracterizing the point.
Are you sure? Because I know that's how you
feel. Yeah. So my point.
Again, you just said that you don't like it. That's not an argument.
Right, but why? From again, fair, but from my worldview, why is it that I can be confident in making the claim that humanity has a condition that ultimately results in the death of humans, not only physically but spiritually, and that is categorically applied to the species known as humans? What about my worldview gives me the confidence to say that?
I'm not aware of the intricacies of your world.
That's interesting. See, rather than asking me why I have the confidence to say that, you just went into a tirade of accusation against my morality.
No, I'm protecting my.
Look, I'm not making
condemnation.
No, that's fine, but you see, when I categorized it similar to a disease that's incurable and fatal, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the reason why I did that is because it's not about whether or not I've met your daughter. It's that I know from my worldview that your daughter is infected with this particular thing because she is the child of a human who is also infected and passes on the infection through progenation. So everyone born of a human has the problem that the father of the human had.
Okay.
So I don't need to meet the human in particular. I just know that there is something about humans that is passed on to every generation that causes this problem to keep
Let me
perpetuating.
elaborate on that because I've thought about this deeply without the Bible in gear. Greed is that our overall problem? Greed. Is it really? Do these people get enough? Are they in control? So I had to analyze greed and where it came from. For instance, if you were hoarding and you were an asshole, you might take more than your share if you were a group leader. So you might end up being greedy without just because you had the power to do so. And in your eyes, you needed subsistence to survive if something happened. So you weren't actually being greedy. You were actually protecting yourself overly. Now, my suggestion, this is fascinating, give me a second, is that instead of greed being a nasty ass thing, which it really seems like, I think inside it comes from fear. For instance, the cyclic nature of food in winters, you were fearful of your family starving. So you might take from a neighbor to keep you, who was well kept and just say to them, look, you have, sorry, need some. And to prevent that, greed might happen. You're saying, I'm just going to keep more shit than I need. And out of fear and out of just pure ignorant retardation, I think greed exists out of fear. Now, just let me go into fear for a sec, just because we don't need a Bible for this. This is cool. I'm thinking brain, I'm thinking computer.
Before you go on, you have two parties there. I would agree with you, but I would take it one step further that both parties could be operating under the same fear. So the person, let's just say the person who wants to steal the food because they want to provide for their family, but also the person, hold on, dude.
I'm still trying to
Also
make
the
the premise.
person who
You're
has
not
the
allowing me
food.
the premise. The premise is love versus
Oh
fear
my God.
being the opposite forces here.
Okay, dude, we understand, dude, but you see, I could have
Because I
finished
was trying to talk about the
my
human
sentence and
brain
we could have just
and how it
continued.
works, and the
Oh
computer
my God,
is
dude.
brain, and you want to make it about the Bible. I'm talking
Dan,
about early programming in our
Dan,
mind. Allow fear.
Dan, I'm not talking about the Bible, you dumbass.
But I am. Early
Holy shit.
computers crash.
All right. Yeah. Dude, for goodness sakes, bro. We're all just having an even exchange. I literally interjected and you yielded the floor to me, right? And then you just want to steamroll again. All I was going to say was agreeing with your point that the one person could be motivated out of fear and the other person who's getting stolen from isn't sharing with that person. They're also motivated out of fear because they don't want to share and help the other person out because they're like, I won't have enough for myself. Okay? Notice how I don't get sympathy. Okay? For goodness sakes. All right, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm pretty sure my welcome is worn out here.
Well, consider this. You gave an anthropological speculation about the origin of greed. However, you didn't begin at the very beginning, though. You didn't begin with sin and the corruption of humans and the proclivity to sin.
I'd just gone to describing the opposing forces as love and fear, and then was going on to talk about how we collected fear in our big empty brains when we were young, very similar to smells or cars and music. Everyone loves the cars and music high school. It's just because our brains were still absorbing. We had a shitload of room. When computers came out, they crashed because they didn't know memory allocation, couldn't put memory back until it restarted. It didn't know how to sort out. I've got free space, I've got free memory, but it didn't know how to tell itself you could go forward with the capacity you have. I'm afraid that our brains are stuck there. We don't know how to free ourselves up from our early fears. And that's what I wanted to say, because that isn't about scripture or anything. That's about when you're talking about human nature and what we are dealing with humans. So greed is an impossible seemingly issue, but what if it was motivated by fear, and this fear is just a programming problem?
But again, there's your
I agree with you.
anthropology. That's why I said that point. So you have this anthropology that doesn't begin with the Lord's revelation in the sacred scriptures about the primordial ages. You have this other anthropology, but your anthropology doesn't account for any moral evaluations at all, and nor does it actually get to the beginning. It just begins in the middle of the story, as it were, where humans already have various types of suffering and pain.
Do we love God or fear God?
Depends who you're talking about. Some do, some don't.
Because that's naughty to me to fear things.
No, you should fear God. Let me tell you why.
All right, see,
If you're a moral criminal, think about it this way, Dan. If you're a moral criminal and God is the judge of the universe, capable and willing to execute justice, then if you are a moral criminal, you should definitely fear God. And if you don't, then that would be a problem with your cognitive abilities. If you posit the idea that God is justice and will mete out justice. So it's perfectly rational to fear God.
He decided to forego those things when he became a moral criminal. See, he dropped his moral. So you're expecting there to be a moral payback when he's absolutely accepted his fate.
What are you talking about? Who dropped what?
The moral criminal who's made a decision, I will do this against all better energy, all love. I'll do this against love. Crime against another. Taking a woman and her body from, and doing what you would.
True. So the point is that your anthropology doesn't account for the origin of sin and corruption and pain and suffering. You begin in the middle.
I suggested that improperly processed fears lead to greed. For instance, I must breed right now. Why? Because there she is. She's alone. It had nothing to do with her. Your instincts say I got to spread seeds around. I don't know why, but they do. Right?
Well, it could be more based than that. It could be more based than that. It could be your instincts to just saying, I want to receive pleasure because I like pleasure and I'm willing to do it at the expense of others.
Doubt that we had those luxuries earlier in mankind. Doubt it. You have to have a lot of things covered. Food, sleep, poop, war. You have to have a lot of things covered.
Okay, we know that. That's why I'm highlighting the fact that you have a whole entire era of human history that is vacant in your anthropology.
It's commonly known. Hold on a second. It's commonly known that the fundamental drivers for sexuality is an underlying, biological necessity urge that's given to us by our bodies to procreate. Right? We already all understand that. That doesn't mean it's divorced from selfishness. Right?
Yeah, I just wish you guys would comment because I really defined evil by being the opposite of love. And placing fear as a generality.
Oh yeah, I agreed with you, by the way.
So, but you accept the idea of we all suck and we better fear God, and I think that puts us in a negative position, begging to our God instead of honoring our God. You're also,
but again, the point is,
you're going, "Oh, you fucked up, God. I'm fucked up. Everything's fucked up. I'll fix this. I'll fix this."
I know, but you're only speaking. That's great, but you're only speaking out of one side of my worldview, dude.
I just
so doing an external critique.
Love or do we love God or fear God? And even both, which is fair. But you want to jump in. You go, "Oh no, it's got to be feared." And I'm thinking,
I didn't say that, dude.
You did.
For goodness sakes, bro. You got a really bad problem of compartmentalizing someone else's worldview and then judging their worldview incompletely.
A dude with the name Overlord is saying that.
Yeah.
Dan,
Dan, notice how I'm able to parse out the particulars of my point and carry it to a conclusion. And if you allow me, I can do that, you see.
You don't have.
Of course, I can't because you'll steamroll through my attempts.
Well, you have only beliefs. You don't have conclusions.
Oh, my dude, whatever, dude.
Well, think about it.
Well, Dan, listen, consider this.
I'm sorry.
Well, Dan, listen, consider this. The point is that you're making an external critique. And when you make an external critique against our position, then of course, we're not going to take the critique for granted because you're judging our worldview. You're evaluating our worldview from an external standard that is contrary to the old authority. Hang on, give me a moment, dude. Give me a moment. You're judging our worldview You haven't really made an argument that it's false, because that's what it
I'm
comes
not
down to.
condemning
Just
your
give me a
daughter,
moment. Just
but
give
I'm
me a
not
moment.
condemning. Stop
Dan,
saying I'm
can you give
judging.
me a moment, please?
Stop saying that I'm judging when I'm saying that I'm entitled
Dan, you don't need to
to my own
interrupt everything, dude.
Well, you're just
Yeah, he does.
making an
He
argument.
does, Gregory, because he's in denial. That's why.
Okay. Well, I've worn out my welcome, but
Like
I do.
like Dan, we can have a discourse. Or we can actually do that, dude. But
I
you
appreciate
constantly interrupting
Yeah.
every
I
answer is
understand.
just making that
I
No,
impossible.
Gregory. Dan wants to be the victim here. Let him be the victim. That way he could be satisfied.
Your time and your patience to be better at this.
So anyways, besides that, the point is that you're making an external critique, not an internal critique. And so you're
No, I'm
not
defending
judging
my
our
unborn
worldview.
daughter.
You
How
keep
many
doing
times
it
I got?
again. You're
How many
destroying the
times I got to
discourse,
tell
dude.
you what the problem is? I'm defending an unborn person
You're
who has
still
Whatever. Dude.
destroying the discourse, dude.
you destroyed the
Dan,
discourse.
the only thing you're accomplishing with your steamrolling through Gregory's points is just demonstrating that you're emotionally incapable of entertaining another idea without it personally attacking you, which says something about you, bro.
No, I actually went to mankind, got away from this conversation entirely, talked about programming and how television programs and space programs start to program us. In the meantime, your program says fear, 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 and I think that makes me
Wrong. You're wrong, sir. Sir, listen, dude. Okay, pay attention if you're capable. Okay? Fear is one part of my worldview, not the entirety. You're categorizing it as the entirety, misrepresenting my worldview. And when any of us, either me or Greg, attempt to qualify our worldview, you steamroll over it and make moral accusations against us, dude. It's very telling.
even balance, and you don't. You say it's all bad. You go, it's bad. We were born bad, and I go, no.
I never said that, dude. I never said that.
Yes, that is your premise. That words.
No,
Well,
it
the
is
irony
not.
is that you're
Dude,
obviously
holy
demonstrating the very
crap.
fear that you're reviling. That's the irony. You're demonstrating the fear of self-scrutiny and critical consideration of a position that you don't want to be true. And because of that
Watch,
fear,
Dan.
you're
Watch,
destroying the
Dan.
discourse.
Yep, Dan, let me ask Dan.
I'm here talking.
Dan. Okay, we're not just going to let you keep miscategorizing our position and steamrolling through the attempts to clarify. So I'm going to mute you, Dan, so I can ask Gregory a question, and then when I'm done with talking to Gregory, then you could be unmuted again.
Don't pretend you.
Yeah, don't pretend. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Gregory, if I tell my child he's guilty of moral crimes, does that mean I don't love my child anymore?
No, that does not follow.
Okay, if I tell my child that he does bad things, does that mean that he never does good things?
No, that does not follow.
All right, Dan. So you're wrong, Dan. Clearly demonstrated that you're just explicitly wrong. And so now we're going to unmute you to see if you actually learned something or if you're still as ignorant as you were 5 minutes ago.
First of all, it wasn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, it wasn't 5 minutes ago. Second of
I
all,
don't care, Dan. I don't care how many minutes it was.
willingness to mute me made me not listen to you.
Yep. So there you go. So you can go back on mute, dude. So what you're basically saying, Dan, is that unless you have the ability to steamroll your mouth hole through everyone's sentences, you're not going to listen to them. That is very rude. Okay? You're an asshole, Dan. Okay? You are an asshole. Now, I'm going to unmute you, and if you care to address the conversation that me and Gregory just had, in light of the fact that you're intentionally misrepresenting his and my position, with your canard about we only focus on evil and we only focus on everything's bad, okay, then you're just going to demonstrate to the audience how stupid you really are, or how malicious you are in attempting to control the conversation and the narrative by judging me and Gregory as having an immoral worldview. So, let's see if you're actually capable of saying something interesting in regards to the topic itself. All right, hold on. I got to unmute you now. Hold on. Go ahead.
Stop pretending I have anything against Gregory. You've been talking to him, so don't pretend I'm in an argument with him. Don't.
All right, let's ask Gregory. Did Dan judge your position and you particularly as having a bad worldview? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
How? When? When did I talk to you about your worldview? I was talking to this dude.
Earlier, you said if
You think I
someone
was engaging
believes that
you
if
about
I'm
worldview?
trying to
You
answer
think
your
I
question,
engaged,
I'm
but I didn't
literally
engage.
attempting to answer your
Don't
question now.
pretend I engaged you
I'm
on your worldview.
literally trying to answer your question now.
But don't pretend that I engaged you on your worldview because I didn't.
Why?
Hey, Dan. You asked Gregory his opinion, okay? You don't get to tell him his opinion. So if you want to know his opinion, you have to shut your mouth and open your ears. All right, go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, earlier you said it's lame that someone believes that if they don't believe as they do, then I'm going to hell, which of course is an indirect way of ridiculing the gospel itself, which I believe. So
Okay, but
yes.
I don't know anything about that. For you to think I attacked you or him to pretend you and I aren't getting along is kind of weird. You and I are
Well,
friends.
evidently you're not educated on the doctrine in the Bible, but you still
Not evidently.
ridiculed our worldview
Admittedly,
with that vague critique.
the evidence you produced was admitted by me at the beginning of the conversation. So the evidence, evidently, I'm ignorant, was my declaration. I even
All
said
right.
why. I was
Yes,
confused by
fair
the word.
enough.
I even said
Yeah,
it.
fair enough. But you also, in your ignorance, judged the worldview that Homeboy ascribes to as being lame and immoral.
He had not declared anything. I was in a conversation about my daughter, unborn daughter.
Yeah, so let's be clear, Dan. Gregory ascribes to the Judeo Christian paradigm, or however you want to name it, as explicated in the sacred biblical text known as collectively, quote unquote, the Holy Bible. He ascribes to that as being true. So when you judge that worldview and the adherents of it, you're judging Gregory.
You made it that. I'm unaware of that.
No, Gregory's opinion of how you treated him, he voiced with his own mouth. I didn't force Gregory to have his own opinions. Gregory, did I force you to have your opinions?
No, you did not.
Oh, no, hold on. I forgot. Gregory, I forgot. According to Dan, you're my slave, and I dictate to you what you're allowed to say and not say. I guess that's the way it goes.
I'm going to go, guys.
Well,
That
that would
dude
be
is a
false.
sick fucker, Greg. That dude is a sick
Yeah,
fucker.
I'm so sick. I'm so sick that you're the moron who tells Gregory he's not allowed to make his own opinions.
I've worn out my welcome. I'll come visit him. Think about good and evil. Think about fear.
Yeah, dude. You just demonstrated how ignorant you are, is all you've done, Dan.
The programming in the brain so we can do something about you.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll fix the programming, and we'll all be moral through medical and biomechanical means. What a crock of load of crap, Brent.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Can I ask Gregory a question?
Yeah, why not? Oh, hold on, Gregory. I give you permission to be asked a question.
I didn't want to interrupt Dan's spiel over the past hour, but Gregory said something that kind of caught my attention in regards to people sin out of fear that the Lord will not provide. Something along those lines.
I didn't quite say that. I don't know what you tried to remember.
No, that's what I said.
Oh, that was what you said. My mistake. Well, then I'll ask you then. Are those fears ever justified?
From a logistical standpoint, from your point of view, yes.
So then sin is justified in that worldview then?
Yeah, that wouldn't follow, no.
Why not? If sin is an action done in fear that the Lord will not provide, but then the Lord does not provide, then that fear is justified, therefore the action is justified. I think that is like perfectly logically follows.
That doesn't follow at all.
I don't see how it doesn't.
Are you ready? I mean, AI can take it if he wants to because you asked him, but I can answer this.
Nah, you go ahead, bro.
In the very syllogism you just said, you're talking about that which is sin.
Yeah.
The act is a sin. So if it is a sin, then it's not justifiable, regardless of the false apprehension or anticipation or inferences or predictions or whatever the phenomenon is inside the creature's mind. If it is a sin, then it's not justifiable.
But a sin itself is just an action out of fear, right? That the Lord will not provide.
Right.
No,
So then
a
we have to
sin
parse it. Yep.
itself.
Hold on a second, Gregory. I'll take it back for a second. You have to parse out then what is meant by provide. So, for example, if you say, "It is my right to always not be hungry. I am hungry." Right? The Lord isn't not curing my hunger. Therefore, it's okay for me to commit a moral crime against somebody else. That would be the line of thinking that would result in a logistical action of you committing a moral crime by stealing. Right? Now, if that is the truism, that is, you must never be hungry, and that is your moral standard, then maybe you could quote
You're
unquote
breaking up
justify
really
that
good
to
to hear you.
yourself. But God doesn't say,
AI, you're
my
breaking up
bad. All right, I'll go
really
on
good
mute.
to
Go
hear
ahead,
you.
Greg.
AI, are you there? Might be trying to fix it. But if the other gentleman is still there, hopefully AI can hear me. The sin is a transgression of the God's law. That's what sin itself is. Right? So that's what sin is. So in the instance that sin is committed, then it's not justifiable. Sin isn't just done out of a fear. Sin is not an act by definition that is done out of fear of the Lord not providing. Sin is transgression of the law. And then that transgression is done for a variety of different rationales or motives, which may include fearing that the Lord would not provide. But fearing that the Lord would not provide doesn't justify doing what is obviously prohibited.
Sure, if you want to define sin as that way, but I was merely looking at sin in the way he defined it, which was the fear that the Lord will not provide. But
You
if a fear is
misunderstood what he said. He understands. I know AI. We have a thorough familiarity with our worldview. You misinterpreted that sentence. He's talking about the act that is a transgression of the God's law being done out of this particular motive or rationale. He didn't define sin to be an action that is done just out of fearing that the God will not provide.
I think religious talk is generally boring, but on the bright side, this is far more entertaining than church.
Well, you may be bored, but
that's
what does it
not.
say about a man that's bored about concerning himself with the most important thing, which is what religion, by definition, is the supreme value?
What would your worldview of the worldview is?
You're breaking up. You're roboting.
Oh, am I roboting now? Hold on.
You sound
Let me
better
get over
now.
this hill. Yeah, I had to get over the hill. What would put like your worldview over the worldview of like Hellenists,
The
given
worldview of
like
what?
the numerous it,
The key word you're saying in your question is being broken up. Try it again.
of a
The
Hellenist.
connection is not cooperating with you.
Oh, Helen.
You did it again.
Hellenists. Those that believe in like Greek mythology. Greek mythology.
I think you're saying Hellenists, right?
Yes.
Okay. That connect. Every time you said the word, it roboted. Crazy. So as it concerns the Hellenist, and that's a macro category, for instance, the traditional polytheism of ancient Greece, the gods, the so-called gods, the theos, were not the same type of entity that Yahweh is. All the gods were either reifications of abstract entities, or they were contingent, concretely real creatures.
Sure. They just merely took up the mantle of having dominion over existing concepts, all coming from one central point,
Well,
one
no.
central source.
Well, no. In there, depending on which literature you read, chaos is a god. Order is a god. Not there's a god of that category, but that God is chaos itself, that they're ontologically identical. The God is chaos.
I think chaos haven't existed. And things were
You're roboting again.
born up.
He needs to pray to the God of persistent internet connection.
Oh, that would be Hermes the messenger god.
But that's the difference. See, people, it's only those who have not studied theology that take this prejudicial conjecture for granted, as though Yahweh is just one out of many of the same type of entity as all the other gods of the nations. The whole scandal that in antiquity with the ancient Israelites is that not only did they believe there's only God, and not only that they believe that their God is the only true God, but that this God is ontologically supreme, that it didn't begin existing, right? That it didn't come out from the Nile, that it didn't come out from the primordial chaos.
Well, chaos was a being that always existed, or a concept at the very least that always existed.
Yeah, but again, like that's not the point. The point being is that people who nowadays presume that Yahuwah is the same type of entity as all the other so-called gods of the rest of the nations throughout antiquity and up to the present time simply have not studied the issue. It's just prejudicial conjecture. There are factual, distinct nuances between the various theological doctrines. They're not disagreeing for no reason. And the scandal, distinctly as it concerns the Israelites, is that not only did they believe that there's only one God, not only did they believe that it was the only true God, but it was also the ontologically supreme being, in contrast to all the other gods of the nations that have a beginning, that have an origin.
Right. Now, philosophically, you can boil this down to a categorical sense that there is, in this view, the claim would be there is only one being that possesses aseity, only one, by nature. All other things are contingent upon it. So, if you're mentioning chaos, would the chaos God be described the same way? Oh man, bro.
Do what?
Bro, listen, we want to interact with you, but your connection is really bad.
I see. My fault. I'll just time out then.
Yeah, like that last sentence, all we heard was chaos. I'll time out then. But we got the gist. You're gonna relent till you have a better connection. But yeah, that's interesting because I do want to hear whether this chaos idea is considered to be an aesthetic being that is the source of all subsequent reality.
In principle, they only have two options. Either they're talking about the abstract entity itself that is chaos, this sort of type of state of affairs, or they reified it, right, into some type of concrete entity, whether it be a god that has jurisdiction over chaos, or that chaos is actually a concrete entity. So really, that's three options. And of course, with all three, you either have a reification fallacy with with number two, or you have a impotent, falsely called God, where chaos, just the category itself, is supposedly the cause of everything else that is contingent upon it. But of course, a state of affairs is not a contingent entity that can cause anything to begin existing. It doesn't have causal power. And lastly, you have a God that's only a God of a specific single delineated category out of all the other myriads of categories, which again is not the ontologically supreme being. So there are nuances, there are details, there are facts to consider, there are arguments to be made. It's not just a cloud of irrational speculation and opinion and just opinionated people. But of course, that is the opinion that is going to be subscribed to with whoever doesn't want to be bothered with the profound implications of the facts of the matter in philosophy, including theology.
You know what's interesting, Greg? There's a lot of people right now who might be listening or who do listen to these types of conversations amidst a flat earth, globe earth context. They wonder why it's relevant. What's interesting is, though, is that this very same discussion is occurring right now in many different areas on the quote-unquote cutting edge of quote-unquote science.
Mm-hmm.
They're having this discussion in light of the philosophical implications of the nature of reality when they study energy states and time states that are smaller and smaller increments when they're searching for the quote-unquote fundamental particles or the quote-unquote fundamental forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
They themselves, when they research these things, they find these questions constantly popping up. Is reality real? Is it really here? Is it local? Is it non-local? Is it temporal? Is it eternal? Are sentient agents emergent property of non-sentience, or are matter and energy states subordinate to sentience, right? These conversations are being had at the cutting edge of not only physics, but evolutionary biology and all these other types of fields that are connected to the story of where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. And in
Which is
fact,
how the
one
cookie
of
crumbles,
those,
right?
yeah, and one of those conversations that's happening now in these fields is whether or not, quote unquote, the source of this reality is external to it or a aggregate part of it. In other words, is God, quote unquote, the mechanism of creation, part of the universe, or is the universe God?
And again, like how that's how the cookie crumbles. The official common orthodoxy, as it were, that is given to the masses only extends so far. You have those who, in principle, are those who are most educated on this worldview to the most nuanced degree that they possibly can, or that they currently are at. And so there's someone out there. There's, like you just said, there's a number of persons who have graduated through the various courses, right? And they're the ones that are leading the research, right? I mean, they've gone through all the courses, right? They've graduated throughout the various curricula. So now they're at a position in society where, well, there's no more pre-planned, prescribed curriculum for me to go through. I'm just at the top. I'm just at the edge. I still have questions. I'm not satisfied. So then they continue inquiring.
Interestingly enough,
And
those
it's a
guys
wonder.
aren't
It makes you ask
talking.
the question. Go ahead.
Those guys aren't talking about. Oh, we've reached the fundamental forces of reality, and we've discovered that reality is a cold, dead universe, and sentience is just an emergent property of synapses firing. It's funny how they didn't come to that conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The presence of the mind, right, is an unavoidable truism, right? Making materialism ipso facto necessarily false, and only some form of quote unquote dualism, where both the matter and the mind exist, must be the case in some way. Now, there are people that would argue, could take it a step further and say only the mind exists and matter and all that is a derivative of the mind. But either way, we know that materialism is necessarily false.
Mm-hmm. The materialist is either going to directly and explicitly deny the reality of any abstract entities, which includes the mind, knowledge, all the constituents of knowledge, every item of knowledge, or they're going to necessarily imply that they're not real, in spite of refusing to be consistent.
I have to give credit where credit is due, though. Brenda has actually evolved the position once held from all things are physical to, at least now, some things aren't physical.
But of course, I can safely assume he doesn't have the ontological entity which they're contingent upon in order to be real.
But, in my opinion, the most easiest rational escape is just to declare one's own mind as the source of reality. Right? In other
Yeah,
words,
that's the easiest solution.
self-deification.
Just become God by sheer fiat, right?
Right, because then you solve the problem of the presence of the mind very, very elegantly without having to appeal to an external authority.
And then inevitably demonstrate that you're a false God, right?
Well, the way around that is just to say, well, all these contingencies that I experience are self-imposed. And then I told myself I'm going to wipe my memory. That way I can experience them, right, honestly. Otherwise, I'd have the knowledge that I had that I created it, and then I would be defrauding myself of a genuine experience. And so, as God, I decided to have this quote-unquote contingent experience just to see what it's like.
Mm-hmm. And I know what Discord user in a particular server you're thinking of when you say that too. And so, of course, the Procrustean bed approach. The Procrustean bed approach. And what do you expect from someone who thinks that they have such a self-authenticating quality of being to where their sheer fiat is sufficient to justify anything they say?
So you need to explain to the audience what Procrustean means. Otherwise, they're going to think it means you never wash your sheets.
Right. Procrustes. He's a Greek legendary character that when people would come into his inn to sleep, he would either crunch them up, crunch their body itself like an accordion to fit on the bed, or to cut off any part of their body or their attire that wasn't fitting perfectly onto the bed. Not change the bed, not give them another bed, just change them, just cut off or scrunch down whatever doesn't fit his bed. The problem isn't his bed ever. The problem is the person on the bed, the occupant of the bed. So whatever doesn't fit my worldview, I'll just disregard it. Like Hegel, like George Hegel in the 18th century. Whatever doesn't fit my theory couldn't be a fact. The facts be damned. Well, I'm going to make this thing that I need to account for fit into my worldview. I'm never going to concede that it's incompatible with my position.
Would it be accurate to describe the advanced curve calculator from Walter Bisman as a Procrustean calculator?
I'm not going to allow for the possibility that my position has necessary geometric implications that can be verified or falsified. I'm just going to readjust the calculations to where no matter what the situation is, and no matter what the implication of my position is, it will account for it. You know, flying in the face of Karl Popper. But of course, Karl Popper, with that falsification principle, isn't an absolute. It doesn't absolutely apply to everything, because of course you can't falsify truth, right? If you can't prove it false, then it can't be true. Well, you can't prove truth false, but if by that reasoning, that's how you're going to establish your epistemology, then that excludes all truth, including the very proposition itself, even if it is true. So it's self-defeating if you argue that way. Might have said that too fast.
I mean, to be fair, science isn't the only arbiter of the truthfulness of propositions. Not all propositions are scientific in nature.
Right. I mean, this is why I use more specific terms than the word science. A science, as you heard me say repeatedly before, it's just the anglicization of the Latin word scientia, meaning knowledge. And that word is polysemous, has multiple senses, multiple valid, intelligible, justifiable senses, right? And so as it concerns the sense of the CIM, as I call it, the causation inquiry method, so-called scientific method, that's a one particular delineated method of inquiry for a
Hold on.
specific area of concern.
Hold on. Before things get too crazy, is it Sim or Kim? We don't want this to end up like Jeff and Jeffy now.
Kim. I'm gonna go with Kim.
Yeah, but
Causation.
okay.
That's a good question. I like that. You're a clever man. But yeah, so there's that, the CIM. It's one specific method of inquiry out of all other methods of inquiry about every other, in contrast to every other area of knowledge. So of course it cannot be the ultimate inquiry method because not everything is a matter of causation. In fact, causation is a contingent entity that's contingent upon something else in order to be real and intelligible so that we can know facts of causation. So the scientist with their scientism simply has not studied the issue and just do not know their place. Their sycophantic emphasis upon the CIM, right? Upon Kim, upon the causation inquiry method. It's just ridiculous. It is not the ultimate. And they know it's not the ultimate. That's why they're so afraid of David Hume every time his critique is mentioned. They don't have a justification for the inductive principle so that they can justify believing that anything caused anything. That's what you get when you're a materialist. There are implications. It isn't as though you can just switch and swap any aspect of one's worldview and it will all be coherent no matter which aspect you choose. It's not like a Lego set. If you take out this, it's not compatible with these. If you take out these, it's not compatible with that. When you have this aspect, they have these following implications or ramifications or consequences. I mean, by now, for those who are veterans in the channel, we should know full and well that philosophical subjects is number one, we're already there. Cosmology, look it up, Wikipedia, metaphysics, cosmology, metaphysical concern categorically. So we're already in philosophy. So to talk about a categorically metaphysical issue and then revile and refuse to appreciate philosophy, of course, it's just self-defeating and stupid. But then beyond that, we know that inevitably when we have the discourse with the globalist or whoever, that we're going to come across these other basic aspects of their worldview. If you're going to thoroughly complete the discourse unto the truth, you're going to get to philosophy. Well, y'all, it was my pleasure again. Peace to you all.
All right, it's Mother's Day in the United States. So clearly, we all hate our mothers because we're here instead of with our moms, right? Isn't that the truth? It must be. I've just proven it with science. Oh, man. Wait, actually, I should take off for a bit, too. All right, paraplegic, tag, you're it.
Hilarious. Accurate. I ain't got shit to say right now. Cleaning up. Like fucker.
Look,
Kick the
look,
can.
AI. I couldn't
Kick
beat
the
you,
can.
man. You used the biggest word. Look, he tagged you and he split, man. He's like, fuck it, you got the mic.
Free Israel.
Free Israel? Israel's not free?
Yo, what's up, my flat earthers?
Hello.
How you doing, my guys?
Doing great. What about you?
That's nice to hear. Not too bad. It's been a decent day.
Okay. Do you believe in flat Earth thing?
Say again?
I said, do you believe in the flat Earth thing?
No, not personally, but like I was in here the other day, and you guys like, despite I disagree with you, but you guys were all like pretty chill, and many of the other channels are like full of like
Yeah.
racists and
I mean,
misogynists. So
just to say, my guy, I'm also don't believe in it.
no, I don't believe in a word of it, but like everyone here was
Exactly.
chill last time.
Yeah, it's funny. That's why the flat Earth lobby is the most popular lobby in the politics server. Because politics sucks, and flat Earth is a better topic.
Well,
And
I'm
the people
sorry.
are more well mannered too.
Yeah, but that's the bit that kind of impressed me. Like, you go into any other channel and someone's being like, women should be treated like cattle, or black people are genetically inferior. Like, I disagree with what these guys are saying in here, but at least they're not, you know,
Hateful
awful.
about it.
At least they
Yeah.
have some manners. Debate.
That's respectable too.
Exactly.
It's nice.
It is. There's no reason we can't all get along except for everybody's attitude, you know?
Yeah, just so.
So basically, none of you believe in the flat Earth?
No, I didn't say that. But
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you already know that, though, Mysterio.
To be honest, I'm not so frequent here. It's like my second time here, I guess, or third.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
similar boat. This isn't
Is
even
it,
my account.
Oh, it's Maestro. My bad, Maestro.
Yeah.
I was thinking Mysterio, like Rey Mysterio. I was going to ask you like to wrestle.
See, my mind went to Spider-Man.
Yeah, that too.
Spider-Man.
Yep.
Okay.
Mysterio.
Yeah.
Spider-Man. Yep.
Spider-Man.
I blow up the jam like troops in Pakistan and swing through your hood like your neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Wu-Tang, baby. What other lobbies have you guys visited in here? I've only went to a couple, and they are pretty obnoxious.
I went to the feminism one just to like suss it out, and it was literally just full of a bunch of blokes that were like, women are property. There was no discussion, no debate, no anything. It was just a lot of bigoted hatred.
You know, the funniest thing I find about those type of people are usually the guys who are like, you should own a woman. It's a room full of men who don't have women or children. They don't have wives or lives, you know what I'm saying?
Well, to be honest, like the thing with women, in the end of the day, they don't create life. That's the thing. They bring life.
Yeah, they bring life. I agree with that.
Well, life wasn't there before. It was like life wasn't there before
Listen,
whatever in time.
I put my money in a Coke machine, I get a Coke out. The Coke is mine. I put the money in, or the Coke wouldn't have came out. So I put my seed in, and a baby comes out from that egg, which is full of genetic material. But without my seed, there is no life.
Yeah, but the Coke wasn't already in the fucking vending machine, was it?
Oh, somebody had to put it in the vending machine, but the creator put the biological stuff in there when he made woman for man. And he knew that when I mixed my seed with it, I would get a child, and that would be my bloodline.
We may diverge here a little bit. Enjoy your vending machine analogies. I'm going to hop around. I might be back. One love, my flat earthers.
Listen, I believe women do things men don't do. So, yeah, they give us life. No matter how you look at it, I give her love. She gave me a son.
Yo, I like your profile picture, the pie. It's actually that's the actual shape of the Earth, right? It is the pie. It's an infinite flat plane. flat disc, basically, right? That's the Earth. And he lives because I say something. No, because I say it like I don't know why do people like leave? Why do people get away? Like it's a mystery. Terrible. Yeah, I'm having the fifth joint today. Having the fifth joint. Smoke so much weed, man.
That's funny. I muted so you didn't have to listen to me smoke my joint.
Yo, man, like thing is, like I smoke so much weed, man. I just can't stop it.
Yo, Clay under seal, you look like Quandale Dingle, man. Look at him, bro. Looks like Quandale Dingle, man. I thought it was Quandale Dingle, but it was like another guy, bro. He sound like, looks like those. What? The battle mod? Yo, bro, you crazy, man.
Man, he kind of looks like Popeye, bro.
On the proper picture, bro.
Clay under the seal.
He looks like those Quandale Dingle, you know that guy?
No, I'm actually getting ready to Google that. I don't know who that is.
Quandale Dingle, you. No, Google message to Quandale Dingle. Not the Quandale Dingle, like message to Quandale Dingle. Did you Google message to Quandale Dingle? Did you see?
That's funny.
The battle mode. How old are you, man? You look like 40, man.
I was about 46 in that picture. I'm 52 now.
Bro, crazy, man.
Well, I live on a farm. The only time I've lived here my whole life. The only
You
time
got a family? You got a family?
I got a. So
Nice.
the only time we didn't live on this property, me and my family, is when I was in service.
You look very strong, man. You do crack?
No, I don't do crack. I shovel shit in the morning, though.
Bro, that's to be honest, that's the best job. Like, are you a farmer?
Yeah, for real, bro.
Yeah, I'm a
farmer?
Yeah, I'm a farmer. A dairy farmer, but we do grow produce too. We run a cider mill, and we also own an asphalt company, a paving company. Asphalt
That
maintenance.
is my dream work, actually.
Where are you from?
That is my
battle
dream
mode.
work.
Michigan.
Michigan, crazy, man.
You know, in my opinion, every family should own a farm, and your children should grow up and move out of the house. But you should just build
I
them
agree, man.
a house over here. You know, on the left 10 acres or the north 10 acres. You put your oldest son in the south 10 acres. You know, the whole family should work as a company, and it should live on a property, and that property should produce your money.
I agree, man.
Or the money that gets you
And
in.
I also tell you this, like I grew up on a farm, on a little farm, right? We
Me
had
too,
chickens, we had pig. Yeah, then like my whole family started to fall apart, and I just ended up without nothing. Like I have no animals right now, nothing to plant, nobody to take care. You see, like I'm a construction worker in the end of the day.
The battle mode.
But still, like,
sorry for cutting your the battle mode. You have advice for me? I'm a 17-year-old. I told yesterday. You have advice?
Advice? Work hard for what you want. Don't save money. Listen, nobody ever got rich spending a dollar. You don't want to spend any money unless it's going to bring back more money. So at your age, you should be building a portfolio, saving your money, and thinking about what business you're going to run. You should for another man, obtain a skill, make money off it, save that money, and start your own business. Whether it's licensed legal contractor, roofing, I don't care, seal coating, if you're a concrete worker, these are all good areas to go in that make great money.
I think I think I should blow my money on the gambling machine. Will that profit?
No. My best advice for people, young people, is learn how to work for yourself and never work for another man.
Or find somebody.
You'll never be
Find
more
somebody
free.
who is good.
Yeah, you'll never be more free than a man who is self-supported. Where I live, the land I live on makes me an annual income, and I invest that into my other businesses. I didn't stop at one. If I'm going to spend a great deal of money, it's so that I make back a larger return, whether it be a classic car or start my own repair service, because my asphalt company pays out so much in repairs for heavy equipment that I said, well, fuck it, I should just take the money I pay and start my own damn heavy equipment repair service.
Doesn't medicine cost a lot of money in the USA?
Medicine? Well, sure.
Yeah.
If you don't eat right, you want to take medicine every day, yeah, they'll fuck you good if you'll let them.
Yeah, man.
They tell you high blood pressure is heart disease, when the truth is you got a fucked up diet and you're not getting something that you should be getting.
Yeah, man. I live far from society here. We have farms, but it's very bad because politics ruin it.
Yeah,
Where
well,
are you from?
listen.
Christian, where are you from?
Nations were
I
built
live in
on
Serbia, man.
farms. So if a nation wants to control us, the first
Okay,
thing they have
it's
to do
Serbian.
is get rid
No,
of
I'm not
us.
Serbian, man. I live in Serbia.
Czech is Serbian.
No, man. No, bro. Wait, Battlemod, what did you say, bro? We cut you out, man.
Oh, you're good, man. I was just listening.
No, you started talking, we cut you out, man.
What I said is family farmers are under attack right now because they can support a nation. So yeah, they want to have complete control of you, so they need to control your food supply.
Yeah, man. That's true, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll let you guys do your argument.
Christian.
Yes.
But where are you from? Serbia?
No, I'm Bulgarian. I live in Serbia.
Bulgarian.
Are you live in Serbia? Yeah, but like, do you speak?
Yeah,
Do you
I know.
speak
I know some words.
Serbian? Do you?
I know some words, man.
I knew a guy that was Bulgarian.
No, because I'm Croatian, so.
His name was Dervovic.
What?
Dervovic. He worked for me.
Man, that's not Bulgarian, bro.
No?
Derbovic, that's like Serbian, man.
Is it?
It's not Bulgarian.
Well, he lived over there in the Gulf. When the Gulf was fighting, he had to go back home because maybe you're right. When the Gulf War conflict, that was Serbia. Maybe he was. Yeah, he was Serbian. So, because he went home. Actually, he said, I talked to a guy. He said when he goes home, he'll be fighting against his brothers because his brothers were on the other side. So, I felt bad for the guy, but
yeah, that was Serbia, man.
He's never came back. You know, if he'd have came back, I'd have gave him his job right back. You know.
Damn, man. So he went back to the Yugoslav wars.
To the Gulf, somewhere in the Gulf, yeah.
He got in the Gulf wars.
Yeah.
Why did he send there?
Why? Because it was his people. I don't know, his nation. It was split.
He went in the Gulf War, like American Gulf War.
No, he didn't go through American service. He worked here in America and he returned to his homeland for that war, that conflict. So he wasn't in the Marine Corps with me, no. And I wasn't in the Marine Corps at that time. I was home. He worked for my asphalt company.
Oh, bro. Sorry to tell you, but he might be Serbian, bro.
He might be. Hell,
Yes, because Serbia split, man. Because Serbia split that time between in war, bro. Yugoslav war, you know?
yeah, that's what I was saying. You might be right.
Yeah, man.
He was married to a Polish woman, and she drove a dump truck for me. Both went home, you know, and I haven't heard from them since. So I hope they're doing well.
Bro, that's like 20 something years, man.
It is, yeah.
Crazy, man.
Personally, I wondered if they weren't casualties in that war.
Well, it depends on which side. Like, if he was Bosnian, like, he would be probably dead. Like, most of them died.
He was a short guy.
Short guy. Okay, he wasn't Bosnian. Bosnians are tall, man. I think I know. He was Macedonian. Macedonian are like Bulgarian people with, like weird like names. Yeah, he was probably Macedonian.
He may again. He said he was from Bulgaria, so.
Well, all of like few like good amount of Macedonians are Bulgarian.
That could be where that funny name. That's a weird name. I've met Arabic people, you know, and a lot of other people, Greek people, but Durbovich is a weird name. Yeah. Them two, man, him and his wife, they always smelled like vodka, and they thought nobody could smell vodka. So my grandma on my mom's side was Polish, you know, so they drank with every meal. It didn't bother me, but I was a boss. They didn't want, no, that's not vodka, you know, because I own the company. But I really don't care. If you don't wreck nothing, you're not getting pulled over by the police. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Do you think, man? Do you think? Sorry, I cut you again, bro. Do you think? I don't know if Dervovic is. Do you mean Georgievich?
Yeah, I could have. There could be a pronunciation problem with the way I say it, because he always said "good enough," "good enough," Michael.
Well, there is like my classmate's last name is like that, man.
Yeah, that was his first name, not his last name.
No. Well, that's a last name.
Is it? Yeah. I know.
Georgievich.
I never pronounced it right.
Georgievich.
Some of that shit, because my grandma was Polish and she'd cuss at me. Sometimes when they were cursing at each other, I know what they're talking about, but I can't speak it. But you know, my grandma and my grandpa on my mom's side were Polish, so some of it I caught. Like, I definitely know what capiche means.
Yeah, man.
His wife used to scold him. That shit would crack me up. We'd be at work. She'd tell an entire crew of asphalt workers to shut the fuck up. This woman demanded respect. And they'd say, Mike, man, what's up with his wife? And I'd be like, look, she's a woman. You better respect that woman.
Yeah, man.
We're at work. You don't want her getting pissed off. She just, listen, you know how guys are on a work crew, right? They talk any old dirty way they want to.
Yeah.
And they keep doing it when she walks up and she's married and they know her husband. Yeah, you got a right to say, hey, man, come on. All right,
That's
heretic.
right. You smoke?
Yeah, I smoke marijuana.
Right now?
Yeah, but heretic, the mods of the room want us to talk about flat earth. I don't blame them. No, I don't smoke weed. We're flat earthers. We don't do anything wrong. How about that flat earth? You done got me in trouble, bro. What's up, Lulu?
Yo, the guy who owns the flat earth game, bro.
I was gonna come over there to politics and Islam and hang out with you over therapy. Wonder where all them Sunday Globers are with their Sunday
Yo,
best.
where can you afford it, bro? Where can you afford it? Is it common in America?
It's legal where I live and I grow it.
What?
Yes.
You're lying, bro.
No, it's in Michigan. It's legal for medical use and for everyday use.
You use it every day.
No, I don't smoke weed every day.
How does it feel like?
Yeah, I'm not gonna cover pot on their server when they're asking me to get back to flat Earth, bro. Come on. I say when I go out every day, I can out my front door. I can observe a flat local Earth. Where can I observe the globe at? How can I go outside and see that Earth is a globe?
Man, you're high, bro. How can you tell like theory, man? Is it possible?
Well, yeah, I am high, but I'm asking you to tell me how I can see that it's actually a globe and not just point at the sky and say, well, that happens like that because it is a globe. You go out Cheech and Chong, oh, hey, you know, when I go out and look at the sky, see the stars, they move like that, so the Earth's moving, eh? And because they move and the Earth moves, it's a globe because of stars.
Real.
Yeah, that we get that a lot, don't we?
Really?
We do.
That's nice.
Could you prove a globe with the stars? Rhetorically speaking.
Oh, yeah. Alright, bro, I'm gonna switch server. I mean, VC, man. See you, bro. It was nice time talking with you, bro. Bye, man.
Alright, man, you have a good one.
You too, man.
Nice talking to you. Looks like politics in Islam is hopping compared to this place. Morvid. What's up, Morvis? I never hear Morvis talk, ever. He's like, never been the big talker.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
That's because I'm usually got a lot of background noise. Right now I'm planing some lumber. So I really doubt you want to hear that.
I hear you. Plain and lumber?
Yeah, well my dad dropped off a bunch of, he's a foreman for a major contractor here in town. And he dropped off a bunch of leftover maple flooring planks from a gymnasium job. So
Hey.
I'm getting all these ridges on the bottom side to help hold the glue and stuff. I was planing him down to usable planks, getting all the irregularities out of it. I get 11/16 by just under 2 inch little plank, so plenty to work with.
Yeah. It's good wood.
Yeah, it's a good white maple, good white hard maple. So I've got 3 35-gallon trash cans full, and then some random piles around, anywhere from 5 or 6 inches up to. I've got a couple plates that are 6 or 7 feet. A lot of work, but it's free wood, and it's a lot of money in free wood. So.
Oh yeah. I know a guy that would make some countertops out of that, or a landing by his floor, or by the door. You know, if you don't already have wood floors, nice wood landing around the carpeted front room when you enter.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm making lazy Susans and like cheese boards. Okay.
You're making what?
Like kitchen utensil type stuff, kitchen hardware, like a lazy Susan or cutting board or cheese board, something like that.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Daytime, whenever I'm listening, I'm in a full blown damn ass production shop. We make a taxidermist mount assembly. This guy puts out a lot. Like the plaques and the plates and stuff that they put the heads and racks on. I'm gonna mute up and fire this back up.
Don't work too hard, bro. Doing the kind of work I like. Labor of love. Anything hands-on, I enjoy it. Whether it's woodworking or metalworking.
So yeah, I also make turning blanks out of it because I make pepper mills and salt and pepper shakers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I bet you can make a badass Lazy Susan too. I got one that my grandfather made for my grandmother. Lazy Susan. I like it. But he used wood that was right here from the property when they were immigrants on my mom's side. When they came here, they bought property that had a lot of hardwood on it, so that they could build their own home, their own pictures and moldings and all that. Grandpa was a smart guy.
Badass. He bought a big piece of property in Michigan, huh?
Yeah.
And my grandfather bought a nice farm in southern Utah. Not a lot of trees, though. Well, that's why he started a block laying company. They used to make their own bricks. Where's the guy talking about getting free wood, man? I pill for frickin' Home Depot for their I steal. Well, I don't steal them. They give them to me. The wood that they stack, the 2x4s and the plywood on. It's got a little like dadoed like groove down the middle, but it's really hard. I think it's oak. But I used to make duck. I made the duck house out of it. I made wood cribs out of it. I made all kinds of stuff out of it, and it was rock hard. And any pieces that were left over went into the freaking wood stove. So
yeah, we got pallet stacks full of those at work. He's got a storage warehouse that's just got tons of those.
You can build if you know what you're doing with joining them. You know, I never got into all that, but guys that know how to join them, then you got some shit to build with. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just toss them up on pipe clamps and make a panel out of them. What we do up at work, I'll bring in the forklift like 2,000 board feet of either black walnut, oak, cedar, or ash.
Walnut, man, that shit's going for freaking big money. At least it was in Washington 5 years ago.
Well, I unloaded 18. I think it was 1,200 boards, 1,200 foot board stacks of. They're anywhere from 1x4 to 1x1, 2 inches to 1x4, in a big bundle, and I just cut them down the side, cut around the knots and the cracks, and the predetermined lengths of strips. And so this other guy can glue them up into a panel, and then this other dude tosses them on and cuts the shapes out of the panel.
Yeah. That's real woodworking, bro. You guys could make me a fucking table. I could get a custom table from you.
What are they joining it with? Just gluing? Are they doing like biscuits? What are they doing?
No, we just it's just a smooth edge, just some wood glue.
Oh, just gluing it. No biscuits, no dowels, no nothing.
It's just a wall hanger, little flat. It's nothing
Okay,
fancy.
gotcha.
So it's a little flat, so it'll mount like a deer antler rack or elk or whatever. He's got different. It's the taxidermist wood shop is what it's called. It's got a website.
Oh, so you make a
okay, that's fun stuff, man.
Listen, so you're the guy that made the plank that goes behind my 52-inch pike, Northern Gar pike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, those different wood plates.
Yeah.
So we cranked those out. I loaded up a pallet onto a semi the other day, going to one guy.
Yeah, I bet.
Hold on, did you just call it a gar pike? Is it got a big old long mouth like a gar?
Yeah, it's I know what a Northern Gar pike is. Yes, it's a gar pike.
No, I'm saying I don't know what a freaking Northern gar pike is, but I know what a garfish is.
Yeah, Northern Gar pike got a mouth like a alligator, but skinnier.
Dang, and freaking up in north, huh? I didn't know they had those up there. I've seen the garfish now. But I never seen a gar pike.
I caught this in Canada.
Dang. I've seen tiger muskies that are chomp your hand off.
Oh, yeah, we got tiger muskie right here in Michigan.
I've seen chain prickles that are pretty nasty too.
Yeah. But he's making planks, that they're making the background that they put your fish on.
Well,
but yeah,
he can make some cutting boards too. He can make some nice cutting boards.
Oh yeah,
anything like that.
You're right though. That joining shit. Listen, I live in a predominantly fucking Amish area. They would make a big slab out of it, but they join it together and glue it, and then they Amish tables and cabinetry and shit, and it'd be badass with it. Jacob, the guy that lives next door to me, that he does cupboards. But look, this is a Northern Gar pike. See the snout? It's got the gar snout, so it's a long, skinny, toothed mouth.
Heretic?
No, dude, it looks like a needlefish from the frickin' Amazon.
What's up, Heretic?
You ever seen a needlefish?
Yeah. Heretic does want us to get on to Flat.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Heretic wants me to join. He said he was begging me, basically.
All right, check it out. One more thing. They catch these needlefish in the Amazon where the guys take spider web, and that's what they frickin' use for a lure, and the needlefish comes up and grabs it and gets his mouth all tangled in it. It's slick as shit. They'll use the same spider web for like couple weeks.
That's got to be a big fucking spider.
Yeah, well, it's just a lot of web, and it's very strong, obviously, and they get all caught up in it, and then they scrape it down. They scrape it down their beak. It looks just like this, except it's not a big fish. It's kind of like a 2 foot, like way smaller body. These guys do it out of little freaking hollowed out wooden freaking axe freaking made canoes, though.
We are live though, so there aren't no Globers in here.
Huh? I was told to make a claim or something. Make a argument. Yeah, the Heretic summoned me. He's like a spell or something.
It will stop the fish talk. It's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, so my question earlier while I was at work, I was thinking, so if density or relative density is a cause of objects to fall to the ground, is there a way you could like predict mathematically the trajectory of a projectile using just density alone?
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer for that because I'm not trying to replace gravity and the theory of gravity with relative density. I mean,
Well,
I don't really deny the observed phenomena that we say is gravity. I don't agree with the given causes or the theories on the given causes.
so you would be open to saying that there is some sort of downwards acceleration of 9.81 meters per second average across the Earth.
Fuck, open to saying it. That's what we observe.
Okay, so is that like invariant of the dense or the medium? Like, will it happen anywhere?
I don't know. So listen, when you drop a thing in the air, it doesn't fall straight down. So because of air resistance. So yeah, if there's other forces acting on it, we already know that. And so air resistance can cause a thing to not go down, but I mean, which one powers it or the given cause? I don't agree with. I don't agree with Einstein's relativity or Newtonian, and that's because they don't pan out in the long run. And they
Newtonian
can't.
doesn't pan out.
They also don't. What?
I said Newtonian doesn't pan out.
No, it doesn't. It breaks down on the universal level.
Yeah, all I really care about for the sake of this, I've never once tried to get a flat earther or anyone to like understand relativity or anything. It's just about like if we can get you on the page of Newtonian mechanics, then like the whole everything else is just from there. Like if Newtonian mechanics is a thing, then the flat Earth can't be a thing.
How is that? You're gonna have to build that bridge. I'm not following.
So because of gravity, not even this isn't relativity or anything. Any object with a certain mass and size is going to want to naturally go into like a spheroid shape. It's called hydrostatic equilibrium.
Yeah, I know what that is.
So it's just Earth being flat would like kind of violate that observation that we observe.
Well, quite a few things do violate that observation. Not every rock is a sphere.
That's why I said certain
People
size.
aren't spheres. The Milky Way galaxy, that's not a sphere. That's a flat disk, and that's a whole lot of matter that should have coalesced into a sphere.
Well, I mean, the Milky Way is made up of a lot of spheres. So
yeah, but they should have just all grouped together gravity, bro, and became a sphere. Gravity forms spheres, right? So all the matter in the universe isn't in the shape of a sphere. So, but yet you say the entire universe is under Newtonian gravity or Newtonian mechanics or gravitational forces. Well, then shouldn't the universe itself just be one large massive sphere?
No, because mass is spread non-uniformly.
How so?
Uh,
if gravity makes it all come together, Newtonian wise, it would attract each other. So it'd be kind of hard for it to expand, right?
Well, there has to be some sort of force acting on the other galaxies for them to want to be together. And the force of gravity isn't strong enough at those distances at all for galaxies to want to be bound together.
Yet they are in groups that all move relatively together.
Well, yeah, I mean, 100,000 light years is a lot less than 4 million light years, right?
Well, the distance shouldn't matter.
It should. Gravity's inverse square of distance.
Yeah, but all mass that's scattered throughout the universe is supposed to be shaped and formed into spheres by gravity. So
that would be true if there was a uniform mass.
Listen, so what you're saying is the mass of the universe doesn't sit on the fabric of space-time, and it wouldn't all be attracted towards one central point as it warps space-time.
No, not even Einsteinian mechanics doesn't even say that, because there's no there's no center mass to the universe. Like I said, everything's distributed non-uniformly. Like there's no place where the mass is like the greatest to attract towards. Really, it's just a bunch of uniformly uneven like filaments everywhere.
Are all asteroid spheres? Is the asteroid belt made up of spheres?
No, they don't meet the like
criteria
size or
of
mass.
your gravity.
Well, yeah.
And then how come the asteroid belt didn't form into a sphere?
I mean, it's going in a circle right now.
Well, these are just questions.
I know. I mean, but this kind of is going too far from the original point.
It is. So this is why I'm not trying to replace something that works. So we don't agree on a given cause for why we observe things. Okay, so that's common ground, but it's non-productive because the only place that leads from there is speculation on what could we replace the given theories with.
So I know like space-time sounds absurd. So
I don't even make that argument. It's just a concept with which we form a reference frame for understanding time and distance and forces as they work together.
And so, like, if I said the cause of gravity was mass, would that be something that like you'd be willing to accept if given enough evidence?
No.
Even if I gave you evidence, you wouldn't be willing to.
Well, it's going to be circular all in nature because mass has weight. Change the weight, you change the gravity, and that assumes that gravity causes weight and mass. So mass causes gravity, which also forms mass and matter. Come on.
So if I had like 2 lead balls and then another 2 lead balls,
Cavendish doesn't work for me, so nobody manipulated the cause. You're just manipulating the variables, the weight, which you assert is caused by
Holy
gravity.
fuck, flat Earth, bro. Damn.
That's why it's non-productive. Well, it is
do
a
I have
flat.
do I have to manipulate a cause though?
If you want to show a causal relationship, yes.
What if I manipulate the masses themselves and wait, hold on.
Well,
So
that just coincides with your theory, but it doesn't actually address your cause and effect relationship.
So let me speak.
If you want to state this is a cause, you have to show that to a cause and effect relationship.
Oh, shit. Yo, I have a question? Like,
No,
after you
no. We're having a conversation. You don't get the
yeah,
butt.
You do you. Sure, buddy. I'll just say it after you're done.
All right. Yeah, so if I was to manipulate the masses of the objects and I predict a certain value of force
yeah,
to be...
the prediction doesn't change it for me. You assert that the mass is the cause of gravity without establishing that as a fact.
But if mass is the only thing that changes and then the force increases between the 2 lead spheres, what other variable could have changed? If mass is the only thing.
What is mass? The amount of a thing? The size of a thing?
Resistance to acceleration, I guess. Quantity of the resistance to acceleration.
How does it resist acceleration? Weight, maybe?
I would say it's an inert property of matter. Or it's a
I know that's what they say because matter is a physical thing and physical things have weight. So a thing with weight requires a certain amount of energy to be moved. Therefore, it resists all energy up to that point.
Not everything has weight, but everything is mass.
Not everything has weight, huh?
Yeah.
No, atoms don't have weight?
No, they have mass. We don't measure.
I know, but
when we're doing chemistry, we don't measure atomic
weight.
We measure by atomic mass. Yeah.
Well, that's just in chemistry, but we do have atomic weight. Yes.
Yeah, and you know what that's based off? That's based off atomic mass times 9.81. So.
Yeah,
I mean,
the rate of fall. I know what it's based off. So it seems weight and mass are the same, and you assert they're caused by gravity, and they cause gravity. So
all right, so I guess
that's circular logic.
If it makes you feel better, we'll say weight attracts weight. Is that better? If that fits what you want to
Yeah,
say.
I just want to know what causes weight, and I want to see
Mass times gravity.
I want to see that demonstrated. Manipulate that. Mass times gravity. So the rate of fall causes weight.
All right. So if I
and
manipulate,
mass causes the rate of fall.
If I manipulate
circular logic again.
If I manipulate the acceleration, if I'm in like a vomit comet, I can manipulate the downward.
The vomit comet
Dude, let me finish a sentence.
It doesn't
Holy
manipulate the acceleration. It only establishes you in free fall. The vomit comet. So you experience weightlessness because you're in free fall. You haven't manipulated the acceleration. So the premise
the
that
9.8
you're
is
trying
always
to
going to
build
be there. The 9.8 is always going to be there, but it's not going to be like accelerating in my reference frame, right? It's going to be in free fall, or it's going to be weightless, quote unquote weightless.
Or it could just be a rock sitting on the ground, which is not under acceleration and just has weight.
A rock? What do you mean? It is under acceleration. That's how it has weight.
Well, that's what you assert, but this is what we're trying to establish. This is what I'm saying I want established in multiple different ways. I'm saying you need to establish the cause of one of the things you use to call the cause of gravity.
So what is weight then on what is weight on a flat Earth then?
I don't know what weight is. I don't know what causes weight. I'm not the one that's saying I do know what causes weight. I'm just asking how do you demonstrate what you say on I know the theories. I know how they're demonstrated. I know how physics are, but what I don't know is how you proved gravity caused weight or mass, or even affected anything's shape.
Because with all of the experimentation and observation we've done, we can predict things here on Earth. Not even saying, oh, well, you have to look
We
to
can
space.
predict how quick something falls under the medium of our atmosphere. Sure, we can do that. That doesn't get us to shape, form, and weight. That doesn't get us to shape, form, and weight, though.
We're not caring about shape right now. I'm just trying to get a flat earther to agree to Newtonian mechanics. It's literally my entire,
Yeah, I caught that. Newtonian mechanics work here on Earth.
Yeah.
Under atmospheric pressure. Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what pressure you're at, because the only variable...
To think that applies to everything you can see when we don't know the conditions in space
I'm
is
saying,
ludicrous.
I'm just trying to say, Newtonian mechanics, would it work on a flat Earth? Would you be able to accept that in your flat Earth?
No, I asked why so. And you said because gravity shapes things into spheres.
No, that was not my... Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
that was your response. And if that's no longer your response, then you're going to have to go back to building that bridge because...
Well, if you did... I guess if you did say that there...
Is it his second law, his first law, which mechanics, what? Other than gravity shapes things into spheres.
Yeah, I just want to get to the point where mass attracts mass with a flat earther. That would be my ultimate win condition.
Ultimate win?
Yeah, basically, that's the win condition.
Because you think you've won, you would have won that gravity is going to form into a sphere eventually if I accept mass attracts mass. That's your thinking?
Partially, but it would just be a win in getting the Newtonian mechanics into the flat Earth. That's a really big step to turning it into a
find somebody to accept mass attracts mass that's a flat earther, they're not going to be too bright.
What?
I'm wondering how you prove mass attracts mass. That's all.
Yeah, because it breaks down
I
with
said
the
they're
Mercury
not
and the
gonna
Moon.
be too bright. If you find a flat earther that's gonna agree to mass attracts mass, that things freaking go towards each other just because they're not too bright. That's what I just said.
I knew all I had to do was entertain this topic, and my boys, would come out to woodwork like cockroach, bro.
So this comes back to my original question, which was, are you able to predict the motion of a projectile with using whatever explanation for why objects fall down on the flat Earth, like be that density or whatever? Is anyone able to do that?
I think that's what we do when we actually calculate muzzle velocity for long.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. You freaking wax. I know freaking Battle Mod has waxed a few deer's asses.
So
he's calculating.
muzzle velocity and elevation equal distance that I'll be capable of shooting with my firearm.
Yeah, but the parabolic flight path of a bullet
and loss of momentum will predict when it's falling.
So what causes the loss of momentum? Or
I don't need to know that to hit the deer and eat dinner, or to shoot a target at 2,500 yards and get my sharpshooter in the Marine Corps. I don't need to know that. Only the capability of my rifle and the quality of my eyesight.
Yeah, I mean, your bullet's going like 900 meters per second. I mean, it's pretty fast. You're not going to have much drop over a long distance.
900 meters per second. Well, that depends on muzzle velocity.
I know. I'm just. What are you shooting? 308?
No, well, yeah. If I go up north, I'm either using the 308, the 30-06, or the 8 mag.
Yeah, it's like.
But, I mean, I got a Lapua, a 303.
Oh, that's a big boy.
And I shoot them. I've made a half-mile shot, a three-quarter-mile shot. I've shot elk in the mountains in Colorado at close to a mile. And I ate good. But the capability of my rifle is based on muzzle velocity and projectile weight.
Yeah, 338 Lapua is a big bullet.
Wind resistance for the day, whether I'm shooting from crosswinds. When you shoot from an elevated position into a valley, your winds start to change. You have multiple cross sections. You have to calculate that in.
But if you want to get like a parabolic path of the projectile, I'm not saying that you need to hit a no, just like or time to flight. Actually, you need the easiest way to do it would for time to flight of a projectile would probably be doing it through
Well, that depends on the distance to target, the flight time of a projectile, and its muzzle capability.
Yeah, and I mean you're also gonna have to add in wind resistance in there, but it's not too bad.
Yes, humidity too.
Yeah,
temperature. So on a warm day, you have rising heat waves that can deflect your projectile somewhat at a long distance. So now we're talking a 1 mile shot. It's not going to affect me at quarter mile, half mile. These are subtle effects that will take a greater effect over a longer distance.
No, whenever I'm at the range and I miss at the 25-yard range, it's because of Coriolis, bro. What are you talking about?
Somebody got the psychosis.
Well, yeah, it could be the Coriolis of the projectile. Sure, it rotates because of barrel rifling. So that's a rotating sphere going through a medium. Whichever way it rotates, it's going to cause drag. You guys know what that is?
I do, yeah.
The Mangus effect.
Yep.
And you can calculate that over distance with the Miller twist rule. These are things I learned in the Marine Corps. We didn't use that on the farm or in Colorado. We ate. We were hungry. We figured it out.
I didn't think they taught Marines all that, like for infantry or whatever.
Well, no, in basic training, I didn't learn all that. No, you're right. When I went 1st Battalion, I started taking specific training, rifleman training, expert training, going for badges.
Oh, so you weren't just like an infantryman. You were higher up?
No, yeah. No.
Ah, I see.
You went to school?
I mean, we all started at the deck, on the floor, doing push-ups. E-class.
Yeah, Big Sarge? What up, Big Sarge?
So, Larry, were you going to get in there on that cosmological constant? I was trying to lead into that.
No, he's talking about Newtonian gravity. He's a fundamentalist.
I know.
So he believes in the 4 fundamental forces. He thinks that, in the future we're going to figure it out. Maybe one day we'll figure out how gravity actually does work, and there will be a unifying theory. I guess that's his belief. But Professor Kuhn wrote about this. He said that even though Newtonian had been disregarded for decades, some people just couldn't let go of that paradigm, and then here we are, like centuries later, and we still got a fundamentalist in here.
I have no idea what a fundamentalist is.
Oh, it's kind of like a traditionalist, Gen X boomers, traditional.
Like gravity and shit?
They keep a hold of it like a religion.
That is a weird, new flat Earth thing. The whole religion thing. But I guess I don't know.
What religion thing? That
The
heliocentrism?
religion thing.
The heliocentrism?
That heliocentrism is a religion? What?
Sure. That's not new.
I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're saying, what are you actually? Are you saying that the heliocentrism?
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, are you talking about flat earthers who talk on religious subjects, or are you talking about the religious heliocentric gang?
I'm talking about they say that if you believe in a round Earth, you're like a cultist and you're a religious person or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't really judge people on that, but some people do say that, You ever seen those plaques or ashtrays that says there's one in every bar? It's got a donkey on it or a jackass.
Does that mean?
There's a jackass in every group, but I don't defend what they say. You know what I mean?
I see, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Scotty. Yeah.
Right. I mean, both sides are plagued with it. You'll never breed it out. Good luck figuring out what to do with stupid. This is the question we've been asking for generations. How do we get rid of it?
Darwinism. Kill them all.
That didn't work.
Well, because we stopped it.
Is this guy trying to invoke eugenics?
I don't know. I think so, Larry. He
Yeah.
said Darwinism, but he meant Hitlerism, So I was thinking
No, I'm saying if these retards want to stick their forks in wall sockets, somebody shouldn't tell them to stop.
Oh, natural selection. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, that's Darwinism.
I mean, if you're gonna drink that fucking antifreeze, tell me how it tastes when you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Antifreeze tastes good, actually. It's sweet kind of.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's not so harsh. Not eugenics, but let them be stupid.
It's like natural eugenics. Nature's eugenics.
Yeah, what happens when that stupid guy is guarding a nuclear silo and he's like, should I push the button? Should I not push the button?
Exactly.
And all of us fucking die with him.
You put the plastic stopper on the sockets for far too long for him to like get up in life, start breeding, and teaching his children to stick their little forks in the sockets. Now you got a whole line of fork socket people.
So to Trig, man, good luck getting somebody to accept that premise that you can't demonstrate.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll go
rooting
ahead and
for
see
you,
if I can
bro.
find that quote. And yeah, he was saying that even though it breaks down, Newtonian mechanics breaks down at Mercury and the moon, people still won't let go of it. So let me see if I can find that.
Well, something I've been a little bit curious about is what is the common consensus of weather? Is weather just like a natural thing that just occurs on the Earth?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. What would be the cause? Would it be
I think
that
the
the
sun drives a lot of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It rotates around in like a different pattern that causes it to be cold in one area. Like maybe the sun rotates less in that area in certain times of the year, and it
Well,
kind of goes into that motion.
spot that gets more sunlight than another will probably be warmer in general.
Yeah. But is that the theory I'm saying amongst flat earthers? Is that the canon lore?
I think that's just how weather is known to work.
That's not how
Yeah,
weather works. That's not how weather works on the globe.
The sun doesn't drive the weather, the
Well, that is.
seasons, all that.
I think that is how it works on the globe.
Heat convection.
You see, on the globe, they believe that the Earth is tilted. So one time during the year, one side gets more sun than the other.
Yeah, that's just to explain the angle change to the sun, though, and that happens anyway.
So he meant seasons, not weather.
Well, seasons, I guess. Yeah.
So
Well,
you were on the wrong category. Winter's a season. I mean, it's also weather, but
I think seasons are weather, but weather's not necessarily seasons. That's where I got messed up. So I meant to say it was seasons. What's up with seasons?
Sun's position changes. Glovers have a cool story about it with the tilt that you brought up.
What causes
Yeah,
the
I don't
sun's...
give a shit about Glover theory. I'm interested in flat
There's no
Earth
causal
theory.
mechanism I can test for you, so I don't know.
I knew I heard her. Hey, what's up? What's up, Brenda? It's been a while.
whatever.
It's a dead zone. Like we need to start focusing on it at some point once we get everybody on board with the flat Earth.
I was just saying hello. I was just saying hello. You can't be cordial.
Other
Already
people were
triggered.
talking over you, dude.
Insta triggered.
I'm
Joins
with you
flat
on
Earth
this one,
chat.
Marine. That guy has no respect, no discipline. Can't give the greeting of the day.
Yeah, like you welcome the most toxic anti-flat earther, and
How are you going to get everybody to agree with you?
I don't care about that, so it's not a problem.
I wasn't speaking to you. James was the one who said, once we get everybody to agree with us, or something like that.
Yep.
He did.
An iron fist, if you will.
Well, James
That's
is on
not
his own
likely
with
to
that
work,
one.
though.
James is on.
He is. I'm not here to convince people, so I don't care about consensus. The consensus can be wrong.
It could be right, too.
Where's my hat?
Yeah, it's 50-50. You be good with 50-50.
No, it's not 50-50. It's higher than
Ready
that.
for work and ready to commit suicide.
Can you cite your source for that, or are you just talking out of your ass?
So I wanted to know from James how he was going to convince other people to believe in the flat earth, since that's what he said.
So Darwinism.
Yeah, he
I
was
say
talking about.
we allow the people when they're little itty bitty babies to stick the knives in the
Yeah, that's
light
what he was
socket
talking about.
and stop
Not
putting the plastic covers on there.
that James wasn't talking about flat Earth, Brenda. He was talking about natural selection and stupid people being allowed to just go ahead and do stupid things till they die. He wasn't really on topic.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of social Darwinism.
Social natural Darwinism. Are you interested in that though?
Brenda's hip to your topic. Oh,
I said I'm not in favor of social Darwinism. Yeah.
I'm with you on that one. I think we shouldn't like socially like tell people to kill themselves, but we should just let them do it on their own, non-verbally.
You got to watch your
like
language, dude.
he does, because it should just come natural to say, no, dumbass, don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should just want to say, don't stick that
If you're
fork
just like
in
a
that
parent
outlet,
and you're like
man.
you're loving life, and then all of a sudden you see your kid with a knife walking over to the power outlet, you just need to cry to yourself and understand that this is how it is. The way he needs to learn. If he lives, he'll
now?
wake up stronger.
Nobody thinks that, dude.
Yeah, this is why I don't have company too often on the farm around my children. I mean, that was a bit much, Jimmy. I wonder, do you hear yourself speaking?
Oh shit. A breakdown. Hola, ¿cómo estás? What do you guys think about Mexicans?
I think that they're not the topic of the channel. Cool bait, but try it on someone whose first rodeo it
Also,
is.
probably say the worst of say like
It's
a lot of them are
amazing.
very
I think you know what. Here's what I think of Mexicans. I think they're a good excuse to mute you forever.
Yeah, and I was just thinking it's really amazing that, by contrast, Brenda's looking better today, contrasted against you, James.
It's too bad.
It is. It is. So the topic that was going on Newtonian mechanics was a good one. If anybody wanted to go back to that, I'm sure Brenda liked to talk Newtonian mechanics. And I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm actually trying to be nice, Brenda.
I don't know what about mechanics. You have a problem with it, or you like it, or what?
Well, where'd he go? I was asking the guy that was talking about it earlier if he wanted to return to the subject, and I was saying that you'd probably include yourself in that. But I don't think he's here no more.
What about classical mechanics? What about it?
Well, he was one how he
What's
could
wrong?
get flat earthers to accept Newtonian mechanics.
I don't know. Why wouldn't you? What would be the problem with it?
There's a lot of
If you
problems.
look at what I posted. The moon, perihelion, and the perigee.
Literally.
Sorry, the perigee of the moon and Mercury's perihelion.
Yeah, what about them?
Well, they've been contradicted.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work.
It works for everything else.
Okay, so Is that how theories work? Like when something gets disproven, do you just say, well, it works over here? Like we'll just pick that data. Is that cherry picking, Brenda?
No, it's we know that classical mechanics has limitations, and if you want to account for anomalies, then you need to go to special relativity.
Okay. So I guess you're not a full-on fundamentalist then, are you?
You use the right tool for the job, right? If you're going to build a bridge, you use classical mechanics because the orbit of Mercury isn't involved in building a bridge, right? So you just use classical mechanics, and bridges typically don't travel close to the speed of light, so you don't need to use relativity.
Does Mercury travel at the speed of light?
It travels very close to a very large gravitational source.
Oh, okay. So no.
Right. So it's just context, right? You use the right tool for the right job. You use the wrong tool for the wrong job, you get bad results. Science is a lot like a tool. It's a toolkit. There's different instruments in your toolkit. I like that silence when I've explained something and it's just silence. I like that.
Calm down. Quit patting yourself on the back. I'm playing video games. Yeah, so it sounds to me like you guys like to cherry pick a little bit and make up excuses when your stuff doesn't work, and then you say, well, we'll just use this over here. And then if I were to point out the crisis in cosmology that has to do with Einstein's cosmological constant, which he himself said that it was his largest blunder, if I were to point that out, then you guys would make excuses about how, dark matter can't be falsified, and somehow that's a win.
No, I don't know about that. Just like Newton's theory, relativity has its problems. We know it must be wrong somehow. We don't exactly know how. It needs to be made so that it can work with quantum mechanics. And nobody has done that yet, right? The person or a group of people that does that are likely be getting big Nobel prizes, right? Big prizes. But nobody's done it yet. So we know it works within certain contexts. That's not cherry picking. That's not begging the question. Context is a thing, right?
I think it's just important to understand that it's not the end-all, be-all theory, and it does have its limitations, and it does break down in certain areas. And I think, they don't teach that in school, really.
I think they probably do. I don't know. I haven't been in school since the 70s, so I don't know what they teach in school. I'm sure quite a lot of high school kids in physics class know that relativity doesn't work well with quantum mechanics, and that the theoreticians, people like Sean Carroll and other people, are working on a solution but haven't come up with one yet. But I'm sure that the kids know that.
Okay.
Because it's all over in popular media. I mean, so it's if you're a high school student and you're at all attuned to that, maybe you're a high school student, you don't care, but those that care would be aware of current issues in science that are reported in the popular media. They probably watch Sabine Hassenfelder. They probably watch some other podcasts too, right? She talks about that. So do other podcasts. They all talk about it. It's not a secret. It's being held from people. Flat earthers seem to think there's a big conspiracy to hold certain information away from the students until they get into college and university, and then they spring it on them that everything they told them was a lie, and that's just bullshit. That's not true.
Are you saying the schools don't lie?
Did I say that?
Well, I mean, is there things that the school teaches that's not correct?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
That's not good.
Yeah, they shouldn't teach things that aren't true.
Like critical race theory?
As far as I know, critical race theory isn't taught in schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, that's just a boog. Sometimes people confabulate boogeymen in order to scare people, right? In order to get them to vote their way, right? Critical race theory is something that is a legal theory that's taught at university level. It isn't really taught at the high school level, and it's a legal theory. What conservatives are usually responding to is teaching the history about race in America and slavery, and they don't like that. They certainly don't like that, because in the South, they've been systematically lying to students for years about the history of race, particularly in the South, because they don't want that coming. They don't want that coming out. They don't want to acknowledge that they systematically enslaved and discriminated against people
Is
because
there
of their
slavery
skin.
going on now in America?
Is that what I said?
No, I'm asking. Is there slavery going on now?
Is that what I said? I didn't say that though, did I?
I didn't say that you said that. I'm
Yeah,
asking a question.
you are kind of implying it. It's sort of like, have you beaten your wife lately kind of question. Is there slavery going on now? No, there isn't.
Okay, do you know about the exemption to slavery in the highest law of the land?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The Constitution, the 13th Amendment, slavery and involuntary servitude shall be illegal except if someone's been duly convicted by a jury of their peers. So
Yeah,
slavery is going on right now.
That's forced servitude, right? When you're when you're in prison, you can be forced to work in the shop, in the prison shop, right?
Yep. So slavery's still going on.
So you've done time before? You're speaking from experience?
No, I've never been to prison.
No, the guy who just said you can be forced to work when you're doing time.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you can. I don't know.
No, you can't be forced.
Huh.
No.
Because Larry just said you could.
Yeah, no.
So they can't force you to work?
You can't be forced to work, but you end up working for a pittance, pennies on across a week, literally.
Gosh.
You don't need to go to it, but if you don't turn out to it, you don't have any money to spend at all, unless someone's putting money in your bank account in the
The
prison.
options there. It's called good behavior, bad behavior, right?
That's one.
So you want to be a good little boy, you're going to go get a job and do what you're told.
That's weird. That
And
can't
you
be
might
right.
get paroled early. You might get paroled early or released early. Yeah.
That can't be right. Flat earthers don't lie. Did you just lie, Larry? You just made shit up, didn't you, Larry?
I said there's an exemption to
You
slavery.
but you just made it up, though, didn't you?
Hold on, excuse me.
You made shit up.
I didn't hear Larry make that claim. I heard you make that.
He totally did. He did.
Brenda, you're calling yourself out for lying.
No, I'm not. Larry made the claim. He totally
I
did.
didn't claim they worked in prison.
Yes, you did.
Okay, go back and listen to it and come back and talk to me. Because what
Yeah,
I said
it's the.
Hold on, I know that you want to obfuscate right now. Just let me finish. Yeah, it's really important. I said slavery is going on today. 13th
Yeah.
Amendment has an exemption to it. If there's
Yeah.
an exemption or an exception to slavery and people are convicts right now, that's just good public relations or propaganda or
What are you
doublespeak.
talking about? You don't even understand what you just said, right?
How do
It's
you
an
know that?
exemption. It's an exemption
No,
from.
can you back up that claim that I don't understand what I just said?
Yeah, because if the exemption is from the law forbidding forced servitude, right?
Okay.
Right?
Except.
Right? It's an
Right.
exemption.
Except.
It's an
Right.
exemption
Except.
in the prisons, right?
Stop. The bit you're getting confused with, Brenda, is they're not forced to. They are coerced to. It's all in the wording. For example,
Coercion is force.
you can't, just wait up. For example, if you wish to make phone calls to your friends and family outside, you need to pay for them. You get paid not much. If you wish to do said, you will work. That's how they coerce you. If you wish to have buy-ups, you will work, or you will deal with the slop that you're served.
Right. So they don't force you to work in the prison shops.
No,
you
they
could
coerce you into working.
You can choose not to, right?
Yes, but it's very difficult to make phone calls without
That's
the
not the
ability to pay
point.
for them.
It's not the point. You're not forced to. You could choose not to if you wanted to, right?
If they want to, that's
Yeah,
their choice.
exactly.
But it's very difficult to survive without much
Larry?
little bit of extra income, which is not
Larry-
much anyways, mind you.
Larry implied that there is forced servitude in the prisons when he made his.
No, he did not.
When he made his. Have
He
you
did not
been
imply that it's
when he
forced.
made
He
his?
implied that it happens.
Excuse me. Excuse
You're
me.
excused.
Yeah.
He
Let
implied
me
that it
finish my
happened.
sentence.
He did not
I
imply
want.
that it was forced.
I want to
So
finish
please
my
don't
sentence.
tangle up his words.
When he made his "Have you stopped beating your wife lately" thing, that is a leading question. He made a leading question about slavery in prisons, right?
What was the actual question? Because I didn't say anything about your wife.
I didn't hear Larry say a single thing about your wife, Brenda. And
That's
don't
called
stop bringing your
an
family members
analogy.
into this.
It's called an analogy. You don't
What
get
did I actually say?
these sophisticated
Didn't make that
linguistic
analogy, Pet.
terms, do you? You don't understand these sophisticated, eighth grade English lessons, do you? Right? When you say one thing is like another.
I'll tell you what I do understand, Brenda. I understand the snarky fucking attitude. Wind your neck in, dearie, or you don't get to talk here. Don't misquote people. Don't try and say that Larry said something that he didn't, or you just won't be able to talk here. Now mind your attitude, young lady.
This is hilarious. You're such snowflakes. Never seen such girly men. Is there any real men in here?
I'm
Are there
eating,
any
man.
real men that are not girly men?
Look in the mirror, sweetheart.
Battlemod is a real man, but the rest of you are girly men.
That's pretty ruthless, man. For you, of all people, to call them girly men.
I like a real man. Yeah. I don't like these girly men.
Goodbye, Brenda.
How are you today, bro?
I'm really well now, actually, yeah. I thought I was going to be a bit snarky, but hey, it's had a good place to go.
Yeah, I thought I'd interrupt you and save you the embarrassment.
I don't mind, but I mean, when some fucking bitch is telling me that Larry's lying through his teeth about what he said, and I just listen to him not say it, can't do it, guys. Sorry.
When I get mad and go off, I am embarrassed. And sorry for the way I act, but once I'm mad,
Yeah, I don't mind Brenda. If Brenda's going to be honest and straightforward, that's fine. But when it starts to bend the truth, it can fuck off.
Yeah, it calling you a girly boy. I gotta give her a couple points for that one, dude.
You know what I mean? She got what she wanted. She manipulated herself out here. She's going to go meow, 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 about whatever reason she thinks she was muted or kicked out. But she's wrong on that. Sorry to take your toys away, Larry, but
I don't care.
That is not a toy.
well, I know he was going to stripe her up and down there, like, but
The audacity you have to be a 300-pound man wearing a dress and acting like a woman to call somebody else a girly boy. It amazes me.
So just so you know, Larry, old dude, the angle that I was coming from, I spent 6.5 years as a correctional officer, so I know absolutely nothing about what people do and do not get forced to do.
bro, I work in suicide prevention. I work with guys in the jail who have no option but to work for a pittance or have absolutely nothing.
You say you was a prison guard? Here in Jackson, a lot of people are prison. My brother's on the emergency response team in the world's largest walled prison in Jackson Prison, Jackson, Michigan. I live in Pulaski, but it's within Jackson County. And we host the world's largest walled prison. I've heard some stories. I bet you got some stories.
I haven't. I was actually in the section as an overseer. So where the inmates come in and work, I was one of the guards that looked after them, handed out their tools, stuff like that. Just make sure they didn't kill each other, basically.
I can imagine. We got
One-
workshops. You can go out here and buy handmade stuff from the prison.
But one of the funny episodes, I was in the stores room, and it's a small box that's about, I don't know, 10 foot by 8 foot, stacked with all the tools. And every morning and every afternoon they get accounted for. And we're handing the tools out. We've got these little red toolboxes. In each little red toolbox, there's 7 items: hammer, chisel, bit of chalk, compass, so on and so forth. So they can go and do their metalwork. So this is a metalwork shop. Anyways, this one young fella comes up. Yep, I'll grab my toolbox. Sign here, young fella. He signs the form, puts his name on it. There you go. Go over to bay number 2 and help out over there. Yep, no worries. And about 20 seconds later, he comes back holding the hammer in his hand. Hey, chief, there's a hammer in the toolbox. There's a hammer in the toolbox. I should hope so, my young friend. I counted them yesterday. And he goes, yeah, do you know why I'm in jail? No. He said, I bashed someone to death with a hammer.
Yeah.
It's a bit quiet after that.
Yeah, corporal punishment has a funny way of working, man. They put these kids or these guys in these positions and they go, there you go, deal with that, or we're going to get the hose on you. Yeah.
I was going to say you're up early, mate, Cheeks, and realised it was fucking 7 o'clock already.
Yeah, what are you doing sleeping in, bro?
Got Fest Parade in half an hour.
You missed a spot on your boots. Go and do them again.
No, I don't have to fucking spit shine them anymore.
See my face in those boots, boy, and don't think you can kick me in the teeth neither.
I think the fucking Raffies still have to polish theirs, but happy to not be a Raffy.
And that's what the downfall of society is. The inability to shine up your boots each morning before you go to school.
I do need new boots, though. Mine are fucked.
Dude, I could send you a pair of size 10s. Growing out of them.
The standard issue boots now are fucking shit as well. I should probably buy my own.
I used a lot of kiwi in my life, polishing my boot. I'm with you. I can spit shine a mirror on a military boot. I can. I'll shave on that motherfucker before we're done, Sarge.
Aye, my boots were so shiny in the army cadets, you couldn't get near me for the sunlight bouncing off them, man.
I
Well, that
do
was my
actually have
excuse.
to. I do actually have to polish my dress shoes, but I've been putting that off for about 3 months.
When I was a sergeant, if your boots didn't blind me, I told you to polish them again.
It's a game.
You get to work.
You'd be ashamed of my fucking dress shoes then.
Now, when we were in a combat situation, if you polished them, I'd leave you behind and you wouldn't go out on patrol.
What a day to be alive.
That's every day, isn't it?
Fucking oath.
That's right.
Another day in God's army. How you going this morning, Matrix?
Yeah, I'm all right. Pretty calm for a Monday morning.
Fuck yeah.
Normally there's some idiot that triggers me.
Fair enough.
Did you jump into that other channel and have a bit of a read?
Yeah, although I didn't understand a lot of the words, to be honest. I was having a look at the Coriolis one, but it's going over my head.
4 and 5 letter words are hella confusing, bro. What do you think of the server, man? Someplace, eh?
Yeah, there's a fuck ton of channels, I'll tell you that, man.
Dude, it's wild. Like, you got lost in there for, like, well, I've not done it yet, and I've been here nearly, 8 years or the last 10 years, and I still haven't read everything that's in that server. Or watched it all yet.
It is very handy when someone in here is mouthing off, especially some globetard. You can just sort of duck across there because they're not spoken channels. You can still read through them whilst listening in here, and you can actually look up the information and stuff that they're talking about. And sometimes there's pictures and stuff. You can post them in chat whilst they're talking bullshit just to shut them down. And it also helps our guys because they might have forgotten particular words or something like that they can keep an eye on the text chat whilst it's happening.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was just trying to like read some of it, and I was like, I have no idea what those words are. Let's see if I can get an example.
There's an entire section called Beginner's References, and it's full of these dusty old tomes that are like 100 years old. How on earth is that for a beginner?
Yeah, I had to look at that. I was like, where do I start?
But yeah, it's like if you haven't got that, then you're probably going to want to go back and get some of that. Yeah.
I have to have a bit of a further look after work.
Heretic, are you here?
Say again?
I was asking if Heretic is here.
He's
I
always
wanna,
hit. You know that.
I wanna ask him how he keeps up the Brad Pitt physique.
What's your trick? How's it going?
What's up?
Not much, dude.
Did you see the aurora yesterday?
No, and I was in and out the whole night, bro. It was a clear night. There wasn't even any pulse of light on my camera, because sometimes I won't see things, but if you go on the camera, see it, but not a thing. So tonight, I'm going touring. I'm going up the hill some, see if I can see anything.
Yeah, that sucks.
God's country, mate. You get to experience all the beauty of the lights above it. I get to live on it.
Yeah, you don't have any light pollution, do you?
Zero.
Nice.
Lucky. I'm away in the middle of nowhere. Been noticing
Alright,
people posting more and more.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say more and more of the Aurora stuff, like, and I'm hoping to catch more today. I'm trying to build up a dossier on what people are catching every year now. Sorry, you were going to say something.
No, I should probably duck off and get ready for work, so I'll see you a bit later then.
No worries,
Catch you, young
bro.
fella.
See you around.
Have a good one. Play safe.
You too.
Is that you, Battle Mod? Looks like you.
Who looks like me?
Oh, you deleted it, yeah.
Oh, it was a fucking wrong link.
Yeah, I know. It's a movie, yeah. There were like a bunch of Globers in here like 30 minutes ago. Where did they all go?
I have no idea. We ran a few of them off.
Brenda was in and I got growly. Sorry, dude.
Wait, Brenda was in?
Yeah, Brenda was here for. She had the audacity to call us girly boys.
I think she was looking for a date. Hey, Trig, do us a favor.
I'm telling you, listen, that chick, that dude gets off on you, on people talking mean to him.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so you watch what you're doing. You might be giving him some, euphoria and shit with your aggressiveness.
He was pressing that button the very second I interjected because he knows my temper.
Yeah, and he enjoys beratement from a strong man.
No. I don't mind it, but she's not going to sit here and like say things about other people in here and insinuate things about them and whatnot. She can be a nefarious bastard all she wants, but like she's not going to do that.
Yeah, I hate that when they just attack your character rather than what you're talking about.
I mean, if you're going to make similes and homilies, make the right ones. Don't accuse or insinuate people or their partners or their home lives or stuff. You know what I mean? But you're right, Mike. You're right. She's in here to get her button pressed.
Yeah, there were gay people in 24/7 Raven song. He said one night to me, he said, Brenda comes here, so you beat up on him. he likes you, Mike. And after that, I was like, man, I can't be mean to this guy no more.
Well, the dude's actually learned, but too stayed in what he thinks he knows. But he's actually pretty well read. And I have had a good conversation a long time ago, but he just can't get out the bitch phase ever since.
Yeah, I know. Brenda used to have normal conversations, but for some reason she just became cold as ice. But I also have seen a lot of the Braitman and attack that she got too, though, so
Hells yeah.
it's a two-way
yeah.
street. For me, it doesn't bother me. I'm the master of my emotions. They might get the best of me at times, but I will reflect and try to change.
Yeah. I try really hard not to attack anybody's personality, and whatever people are going through, it's their lives, man. That's down to them, their choices, whatever.
Yeah. I just try to master my own feelings. I mean, we can't dictate what other people do. We can dictate how we feel about it and how we respond to it. So
Yeah,
we can't. Nobody's perfect, though. Nobody's perfect, bro.
I'm a way at the back of the queue.
I mean, we've all heard Battle Mod get fucking mad as hell and just start bitching somebody out. We've all heard that, right? I hear it every time. Every time I do it. So, but I'm not perfect, but I would like to maintain control of my emotions. The problem is this isn't a real life situation, so it's hard. In real life, you wouldn't continuously berate me. I would nip that in the bud really quick. But on the internet, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, there's no way you would walk up to someone in a room or in a bar with a glass in your hand and start to say some of the things that people say around here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real blunt with it. Half the world, maybe 70% of the world, don't want to come to Michigan, let alone talk shit to a Michigander. If you don't know about us, you better read up.
You don't have your own army for no good reason, man. You know what I mean? And that's known like across Europe as well. Two words that start with M, and it's badly opposed. It's badly applied, but like Michigan's got its own army, and if there's a couple of phone calls goes out, oh my, we're in trouble.
Yeah, if this would be the last place you want to invade, you might as well just hit this place with a nuke. We would be a number one nuke target because, like in World War II, all the men left Michigan, but the women that were left behind, they stepped in and manned all the manufacturing plants in Detroit, powered the war. So
that's the real militia, dude. That's when we can power and run the machines to make war machines.
Yeah, the women were sending us bombs, telling us, "Come home. Just don't forget you got a family here. Come home."
That's the real war machine. That's what the majority are. They don't understand. We're the people that run the countries. We're the people that make the machines that go to war for the sake of a better life. And if we stop doing all these things, it's either going to get better or, well, people are going to be left to try and do it on their own.
Yeah,
Too many of the young kids think they're running the nations, and well, they're not running it, but
yeah, we started the assembly line, Michigan.
Is that where the Ford plant was?
Ford, yeah, Detroit. Motors. That's the Motor City, and it's also Motown, home of the blues.
Yeah.
So, Michigan is the birthplace of the Republican Party. There's a lot of interesting facts about Michigan.
Yeah, is there not enough a big retirement rate? Like when people come out of the military or come out of the forces, they move to somewhere in Michigan. Is it there? Is it like upstate Michigan they're all moving to?
Mid Michigan and lower northern Michigan. A lot of people, but there's a lot of people from other states. Now, if you want to, be a hermit like or isolated and have a great distance between you and your neighbor, the UP and the tip of the lower peninsula are great for that. The top half of my state is national forest. Not all of it, but a lot of it, you know. So you can go into the forest and just drive around for 300 square miles, you know. Manistee National Forest. You can go fishing at any Great Lakes, any one of the Great Lakes, and we have thousands of lakes. You can get to Niagara Falls from Michigan. If you want, you know, go through the UP. But we still hunt here. There's the largest amount of licensed hunters live in Michigan. I don't have to clean my own deer if I don't want to. I can just bring it home. When I was married, my old lady would carve it up. My mom knew how to clean and skin.
It was a common thing around here when I was young. You would go into somebody's garage and there would be a buck hanging up in the rafters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Funny smell in the air. Yeah.
I mean, we'll do that with a cow. We'll quarter a cow ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, there's a barn right next to me, and I know when the farmer's restocking his freezer, bro. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
I bet. You don't forget that smell. Or the sounds.
Yeah.
Get more intimate relationship with your food, though. I know what all's in it. We put a lot of vaccines in the beef because they make us. I'd have to literally go to war to keep my land and my beef if I didn't give it whatever they told me their schedule.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
Yeah, you're not allowed to keep animals unless the ground's correct, and that means treating it with all the correct chemicals that are approved for it. Same for livestock. You can't keep livestock unless you're giving it government approved feed or up to those levels, and it has to have a certain amount of government approved medicine so that it doesn't affect the greater populace should it mix with any meat from anywhere else. You can't grow your own meat unless you can conform to what they say, even in a free country like yours did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see why it's a thing, but I don't agree with it. Like, I don't agree with if a private individual is farming their own beef. Why should they have to conform to whatever the government says? But hey.
Can I get some contact information from you so when the war starts, if you agree, then we got a rifle for you. You don't
Of
have
course.
to bring your own.
No, I already have mine. Don't worry about it.
Well, you can bring all you want, but we stockpile them here, so we got extras.
Nice.
This is Michigan. The average hunter in my town has about 15 rifles, and we hunt in our town with shotguns. So we all go north to use the rifle. Can't use the 308 in the city, you know.
No, it's scary.
Yeah, you're not even supposed to shoot like a little. Those got a 1 mile capability. A 22 can be modified to a sniper rifle or assault rifle. Either one quicker than most people know. You can send a round so fast out of a 22 that a bulletproof vest doesn't matter. You'll pierce it. Or you can change the loading around and capabilities and make it you get a 22 Swift, man. You can shoot a mile and a half with that if you're really fucking good. I don't think I could
There's
hit
this
match.
battle mod. You'll enjoy this. I'm just sitting here reading on Twitter. It's got one of the memes that's popped up. Amazon just got FAA approval for drone deliveries in Missouri. So now we have skeet shooting with miscellaneous prizes.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a great
Hell
state
yeah.
of Texas.
Where's my catapult?
That's funny. So I own the land. from hell to heaven, baby. Everything under me and everything above me. It was trespassing on my land.
In the great state of Texas, I don't have to vaccinate my cows, only if I want to sell them at auction.
The drones are below the
hold
what is
on.
it, private airspace?
Mine are dairy cattle. So
Mine are beef.
yeah.
Wait, you have cows?
Yeah, I got
Yes,
cows.
both of us.
Really? What the hell?
Yeah.
I thought you were like a math tutor or something.
Well, I'm that too.
You ever had to help with a breech birth?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Do you have a degree, Charge Force?
You have
In
to
math?
use the
Accounting.
extractor. Yeah, listen, us farm boys get educations. What?
No, I was just wondering.
We make more money on the farm than you probably make working.
You're lifting £100 sacks, 20, £30 a day. You know exactly how much you've lifted and how much you're going to make for it, bro.
Or baling hay, yeah.
Hell yeah! Every
How much
forkful,
does an
man. You know
entire
how much
cow
every
worth?
forkful's worth.
Bushel and apples. What? How much? What?
How much would it, like if I was to inquire about your cows, how much would it take for you to like give how much money is an average cow going for?
It depends on the poundage. It depends on the
Yes.
price per pound. It depends on if it's a bull or a heifer. Heifers are
Yeah.
like right now selling for like 90 cents a pound. Bull calves, I just sold one for $2.20 a pound.
Wait, how much do cows weigh?
Well, try and sell them at 500. So do the math there.
That's I mean that's not bad actually.
Which breed is that? Which cattle is that you're moving?
Well, they're a mix between Angus and Brahma. With
Nice,
so they're
nice
kind of a
big
Brangus
animal.
mix. Yeah, they're kind of a Brangus mix.
Yeah,
they're
nice
actually
big, yeah, broad-shouldered, yeah, well quartered, nice.
For that young fellow that said that's not bad, now go to the butcher and have a look what prices they're offering there.
There it is. Yeah.
Well, I buy from the butcher for the convenience of not having to keep the cow. I would say that's I live in somewhere where I can't keep a cow unless I want to have them in my house or something.
I got Holsteins and Jersey cattle and brown Swiss, but I do dairy cattle. You're doing beef.
Yep.
I might trade a dairy cow for some Angus, bro. I mean, get it at the right age, you'll get the least amount of contaminants. But when you're selling dairy, you have to keep up with their vaccination. There's some kind of movement. Somehow the Amish people don't have to do it. But I think it's
I live in PA, so I get raw milk and stuff all the time around here.
Yeah, this is a lot of the Amish here are Pennsylvania Amish.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a large community of them here in Michigan near me. I mean, I still get stopped or slowed down on the way to the country store by a horse and buggy. So.
Yeah. Do Amish think the Earth is flat?
I've never talked to many of them about that. About religion sometimes, comparative religious studies. I find that they're just a strict form of Judaism. But
We've had a few young Amish guys and girls, well, not so many girls, but the guys at a certain age have the option to go out into the world and see if they like it or not.
Rumspringer.
we had some of them in the check-in and exploring what we are saying about Earth. Very, very interested in what we are saying about Earth because they understand geometry and almost celestial navigation right off the bat. A 90-degree angle to stars, they know where they are at all times, man. Yeah, they're practically flat earthers. It's like the whole everything on TV. That's all a story to most of these civilizations. That's what mass media says, and you don't need to believe in that.
I got a that lives next door that says when he does Rumspringa, he's gonna come here and pay me to drive one of my hot rods. And I was like, I said, dude, if you stop, I'll teach you to drive. But we'll work our way up to the hot rod. Because they can basically stay as long as they want. If they go back, then they're Amish,
Yeah.
But
that's the point of it, is to let the youth be the youth at the right time.
Yeah. You just you're a young kid. Go out, do what you got to do. Come back home, boy.
Yeah.
That's honorable, I think.
Very honourable. Very honourable.
Yeah, you let your children be worldly and experience the world so that they understand why they live the way they do.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and through family and connections and properly saved money, there's a stipend there for them. They're not going out with no money in their pockets. They're not going out with no safe places to go to or contacts that they can hook up with. They're free to be without cash in their pockets at that point too, because it's taken care of.
I like the Amish people. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of them are people of few words. They don't like useless talk, dude.
Yeah, no waste. No.
Yeah, so if an Amish guy,
braggadocio as well.
So if an Amish guy or an Amish woman say they favor you or they like you, you should take that as a large compliment.
Very high honor.
Yeah, because they only speak that which is worthy of speaking. that which needs to be understood. I've talked to a lot of them. The younger ones do, they talk a lot. The young kids, because especially when somebody that has all the luxuries they don't is around, they want to know about stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Like my neighbor, he'll send the kids over here. We barter for produce, He's always got to do some kind of work, so I just give the guy that he was my dad's buddy, Fuck, you can have what apples you want. I don't care, but he's proud, so they got to do some work for it, Sometimes I just tell him, hey man, send the boys over for a couple days. I got work for them, and then the kids get here, and I'll just let them chill out if they want. Here, you can watch that TV. Check out YouTube. Anything you type in that search bar, you'll see a dumb video on. I've seen an Amish kid go crazy for 4 hours on that. Like, whoa, I could get hooked on this, Mike. I said, yeah, that's why your parents protect you from this shit.
Yeah. I think it's a wonderful thing, man. It really, really is. Why pollute a child's mind with all these fanciful ideas when it doesn't even know what the world's all about in the first place, or what life just should be at that age? You're getting them thinking about Ferraris and racing tracks and going to space and all of this stuff, and exposing them to the problems of the third world as well. The child should be aware of that, but not have it rammed down their throat.
Everything should start right at home with the family, and it should rotate around the family, and it would stem for the better needs of the family.
Yeah.
Then
I
a
don't
bloodline
I don't see a fault in it, to be honest. I don't think you're taking anything away. You're not denying a child anything at that point. You're actually preserving or you're working towards a safer environment for it, but holding certain things back, like mass media and what goes on in the world.
Oh yeah, those are strong men too. They are strong people. The women are strong. They'll bale hay with you, bro. Rebecca next door, shit, I wouldn't arm wrestle her. That woman got some guns. I'm serious. Every time I happen to see them, I'm impressed, but they generally cover them. But
yeah, we've got the bales of hay that get wrapped in the black polythene. You seen those? Yeah. But we've got farmers' wives that look like them.
You see the rolls of hay?
You see this sort of, it looks like a bale of hay walking across the hillside. And you realise it's actually the farmer's wife with a calf under her arm, bro. And this isn't a one-off, like, there's lots of these girls like this.
Yeah, oh yeah. Listen, my sisters are country bred women. Got that Polish blood in them, so they're big corn-fed girls.
It's a good life, though. It's a grafting hard life. The rewards are massive. You can make enough money to have a nice few toys if you like, but like the rewards for your future, I think you can build way more if you're homesteading for your future, for your whole family entirely, than you can if you're just buying properties or whatever.
If a normal person lived like the Amish, yes, so you would spend way less money on the things you need to live, so you'd have way more money to do whatever you. When you don't buy food, you're growing produce. You're not buying meat. You're raising livestock, hunting, fishing. You're not spending money on that. Like I spend money to fish, and because I'm a Native American. I got a tribe card. I don't have to pay for a fishing license or a hunting license. So those are absolutely free to me, except for gasoline, and expenses while I'm on the trip. But I don't spend a lot of money to eat. And I eat healthier than the general population. I eat good. Game meat is way healthier than even my dairy cows. I know that, but I mean, I like beef. I like bacon, but I would prefer wild boar bacon.
Mm-hmm.
It's better. You are what you eat, and all the crap we're putting into them dairy cows and the for sale beef cows. It's not a normal cow anymore. It's a genetically.
Not good. And I've got an issue with the whole genetic strain. Like, like farmed animals we've had to inoculate them and give them medicines and stuff for so long now. I think that's part of these animals, literally, that's genetic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather have an animal that was living healthy in the woods on its own.
Yeah. And an old one at that. One that's had a good long life, or one that's not well. I would happily take one that's not well or lame or not doing too good. I'd take it in a second.
Yeah, that's why, like, when we go elk hunting, you shoot an elk that's towards the back of the pack, because that's the easiest natural prey.
Yeah.
So the wolves would attack that one.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's the one that's going to be the problem for the herd if anything goes down. It's the one that's going to scream in pain if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, that's Grandpa. Yeah. He's back there. He's like, "Oh my God, my hip hurts. I'm gonna get these kids killed. Why can't my day just come?" And then Mike hits him from a mile away with a 303 Lapua. Pow! In the back of the skull.
Yeah, just as he's caught wind of the young hind that's just come into season, bro. Yeah, just at that point, right? Think, yay! Here we go, man. Life's for living, and he's off in a dream. Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, it's breeding season." Wow. Yeah, but I don't want all that fear and adrenaline pumping through his blood. I don't want him to see it coming. I don't want the animal to suffer.
Yeah, you want him happy and clean and high, and like full of his own energies.
I actually am in the custom to not shooting an animal in the woods that has noticed me.
Mm-hmm.
If a deer has noticed me, then I just put my rifle down and sit back, because there's a certain amount of fear there, and I got all day out of. You can't beat the prepared man, so I'm not in immediate need of meat, so I'll just deer that never sees it coming.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've taken my finger off the trigger or taken my foot off the gas for certain reasons. Same thing. No,
Yeah,
that's yeah.
yeah, you don't want him to go out scared. And then you're eating all them chemicals that are his body was producing at the moment of fear.
Yeah. The gamekeepers around here now, that's the summer here again. And every now and again at night, I'll hear a piffed, piffed noise. And they're using air weapons. And they're, they're going out in the dark and they're using night visions. And it's just purely so the deer aren't tainted. When they're taking an animal, it's not taken in fear. It's they get their perfect pick on which one they want to take. It's a quiet shot, so none of the rest of the herd really hear it. It's quite respectful.
I think so.
Yeah, venison sausages are the venison sausages are the dogs, man. They're fucking brilliant.
Yeah. Look, we make our own. Just got to clean them intestines good. I got an antique grinder, and sometimes me and my brother will mount it on the countertop one more time because it was my grandfather's.
Mm-hmm.
We just keep it in use. Because my grandpa was a hoarder, and he was like, "Oh, you boys will use that someday." And if he hadn't said that, we wouldn't use it. But we do use it now because we just want to honor the man.
Yeah, yeah. And to be honest, dude, it's a fine piece of kit compared to the modern stuff.
Well, the modern stuff. Listen, so I can push the button on that, but I got the risk of contaminating with oils and stuff. I got to keep
Yeah.
oil.
Yep. Yep. People don't realize there's so many levels of control in the food industry. It's just you have to change your clothes before you go into certain areas. You have to change your footwear once you're in those areas. You can't have various chemicals or whatever anywhere near certain areas.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
just
don't.
level after level after level of control, man. It really is.
Yeah, I don't want your wife's hair in my fucking sausage. So you're damn
Yeah.
right. Yeah, we don't just mount that on any countertop. We got stainless steel. Listen, the dairy portion of the farm, we got all stainless steel. You have to use stainless.
You do,
So,
yeah.
yeah,
You do.
yeah.
It's closest thing to non-porous, bro. There's some plastics out there now, but obviously they're not steel. It's not the same. They
Yeah.
can give off various
Yeah.
different chemicals and different temperatures. And you can use plastics in the cold sometimes. Yeah, but I've been in loads of these HACCP courses and like what is it? Hazard analysis, critical control points, hygiene analysis, critical control points, quality analysis, critical control points. It's just one after the other, man. And then you got all your different chemical like training and whatnot, and how to handle things and whatnot. It's endless.
Sounds
And that
like
was only in a salmon farm, dude.
so.
I learned all this.
QS, process control standard.
Yeah, yeah,
Quality standards. Yep.
yeah.
Zero tolerances. Yeah.
People walking around with swabs, swabbing things and taking cultures. Oh man.
Oh yeah, we get an inspection. We get inspections. My brother-in-law last month because we replaced a lot of stainless steel, so I gave him the old stuff to scrap.
Yeah. I oversaw the place grow from a construction in a barn beside beside a sea loch in a shed, and I seen it grow from there, and all the specialist stainless came in, and we refitted the place umpteen times, and it became a multi-million-pound organisation. Like by the time I'd left it.
You just told the story of my life on this farm. I watched this thing grow.
Yeah.
I had to see the pictures of its birth, but when I was a kid, what it is now was an ideal in the heart of my grandfather. And he thought I was the one that would honor that and get it done. And so my father was the smartest man and the best judge of character that I ever knew. Because my brothers and sisters would have just benefited, but not me, because this is a staple to our family. This is a legacy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I added my history to it, to where, and I've actually made a formal history with books and bloodlines and our family heritage all the way up to it. Anyone that was born on this land, died on this land, lived on this land, any changes to the land, and that's from my grandparents buying this land as a standing hardwood forest adjacent to a river, into it being a full functioning dairy farm with a cider mill. And at one time we even made our own power out here. We had hydroelectric generators that run off the east bank of the West Kalamazoo River.
That's
something
peachy.
like
That's really nice. I like that.
Yeah, so they asked me if I would put it on the list of the Heritage of Homes list, so people could come and do it.
Mhm.
So, but we did that, so we're on the list.
Good.
And we were there, but I had myself taken off because I want to become more efficient here, and to do that, I have to do upgrades to the building, to our structure, like gas windows, for example, and.
Mm-hmm.
So I got tired of drafty, living in the 60s in a Victorian style home, you know. I want to
Yeah, it
be.
can still be Victorian style, but you've got to put the walls in properly behind it all again, and I get what you mean.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we insulated it better. We resided it. But when I added the gas windows, I was took off the parade of homes, which is fine with me because it's still a historical home.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the 4-H club, that's where it's a group we volunteer in that give city kids an experience of country life, you know, with livestock and farming, and they can come participate for a day. We have events. I can give away rabbits. We got one of my daughters, and here we are at the grandchildren, and now we got like 1,000 fucking rabbits, and those things fucking reproduce. We can't give them away, man. I'm like,
yeah.
I give them to every organization. Girl Scouts. Hey, Girl Scouts, you want some free bunny rabbits? Boy Scouts. Give them away at the schools. We have raffles for the kids to win them. You can't listen. Those things are the quintessential life will find a way to survive, reproduce, and move on. You can lock 2 bunnies in different cages, and that male will chew through the metal cage and be in the female's cage. The next day, within weeks, you'll have bunnies. And it'll just keep happening. They'll crawl through the cracks in the concrete to reproduce. That's why they say, screw like rabbits. The males. Dude, I've come into the barn in the rabbit cages and had a jackrabbit, a wild rabbit, in the cage with the bunny rabbit. And I opened the cage and like, okay, go on, get out of here, jackrabbit. And he's like, oh, the hell with you. They have bowl food. Yeah, they have bowl food. You got some water. That's my girl. We get married. Farmers getting married. I raped her last night. I got to marry her. Your Bible says it.
Shut the door and keep him in there. He's a farmer. He's a farmer, that's it.
Listen, he's part of the herd. I thought, well, you horny little bastard, if you want to stay, fuck it. My daughter's like, Dad, there's a jackrabbit in there. I'm like, yeah, I call him Jack. It's your new rabbit.
Good on you, dude, because it's an important thing for children. Like, you're giving out pets, and kids burn through pets. Sadly, everything happens, and sadly the pets die. So, like, it's not an easy thing to say, sorry, darling, we can't afford a rabbit as a pet for you. Daddy doesn't have the money, but there's you handing these things out, man. Good on you, like.
Hell, I got more rabbit, bro. The ducks were like that for a minute. We had our own ducks, and then there's just a lot of ducks. But then the Canadians came through one day, the mallards and shit, and they just followed them. So we haven't seen them since. But we had a bunch of ducks that weren't migrating during the winter. I'm like, what the hell, you know? I'm having to feed them with pellets and shit. Build them structures and houses. Last year they just joined the pack, so they migrate now. I got swans, dude. When them 4-H city kids come out here, I'm like, hey, you can mess with anything on the farm, but the geese and the goats. If the goats coming your way, you stiff arm him, because he's gonna ram you. And if the geese come your way, we're all moving, you know, because geese are mean, man. If you want to fight, 4 geese, I don't care if we're 30 deep. You go fight them.
Well, as you know, we keep geese. We use geese for security over here. Well, the distilleries and whatnot.
I
bet. There is absolutely no way you're getting in there quietly or safely.
Yeah, no, they're loud as hell, and they got a long reach.
And they can fly.
Yeah, you can't outrun that fucker because he's got that go-go gadget neck. You know? I've been bit in the ass by a goose, man. I don't like geese. And yeah, I'm hating on all of them for the actions of a few, but I ain't never met one that won't bite me.
The one on the table at Christmas is usually quite good, though. It's kind of tame.
Yeah. Yeah, my geese aren't. They're not tamed farm geese. They're just wild geese. We get turkey vultures out here. Those things are pretty tame. They're cool.
They're huge, are they not?
Oh yeah, you can be in the back 40 out here or in the apple orchard, and shadows just keep passing above you. It just keeps getting dark, and you'll look up and there'll be like 6 turkey vultures way up. They fly way up, and then they just glide down looking for food, and they go in circles. But you can get a 5-foot shadow on the ground, and if you got 15 of them in the air, it's like a disco ball of shadows. So you know when they're flying around. You know when there's a dead thing in your area.
Yeah, I'm the same. If I'm moving around here, I watch the skies first to see what the birds are doing, what's down and on which hill, what's possibly lame, because the birds will follow a young. If you get a deer or if you get an animal that's just calved,
yeah,
you'll get a lot of problems with the birds. So yeah, if you watch the birds, you can tell a lot from it.
Oh yeah, I couldn't live in the city where there's not eagles, hawks, owls, coyotes. I need the nature. That's why the military wasn't for me. Or Florida. You ever seen the deer in Florida? They look like a fucking German Shepherd.
Oh yeah, little roe deer.
Yeah, little shit. Michigan whitetail, 500. Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at that.
Even the does are bucks, bro.
Yeah, I seen those things in the field, and I said, what do you guys got? Wild dog problems here, Mom? And she's like, no, those are the deer. I thought, oh, Lord, they're just sweating away to nothing.
Yeah. Little baby Bambis, they're a really nice little animal, but that's a petting zoo deer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good
Hey,
day. Good day, all.
What's up?
I said good day. Good to hear you guys.
Sunny.
Hey, wasn't there people that herded deer in Britain?
Yes. Yeah.
Herded.
It's become popular again, but yeah, like the land
they used to milk the deer. They used to milk the deer.
Well, no, they would herd them, but because in the old days when the land belonged to the royalty, you would go out at night and encourage the deer away from the royalty's land, and then you had a chance at taking it. But yeah, they've started deer farms again because venison's massively, it's really, really healthy. So stuff like, venison sausages or venison steaks or mince or any of these things is really, really affordable now over here.
Right.
Good.
So I heard in history there was people in the UK that would herd deer like sheep, and they would actually, or goats, and they would actually they would milk the deer and make cheese out of deer milk.
Ooh.
I'll need to look into that because it's probably still going in cottage industry somewhere.
That sounds
You'd have
good.
to grab a little tiny deer teat.
We call them an udder, son, but yes, you'd have to stimulate the udder and then work it.
But I was listening to Mike, and it's really good to hear the history of your farm. You don't know how fortunate, or maybe you do know how.
I do. I wish everybody lived like I did and was raised like I was. Sonny cut out there, huh?
Yeah, did you just drop, Sonny? Are you out racing Lamborghinis on your push bike, bro? Be careful.
Yeah, oh my gosh, he's racing freaking Porsches on his electric bike again.
Yep.
I like tenderloins, old dude. I love me some tenderloins.
Yeah.
Freaking that's all
very good cuts of meat.
Ted Nugent talks about the back straps from the swamp donkeys all the time.
you know
swamp donkeys. He's a badass hunter, man. He's a hunter, man.
Listen, he had a archery competition shoot place in town in Jackson, and I used to take my brother in there because that motherfucker's Geronimo with a bow and arrow, and I put an arrow in one of Ted's arrows, right, and split it. So he got mad because the arrows are expensive, and my brother said, well, let's shoot bullseyes for $100. And we put 300 down on the table. I hit the bullseye, and Ted split my arrow, like payback. And he was like, ha, ha, ha. And he figured, my brother couldn't split an arrow on an arrow, but he did. And my brother took all 300 bucks, And
that's a true story.
It is, and there were
holy shit.
There were topless dancers in there that day that I knew, and they were bow hunting or bow shooting.
Hold on, man. Wait, what kind of isn't there a freaking like a freaking carbon composite arrow that you can't split?
Yeah, there are, yes, but nobody's shooting with $200 arrows.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
so what a small world.
They were more like $60 arrows. You got to cut them to length for your draw, plus they are a certain carbon, but they're not the perfect shatter. A shatterless arrow you use to feed yourself, not to unless you're target shoot.
Well, if you're a rich boy, maybe.
Yeah,
I was gonna say what a small world it is. Like I saw Ted Nugent in 1977 play the California Jam Fest.
Damn it, Sonny.
Did he play Great White Buffalo or Wango Tango? Wango's the tango, man.
I went to school with his daughter, Sasha.
I remember you talking about that one night.
He lived in Concord, Michigan.
Well, wait, where's he at now? Didn't he move somewhere?
Florida. Yeah, because of black mold, they abandoned the first property in Concord. Dude had a pool out there that was shaped like a guitar.
Wow, I think I've seen pictures of that.
I've swam in that pool.
He's the only dude that freaking wasn't like a partier. I can't name one freaking dude from that.
He was an asshole.
Well, yeah.
And when I was a teenager, Ted was an alcoholic, and then he quit. He went to AA and all that. He quit drinking.
Oh, yeah, they got high and mighty.
Yeah, we used to go watch him at
Is
the
that when he became an
Cobo
asshole?
Arena. We go to the New Year's. Yeah, he's better than everybody because he's rich and he don't drink. But I seen like 6 New Year's New Year's Eve bash, Ted Nugent's New Year's Eve bash, Cobo Arena. He used to have it every year on New Year's Eve. Fuck, I think I still got T-shirts from that shit in the closet if I look. Whiplash Bash, that's what it was. But he played every song you just mentioned.
Down. I'm sorry.
I used to see his wife in the Corvette at the town gas station. She'd be in that Corvette and get behind an Amish dude in a horse and buggy. She'd be mad as a motherfucker. Behind her in a pickup truck. My dad's like, the bitch won't quit honking the horn. I'm like, I'm 13. I ain't saying shit, Dad. I ain't got none of that. Jacob.
Yo, I'm so much like I'm like thinking, man. I'm sorry. I'm so stoned right now.
Cheech and Chong?
Ching Chong Chong stoned, yes.
No, I mean, do I sound like Chong?
No, man, you sound like American, man, to be honest.
Well, I am an American. I'm a Yankee. Not all of us are Yankees, though.
What is a Yankee? What is
a Northerner?
No, it's same thing, like, man, to be honest. You guys speak the same language, worship the same God, same thing.
So a Southerner is a rebel, and that was the Yankees beat the Confederacy in the Civil War. If you know American history. But most people from across seas think, well, Americans are all Yankees, but that's just not true. There's still rebels here.
But to be honest, rebels, like, I mean, I don't get why. Sorry, man. Yeah. Anyways, I don't get why they call themselves the rebels, because, it's the thing is they don't rebel, man. Like they just do they're told what American government is telling, and it's always like this, right? Because to
I don't know.
conform.
Listen, we got rednecks. Those southern
Yeah,
rebel
but that's just
rednecks. Listen, that's a big reason why people don't invade us, man. It's because you don't want to call them rednecks off the mountains and out of the woods. You want to just leave them guys alone. Just leave them be. But if you was to invade America, well, those people would come out, toting rifle and gun sack. They'd clear the land of any threat. It'd be nothing but a pile of beer cans and ammunition. By the time the National Guard got there, the war's already over. But that's for real.
Yeah, I grew up in Missouri. I know that. I understand that.
We'll bring our hand cannons out to them there fields, and you boys better run. We'll have our own damn still right there in our camp, and it'll move with us when we move. Because them Yankees and them Southern boys, we get along nowadays. We're like you call a unified team.
There you go. Yeah, they don't want to poke the bear.
Own heart with Northern militia. It's unstoppable.
Not this bear.
I know. That's funny. I was thinking that's my Dodem Bear Clan.
Yesterday I was watching a documentary about space, right? And I was just hit by the nostalgia. Then, because look, when I used to be a kid, I used to be a huge space believer, and like it's like fuck, man. Like when I understood it's flat and space, it's not what they show. I'm watching those videos from NASA and from everything, right? Like space, like micro quasars, fucking like white dwarfs, then also um black holes and stuff. And I'm just, you know what? I know about this. So to be honest, it could be like my favorite movie. Like I see NASA. For example, look, my favorite movie is The Moon Landing about NASA.
Dude,
Like it's
NASA's my favorite channel. It's my Comedy Central now. They
yeah,
got a
no,
NASA
not
channel.
comedy. It's not comedy. They look, their production is a bit cheap. It can become really cheap sometimes. But look, I mean, with 60 billions per year, like what can they do? Like at least some decent CGI, or because you have to mind that they have like to, I don't know if they supply or they have some sort of illegal child trafficking or something, like I don't know. But I mean, most of those elites, they do traffic children, they rape children, right? That's what they do. Like that's what Hollywood does. Like Hollywood is like the biggest child. Basically, they basically take adrenochrome basically they torture children, and then they extract the tortured children blood, and then they drink it. Right? They make adrenochrome, and that's what they do.
That's probably not the best subject for the channel, but as much as I
Yeah.
may agree,
Yeah, bro, sorry, I was going to say that's going to have to be a left turn.
Yeah, true. Let's not get dark, too much dark. Even if I'm the dark servant, like I shall not be dark.
Good lad, good lad. So it's still the weekend for you, yeah? Are you going back to work or back to school or whatever soon?
I work, like, no, I don't want to go back to school because all they teach is bullshit. So basically, I apologize for swearing, but
That's okay.
yeah, all they teach is like, random nonsense. So why would I go to school, right? Because, like, I mean, I understand, like, languages and like sciences, okay, till a certain point. But, like, I just don't know, like,
I think I learned more about science on Discord here than I did my entire life.
Yeah, that's more or less what I was going to say too, Sonny. Yeah, I didn't pick up much in school, but yeah, it's worth it for the basics. But
Yeah.
it's a
places like this have
waste of
taught me
money.
so much more. It's taught
It's a
me that
waste
I'm
of
able
money.
to learn more about where we live.
About what
It's not
science really
so
is.
beyond me.
it's a waste of money, school.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I did not pay anything to go to school. I went to public school, and I also like yeah, I went to public school. You see, like, but it's just the worst place to be. Like, like I was f- first of all, like they were bullying me. I used to be bullied every single day. Like I used to be beaten up at school, and I used to be like mocked at school because of my weight. Because I used to be like over like 120 kilos, and like I was really fat. So people would take fun of me. You see.
Guess what? I was really skinny and I used to get picked on too until I grew like a foot in 1 year. Then they stopped messing with me because I could fight back. Really, like after being beat up and picked on as a kid, I learned how to fight back really well.
But
So then
the
they
thing
don't
I,
mess
is,
with
like,
me
I was
anymore.
never picked on. I was never picked on, but I never picked on kids though. I was never like that, man. I probably I took up for more kids than I picked on.
Yeah, but getting back to the science issue, like I think the one room schoolhouse, like, well, what I was going to say about education now is I think education now is just a social experiment in drug use and debauchery. That's what the colleges are.
The best stuff I ever
but look
learned was
what
in
they're teaching. They're teaching. They are
Votech.
teaching literally that like man can become woman if he wants, or that
Oh,
woman
good
can become
lord.
man. Like
Yeah.
that's just a retarded, man. Like
See
they
what I
are
mean?
retarded. Those who make like the schools, they are retarded. Like it's like retarded. Like they don't know.
You
Yeah, and
got a choice.
the psychiatric offices are going to be full to the top.
And teach your kid how to weld or frickin' work on cars. Don't even. I'm telling you, Western Votech is probably the best place for. I don't know, for a lot of
Well,
kids.
I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a mechanic. I don't have too much clue about mechanics, like right, like how to fix cars and stuff. But look, I can fix houses. I'm a construction worker, right? And look, the the only thing I use in construction is the science like part. I think that we should learn more science and less about science and philosophy also. And yeah, because philosophy it's a science itself, right? It's a
Hmm.
scientific discipline, philosophy and psychology. Also,
Well,
I also no, I'm basically doctor, dark servant, because in the end of the day, like I'm just doctor of I'm doctor in psychology basically. I'm a psychiatrist, right? And
You're a psychiatrist that works on houses?
look, I self-educated. Like to be honest, man, I haven't got a clue in of anything. Like I know something. I know a lot about psychology and psychiatry, right? But I just I never went to school to become a psychiatrist, and I just work in construction, and I figured out about there's like the depression of second, third grade,
You can't work
basically.
on cars. You say you can't work on cars, man. If you can run a dang circular saw and all those tools, you could freaking change your brakes, man. You could change your brake pads.
But the thing,
You could do
I don't
easy
have a.
shit.
But the thing is, I don't have a problem with changing tires or changing a part of a car. The thing is, I just cannot I cannot detect if a car doesn't run, I do not know where to start. Like what the fuck is wrong? Like car doesn't run, okay, I cannot I cannot help here
you know
because
what?
I
It's
mean
really like it's most of the time it's a process of elimination, and you just go through the easiest, like like you start at the very beginning. What's like, is it getting enough spark? And you just go down the line. Is this a mechanical, electrical, or combustion problem? And you just eliminate one by one, and then you start to figure out what the problem is. So it's a lot of auto mechanics. A lot of it has to do with logic.
Is your tank empty?
yeah,
Yeah.
that could be a problem. That could be a problem. I mean, those easy things, okay, I can do it, but complicated stuff, don't even ask me. I used to study for as a naval, right? And it was cool. But yeah, then then heroin came into my life, and she told me like, "Hey, allow me to introduce myself." And I became a heroin addict, and I could not get like a degree. I just could. Sadly.
That's all right, though. If you know how to work on houses, that's a valuable skill, though.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. Yo, the night is so peaceful here. Like you can hear the birds, like the oh, chook, 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 chook. Yeah, like the bird that does like the noise.
doves. Yeah, I've got them. Doves land in my chimney, and I hear them down the fireplace every morning. Yeah, dude. It's a nice thing, very calming thing when nature's near you. Yeah. I was going to ask Dark Servant, you've been around Flat Earth for a while now, haven't you?
2 years.
2 years now,
Kind
dude, is
of.
it? Wow. I think I spoke to you in DMs a long, long time ago originally, like.
Look, that's the thing. Like I'm in Flat Earth. Like it took me 3 days. It was 3-4 days of suffering for me. Like I was trying to debunk like mental challenge for me. I was trying to debunk the flat Earth because I used to be a globe Earth believer, right?
Yeah, that's
All
what I'm
my
thinking.
life.
I think I remember you fighting hard against it, dude. Yeah.
It's like when I found out that it's the opposite, I was like there. And what did I study? And what did I do? Now, now wait a minute. Like, how can it be that it's flat? And then like, oh, it's flat. Like, oh fuck! It's like I have to relearn everything. Like I have to relearn all things. Or I have to learn how to walk again. I was running, and then I fell down, and I need to start walking again.
Yes, dude. Yeah, that's a big part of it. You realize you don't need to run anymore, but you've kind of forgotten how to walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. I think like I didn't have that much trouble with it because I think I had learned about them lying early on and started discovering different ways they lied. And I think when your mind becomes malleable enough, I was ready for it, and all of a sudden it clicked in. And then I went outside and I checked it, and I said, "Oh my gosh!" It sure enough is not a sphere. Earth is not a sphere. It's as flat as
Yeah.
I could tell.
You have to learn to be all over again, really. You do. It's not some woo-woo thing that you get touched by a divine spirit. It sort of feels like it, maybe to some people, but yeah, it's
I still don't understand the fighting against it. Like that part, I don't really get. But now, I mean, I understand more as time goes by that it's a religious fervor that they have. That they're literally think they're losing their lives if Earth is flat. Everything they've known, everything they've been taught, like, is wrong.
Yeah. The core.
the
From the
pride thing
top
as
to the
well.
bottom.
And I know with you guys, like I'm preaching to the choir.
And there's people out there that hear us talk, Sonny, and I think it gives them a chance to think. Yeah, I think people need to hear it. It's not that we're sitting in an echo chamber just agreeing with each other or just counselling each other and saying, yes, it's okay, we're all flat earthers now.
Yeah, not at all.
This is
Not
the
at all.
reality of it. This is where it leads you. You reappraise your life. You
Yes.
really do.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes people get aggravated because once you hear enough of this information, especially with us, because we've been talking about this so long. We're pretty much experts in the field as far as the discussion goes and how to deliver the information. Sometimes people get that information, they're aggravated because they can't let go of it now, that they've heard too much already.
Yeah. It's not taking anybody's lives away as well. I had a conversation with someone yesterday that, I don't know, it might have been dogs or gods or whatever, but look, if they want to go and work in satellite industry, that's fine. Go work in the satellite industry, but just don't ignore the reality that after it leaves your hands, it's a story where it all goes and what goes on after that. You know, you maybe think you're part of the space race and it might pay for your child's education someday, and that's fine. Go and do the coursework and put in the time and learn the skills. But you've still got to be a realist about it all. If you want to live in total denial, that's fine. Leave flat Earth alone because it'll just annoy the hell out of you. It really will. That's why people come in here angry every day. The same people saying the same things. They're just hurt by it because they can't leave it alone.
Yeah, and so really what they're really fighting, they're not fighting us per se. They're actually fighting against reality itself, because when you go out there, it doesn't present itself as a spherical Earth at all. Like there's really nothing that you can point to specifically in practical terms that could point you in the direction of a Earth being a sphere. There's nothing there. It's just empty.
Yep. It's all math, it's all calculus, it's all plotted out and graphed out on a map, on a paper, on a, what is it, a model. But in reality, you can think that you're using a globe to traverse around it. You're a sailor, you know this. But in actual fact, you're using a flat, level, stationary plane with topographical changes, whether on the ocean or on land.
Yep, and actually, in all of that spherical Earth math, like it has to begin somewhere. It all begins with flat stationary Earth. Or else you don't have anything to go by.
And it is. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you just boil it down and take it all apart, and it's right there. It's right there underneath it all. Yep.
Yeah. So that's the brilliance of the globe Earth. In a way, is brilliant because they used our own eyesight to create this thing, right? They used how the eye works and how far we see and how far the horizon is. They used all that to create their globe Earth in mathematical terms. So there's part of it is reality based with flat and stationary Earth, but for instance, the latitude lines, they have to start from a flat horizontal plane, or else they don't have any elevation angles. And all of the basis of all of the globe Earth starts from elevation angles.
Yeah. It's hilarious, really. And they think that we're crazy for thinking like this too. Because we're taking away what they think is science. And it's not, it's actually just maths or higher math.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting to hear people say, well, because the math works. Well, yeah, the math can work. I can make math of Superman flying over a building in a single bound, but that doesn't mean Superman is real.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, Sonny, if we're wrong for some weird reason that none of us has figured out yet, it's been a good 10 years, mate. It's been a fun run. Like, if somebody comes out tomorrow and actually proves that we're all wrong, I'll admit it. I'll be like, oh wow, I was fooled for all these years. But it's going to have to be hard physical evidence that's verifiable and testable by each and every one of us, because we'll all be out doing this in our own countries, across water, land. Everybody wants to try whatever it is anyone comes up with. Any idea to figure out how Earth is supposed to actually curve, but we can't find it. We're just looking for that. So yeah,
Exactly.
if it comes tomorrow, I'll be taking it. I'll be testing it.
I agree with you, you know, because see, like for us that have like when we got new information, we were able to change our mind based on this new information. Well, like you said, like if new information comes that proves this Earth is a globe, I've already changed my whole outlook on worldview already once. I could easily change it again if I had new information that proved the flat Earth to be wrong. But like you said, I haven't seen anything yet, and we've been searching. We truly have been searching.
Isn't that the like the core of science or the core of politics or society to constantly look for where we've gone wrong and how we could be getting it better? Isn't that what it's all supposed to be about?
Yeah, exactly. Not supposed to be stuck in like what do they call it? Stuck in the paradigm. There's a religious word for it. Some word. I can't think of the word right now.
Zealotry?
Dogma.
Dogma, that's the one, bro. Yeah, that's the one. And they say it's science and it's actually dogma, yeah.
Yeah, stuck in the paradigm paralysis. You know, where they're stuck on it. They can't let go of it. They can't receive new information because their cognitive bias and their dogma stops them.
Yep. Somebody was talking about it just the other day. Who's in here? It might have been Miggy, in fact. It's the sunk cost thing. I can't remember who it was, but I think it might have been you, Miggy. But they're so invested in this, they're terrified to look back. They just get so much invested in it, their child's future's in it, their whole paradigm's built around it. If one part falls apart, they just can't face it because they've got so much invested in it, man.
Yeah, that's
it's
like
ridiculous.
Scott Mackey or Dogs Are Gods. There's a few others like Talon, and they say absurd things just to hold to the paradigm. It doesn't matter how they look, so long as they keep to the paradigm. And so it becomes dogma. It's a religious belief. They stop looking at things with a critical eye, and they start agreeing with the people that are saying really absurd things about science, about the physical and natural world. It's crazy. You want them to snap out of it, but there's nothing that they can do because they're like, Sonny's saying, it's like a paralysis. They're stuck. They don't know how. They're incapable of realizing this. So that's why they come in day in, day out, because they don't understand why we say the things that we do. They're baffled by it, and it's because their whole paradigm rests on the fact that their imaginations are true. That's why.
And the evidence of this is the constant changing of the topic, the constant going from one thing to another, not being able to come to a resolution on any one thing, but moving from here to there and everywhere else other than what the true facts of the matter are, what reality is showing us.
Yep. That's actually recognised by the psychiatric industry as a fault or a problem or an issue. When the thought pattern goes like that, there's something not quite right there. I'm not putting anyone to shame or blame or anything here, but yeah, it's not a healthy mental process when you keep leapfrogging back and around and all over the place just to avoid the issue in hand.
Yeah, I've actually pointed it out to Dogs Are Gods when he was in the chat. I was like, you have a scientism belief. It's not a scientific. There's nothing that you could say or we could say that would convince you otherwise. So if we're saying, could you think of the Earth as a flat Earth? He instantly said no, because it doesn't work. So without the idea of even thinking about it differently than whatever he thinks it is, it's already showing that he has that religious belief that it can't be anything other than what he thinks of. So he's not willing to entertain it. But the problem is he can't comport that over to the physical and natural world. So when we say, yeah, of course, we see the Earth this way, you see the Earth this way, when are we seeing the Earth any other way than how we perceive it? That's the problem where they have. But we're addressing it because it's like, okay, there's one thing to make your observation, It's another thing to add measurements to it. Then there's another thing to add a practical use of how we navigate this earth. All of it has to be consistent. And if it's not, then, we start to look into it. But if it is, then there's no issue,
Yeah. A key sign of this bias is what was I going to say about that? It'll come back to me. Sorry about that. I had a brain fart. What I was going to say is the key sign of this is when they have to divorce themselves from their own senses. And when they start talking, you have to divorce yourself. They have to say that, you can't trust your senses. But when we navigate and we move around, we do things practically, we are using nothing but our senses. So in order to divorce yourself from your senses is illogical.
Every engagement with reality is with our senses. That statement is true.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah, I can hear the air coming through the car window, Miggy, and I'm wondering, at which point driving do you disengage your senses and not trust them anymore because you're seeing things?
Yeah, or pretend that
imagine a world where that's the case, where I'm like, well, I think I'm driving. I could be swimming. I don't know.
I thought I was going left, but apparently not. My senses, I can't rely on my senses. I don't know if I turned left or right. Maybe the ground moved underneath my car.
It'd take a long time to make a left turn now, wouldn't it?
That tree's getting very close. I could have sworn I moved. Did I think I turned the steering wheel? Why is that tree getting closer to me?
So you guys think you can tell us one time when a glober ever said to deny our senses? Or are you just making this up?
Yeah, we've got it on record somewhere, Scott. Yeah,
Show me.
do actually.
Show me.
I could probably find it for you, dude, if somebody could remind me who it was that might have said it.
Yeah, nobody's ever said that, though. That's just something you guys hear somehow.
They've said it in here daily. They say it
No,
daily.
they don't. They don't say it in there. They don't say it in here ever. It never happens.
They say you can't trust your senses, that you don't know if you wouldn't feel motion, that you wouldn't feel movement.
Well, that's not trusting your senses. That's not trusting one sense.
No, that's your senses, Scott. You can't
No,
trust
that's
your
one
senses.
sense.
So I know you're coming in there pretty hot, but that's what they're saying, and that's what you guys agree with. You have to, because if you don't perceive an emotion, you don't feel it, there's nothing in your senses that tells you that you're spinning, then how can you perceive it? You're like, well, think about it like this. It's like a car that's really smooth. Dude, what do you mean? You're coming in all hot, but you don't understand that people are doing this every day. It's about the curvature. It's about the spin. It's about thinking that they're in a cosmic vacuum. All of these things are telling them that they have to perceive outside of their senses. Yeah, that's what they say every day.
No.
Duh.
You're coming in pretty hot there, Miggy. No.
Yeah.
We're not saying that. If that's what you're hearing, if that's what you're hearing, you're not listening.
Yeah, you're firing off at the mouth, but you have no idea what these guys say, because are you here listening to them, or do you like to listen to only what you think is what they're saying? You're changing what they're saying.
Nice projection,
you're like a bad lawyer. Yeah, you're like a shithouse lawyer. You want to come in here. Yeah, you're a shithouse lawyer. You want to come in here and say that that's not what they're saying. Dude, what the fuck? Everybody has heard them say these things. So
you seem pretty angry, Miggy.
Yeah, because you're dude. How can you say that's not the truth? That is the truth. That's why I'm upset.
So what you guys are saying is that some globers said you couldn't feel it moving.
A whole bunch of them.
Yes, I know. We all agree on that.
You're an idiot, dude.
We all agree you shouldn't feel it moving.
and they'll bring
That's
in
not the same as
actual,
not trusting your senses.
they'll bring in actual so-called evidence of somebody sitting in a chair and being spun around in some doctor's office saying that you can't sense motion. Bullshit.
But it's true, you couldn't. If we put you in a blindfold and we spun you in a chair, you would stop
There you
feeling
go.
yourself moving.
See, you're doing
That's
it right
one
now.
sense.
You're doing
One
it right
sense.
now.
That is the dumbest shit
You're
you
doing it
ever
right now.
said.
Right. Just open your eyes and then maybe you'll get a clue.
Yeah, I open my eyes and I see sunsets. What do you
When
guys
you're
make of that?
spinning, no, when you're spinning, stop changing the subject already. You're spinning around in a chair. Open your eyes. Tell me that your senses don't matter.
No, then you can see the movement, but you can't feel it.
Yeah, but one part of your senses is going to tell you something that's different from what you think. Obviously, you're going to be able to start to.
Exactly. And which one do you trust? Your body doesn't tell you you're moving, but your eyes tell you you do. Which one is
It's
true?
absolute horseshit because your vestibular system is tied into your optics as well.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yeah, it is. So think
The
about it.
hell
If you
it
keep
isn't.
spinning, think about it. If you keep spinning and your eyes are closed, what's going to happen after a while?
You stop
You're going
feeling
to
that
get
you're
dizzy.
spinning.
No,
you don't.
Whatever,
You don't.
dude. You're going to get dizzy. What?
Dude, just try it one day. Put yourself in a chair, put a blindfold on, and have someone spin you around. Tell me if you get dizzy.
It's funny how we started
These
off
things-
with you
these
have
things
to
are-
deny you have
Try
to
it, Alpha.
deny
You
have
won't
to
get
deny
dizzy.
your senses, and him saying that nobody's saying you deny your senses, yet Scott Mackey is saying you have to deny your senses.
Totally,
Great.
dude. Scott,
Miggy, try it one day. Put yourself in a spinning chair, put on a blindfold, and tell me if you get dizzy. Come back and tell us all whether you got dizzy or not.
Scott, have you ever gotten seasick before, bro?
Yes, that's because you're rocking back and forth. That's a change in that's acceleration.
Yeah. Do you know how you counter it?
I have no idea. What does it have to do with anything?
You put your eyes on the horizon, Scott.
That's
Stop
right.
looking at the motion
that doesn't
around
always
you and
work.
getting all upset. And you put your eyes on the horizon. It's an ocular link to your vestibular system, dude.
That does not always
Scott.
work.
I know all about this, mate.
You only say it doesn't work because you've never done it yourself, bro.
I have done it myself. I was on a boat. We went out to go watch some whale sharks out of the coast of Mexico. And it was a little tiny boat, and it started rocking back and forth. And I made the mistake of looking down to put on my flippers, and I started to feel seasick. So I did the thing where I focused on the horizon, and I still puked.
Because it was already
It doesn't always work.
At that point, yes. Listen, how often are you out in a boat, bro? Go out 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row, and that'll go away.
But what does that have to do with anything?
It's linked to your ocular system, Scott. You were
you
wrong.
having to deny your senses is what it has to do with.
Yeah.
You're saying
How am I
you deny your senses, yet out of the same side of your mouth, you're saying you don't have to. No one's denying your senses.
What
when you're
sense am I
your
denying?
senses.
What sense am I denying?
All of them.
Name one.
Your vestibular.
We have 5 senses, right? We have 5 senses.
Your
Which one am I denying?
vestibular system that's tied to your optics.
Am I okay? Which one? What sense am I denying?
It's also tied to your equilibrium and your musculature as well. Your nervous system that goes through your balancing muscles. Your vestibular system's tied into that as well as your optic system.
What?
If you lose your big toes, Scott, you have to start to learn to walk again. You lose your balance if you lose your big toes, bro.
You're denying
What
your
sense
balance.
am I denying?
Or you're denying, which is denying about 3 or 4 different senses.
Which ones?
Your optic system, your balancing system, your equilibrium.
How am I denying my optic system? How am I denying my sight?
Because you're saying it's not tied to your vestibular system. Duh.
I don't know. How am I denying my sight?
You're saying if you close your eyes, you're not going to feel dizzy. You're out of your mind.
No, it's true. It's true.
Right. Try it on a boat.
Try it exactly like Miggy said. Put yourself in a chair that spins.
Try it on
put
a boat. You have to deny your
and tell me if you
senses.
get dizzy.
You're out of your mind. You have to deny your senses in order for the globe.
Kids do this at parties. They do it at parties. They put their head on a bat and they're blindfolded. They spin around, and then as soon as they take the blindfold off, they fall down. But prior to that, they were already dizzy.
As soon as they do what, Miggy?
Yeah,
Imagine the
they take off
guy
the
on the
blindfold,
North
but
Pole.
they're already being
Imagine the
spun around.
guy on the North Pole having to
What?
withstand
You know
all
how
that
you guys don't
stability.
know how, you guys don't understand how any of this works, do you?
Oh.
You just make up your own realities. If you put a blindfold on and put yourself in a chair that spins, you will not get dizzy.
Bullshit.
You don't
No,
get dizzy till you stop
no, it's not
spinning.
true because
And then
it
you open your
actually
eyes
affects
and
the
you
You know what?
find
You are so full
in
of
the
shit. That's
ears
actually
we
an
have.
interrogation tactic to get people to fucking get sick and give up and break down.
you
In
don't
the
get dizzy.
basically in the earlobes, like in
We'll
the
start
ear.
the waterboarding after we spin the shit out of them.
Basically, what happens is like your ears have this organ, which is like it's like a sack of water with like
He doesn't want to talk
like
about that,
rope.
Mike.
Dude said if he put me in a
I want to try to stick
merry-go-round
to
with a
it. I want to try to
blindfold,
stick to
I
a
wouldn't
topic.
know I was on a merry-go-round. That's fucking idiotic, man.
You wouldn't?
Well, the chair isn't. What about centrifugal force? It's not
No,
going to try to.
because like
It's
the
not going to try to throw you off the merry-go-round or throw you out of the chair. You're not going to feel it pulling on your gut. You're a moron, Scott.
Wasn't Sonny just talking about a second ago how you can't stick to a topic as a
Is
sign
this
of a
a-
mental disorder?
this
You guys
is a-
realize you're not sticking to the topic
Listen,
right
this
now?
you're just attacking people's character. That doesn't address
guys-
what
you-
I
you
asked.
guys-
How
you
do
guys
you
just spent
not
10
feel
minutes
the
doing it.
centrifugal force? How did you not feel the centrifugal force?
It's not spinning fast enough to feel it.
He's trying to avoid the subject by telling us we're avoiding the subject.
So
Well,
is
how
it going to do one rotation per day? Is that your premise, Scott?
Well, that could be one slow, but
the
if
chair.
it could
And
be
I
one a
wouldn't.
minute.
I wouldn't know.
That's what he's saying.
If it did one
That's
a minute,
fucking dumb, man. That's the fucking dumbest fucking shit. And you comparing that shit. Oh my god. You're attacking people's character, but you're dumb as my fucking
no,
dog.
just yours. Just yours.
Mine, I'm just tired
Yeah.
of listening to this dumb shit.
I know, because you're an idiot.
You're
don't
talking
understand the
about
world
I
you live
can't
in.
stay on a topic, but I wasn't talking to you, Scott. I just got tired of hearing your retarded rambling.
Well,
Yeah, funny enough, more people come in like him, and they deny the fact that that's even going on. Nobody said that. You guys are making this up. And then they perceive to do the very thing that they said that they know that's not happening. Wow.
Except
Isn't
I
that
didn't.
crazy?
Yep.
Except I didn't.
Dude,
Yeah, let me
you
address
guys
your
said
character and not
sense is plural.
your
What
character and
senses
not
am I
the point.
denying?
Hold on, Scott. Your character. Let's
So what
address your
senses-
character, not
no,
the
let's
point.
not- let's
We're not going to
Let's
answer
stick-
the
let's stick on
question.
the
We're going
point.
to
What
attack you
senses
as a
am I
man.
denying? Let's not. Let's stick to the point. Try to focus, people.
Moral
what senses
fiber.
am I denying?
Tell you what to do then, Scott. Rewind the live stream about an hour and a half, and you'll discover that we predicted you would do this before you even came in here. We weren't talking about you, but we were talking about the exact way that it goes, how people lily pad and backpedal and jump around and don't answer the question. And thanks, Scott, I've got to say, you've just completed a 2-hour segment that we predicted would happen yet again.
Tour. Your
Well,
duty,
good
your
for you.
services are no longer needed.
Who's the one
Your
not
tour
answering the
of
question
duty
right now,
is
though?
over.
Who's the one not answering the questions right now?
Well, you
Me or
haven't
you
told
guys?
me why you're not feeling centrifugal force.
Because
So
it's going
what
too slow.
question?
I just answered that directly.
What question becomes a question?
I just answered it directly. You're not spinning fast enough. Next question.
Oh, but like, I have a question. Like, are you a globe believer? Like, my question is like, how can pressurized gas exist without a solid container? Also,
Very
my
easily.
question,
The
which
next
just
question
like
was: is a spinning chair equal to one rotation per day for you?
Yep. Yep.
That
No.
was the next fucking question. It's not.
That was going to be the
Because
next one. Yeah.
listen, because I'm here to say, if it only rotates. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Hold
Hold on.
What about
Hold
when I go
on.
to the
Hold on. If it only
Flat Earth
rotates
spike.
once per day, I'm here to say it isn't actually spinning.
Well, then stop saying it's spinning then.
You're the one saying it's spinning. At what rate,
That's
Scott?
you.
Give us
one rotation per day. One rotation
would
per
Mike
day.
say
Is what,
spinning?
Then he just gave me the value he said he wasn't trying to give. What?
what do you want to call that then? If you want to call that spinning, what do you want to call it? So we can have a common language. One rotation per day is.
Okay, might not feel one revolution of a rotation,
But
but
then
if
again, just don't answer a simple question, right? One rotation per day is called
one rotation. It's not the act. Hold on. It's the spinning. When you say spinning, you imply like a spinning top, a kid's toy, or a merry-go-round.
If that's what you hear, you're hearing
one
that.
rotation of a gear a day isn't equal to spinning.
What is it then? What do we call that?
One rotation per day. So that's a revolution. A revolution. So spinning is the act of multiple revolutions. Am I wrong on this?
It does multiple revolutions in a year. 365 revolutions per year. Well, a little bit more than that. 366, I guess. So what do we call it if it's not spinning? Give us a word.
Miles a day.
Give us a word for what do we call it if it's not
spinning? Stationary.
No, if it's doing one revolution per day, what do we call that? You can do it, Battle Mode.
Revolution?
You can do it, Mike. Answer the question. What do we call it?
I can, but what is your intent with that question?
Yeah,
I can answer it.
But you won't.
Call it 1,000 miles an hour.
I just answered it. It's one revolution.
Okay, so we'll just say the Earth is one revolutioning.
1,000 miles per hour from the non-inertial reference point.
You say rotating. That would be rotating, Scott, and it's not the word spinning.
Okay, so it's rotating.
They're actually category errors. Yeah, rotation can be counted on the amount of revolutions.
Okay, so I'll make sure I talk to all my globe Earth compatriots, and we'll call it rotating from now on.
And we're not at the hub. We're not at the hub.
Well, that's what you say. Hold on. Even in physics, it's explained as a rotating reference frame, not a spinning object.
We can go with that. I'm sure we can go with that. So it's rotating.
Yeah, that's up to you to prove.
Okay. So do you think you would feel one rotation per day?
It depends on the rate of rotation.
One rotation per day.
Yeah.
Do you think you feel it?
If that one moves 1,000 miles per hour, I would assume logically yes.
Why?
If 1,000 miles is moving in 60 minutes, then yes, my vestibular system should pick that up.
Why?
Why? Because it's not outside of the capabilities of my system.
I can speak.
I've heard no scientific. I haven't seen anybody give a biological citation for the fact that one revolution per day would be outside the capability of your senses.
Really?
To go faster, the further away from the axis of rotation, doesn't it?
I use my vestibular system to navigate this system every day, and it's based on the feeling of movement. So yeah,
why doesn't it matter?
It's pretty sensitive.
It's not how our bodies work.
This is just a lame argument, though. I know that's what you assert.
Why does it matter, T-Dub?
Because you have to go faster to cover more distance.
So, why should you feel that?
The rate at which it covers that distance.
It's a greater acceleration.
I'm going to be on an airplane in a few hours from now, flying back from Las Vegas, where I visited my mom, back to San Jose. And I'm going to be going something like 500 miles an hour, maybe a little bit less. It's a local flight, so maybe don't get going that fast. I won't feel that 500 miles an hour. It'll feel like I'm sitting on the chair like I'm sitting right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you hit turbulence, high pressure, when you bank. Yeah. You act like none of us have ever rode an airplane.
Yeah. Now
I was just talking about the 500 miles an hour.
Listen, hold on, bro. Listen, the planes as they fly through the air isn't a perfectly balanced.
Wait, is it constantly changing direction?
No, but you do feel it. Air turbulence and resistance. To say you don't is just asinine.
But that's not the same at the speed.
And that plane is moving along with the curve of the Earth. So yes, it is a constant change in
That's the
direction.
thing in contention. You can't use that as proof.
I know.
Stupid.
But
Well, how do we prove it then? How do we distinguish between the two? If it's the thing in contention, how do we know which is the thing? Well, we can.
You can't.
But we can.
He's asking you for help, bro.
Can't.
Yeah. Give him olive
Equal.
branch.
It's equal to as
I
if
won't.
it was traveling in a straight line.
I refuse to.
No, the thing is, we don't use our feelings to determine if we're changing directions. That's not the good way to determine that.
What an idiotic statement.
Really? How do I take a left-hand turn then in my automobile at 60?
You turn your steering wheel? How do you? That's how I do it. I don't know how you do it. Do you use your feet?
I feel the bank. I drift, so I feel it all. Yeah.
Yes,
like
you can feel it within certain parameters, and there's some turns you couldn't feel. If I was going on a freeway,
No,
that
when
was
I'm banking or
gently-
turning, I feel that. Yes.
So if I'm going on the freeway 60 miles an hour, and that freeway has a mile arc on it, a right turn, you think you can feel me turning right if I'm driving 60 miles an hour
Sure,
and
you
turning?
feel it in the wheel. It tries to pull to the right. Yeah. So you feel
Do
it
you
in the
think
wheel.
in the
Sure.
passenger? Do you think in the passenger seat you could feel it?
Well, yes, you do, but your seatbelt keeps you
Oh,
in.
you are so
The
full of
inert
shit.
forces move your weight. If you're banking right to the right, we study this in racing. So yeah, there will be a shift of weight in a right-hand bank.
Wait, can you repeat back the scenario I put forward? I'm just curious if you're listening.
A long gradual bank.
How
like
big?
there'll be no shift in the center of gravity
How
and
big?
no inert force on the object that's going through that bank, and you're just wrong.
How big did I say?
You said gradual. You basically didn't give 1 mile.
Okay, there you go. I did say that, right? A mile radius turn.
Yeah, that's a
And I'm
mile
driving
bank.
yes, and I'm traveling
You're
at
going to
60
shift
miles
your
an hour.
center of gravity, and you're going to have inert forces acting on you to the right.
And
However
it's to the
gradual
left,
it is.
actually. It's to the left. If I'm turning right, the forces are to the left. But so if I'm turning,
Pulls your car to the right, though. Yeah.
if I'm turning right, it's pulling my car to the left.
No, you're pulling your car to the left.
If I'm turning right, no, I'm turning my car to the right.
Well, if you're turning right,
that's what I said.
You said turning left. You keep switching. Is it left or right? Which one's
It's
got?
right. It's always been right.
Okay,
From the
if you're
very
right,
start.
then the forces are going left. Yes. If you're going
Okay.
left, then the forces are going right. Yes.
Fine. They're irrelevant of which direction the forces are going. If it's a mile radius turn, and that's
It'll
compared to the
still
Earth,
be a
that's small.
gradual shift in the weight.
So
Yes.
okay.
The center of gravity. Yeah.
Once again, just the question is simple. You're in the driver's seat. I'm driving. The road is turning at a mile radius to the right. I'm traveling 60 miles an hour. You in the driver's seat, do you feel it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel a
you're
force
so
going to
full
the
of
left.
shit.
You know,
Sure the
listen.
hell do.
A mile radius turn?
You know,
You think at 60 miles an hour, you think you're going to feel that?
I've
You guys
ridden
are
in a
freaking
quarter mile.
delusional.
I've ridden in a quarter mile bank.
Okay, so make up a
one fourth
completely
of
different
that.
scenario.
Yeah,
just
well,
make up something
we
completely
could
different.
listen. We can take the reference from life experience, quarter mile embankment on a 1 mile track, and say, yeah,
I'm
if
not
we
talking
expand
about a 1 mile track.
if we expand what I experience in that quarter mile 4 times, then yes, I would still experience some forces, because in a quarter mile I experience great forces. So if I'm just cutting that down to 1/4 of the great force that I feel in a quarter mile, yes, I would still feel something in my experience
No, you
racing cars. Based on what experience would you say that we wouldn't?
Because I've been on long banked roads that are slightly turning right and nobody feels it.
Yeah, I feel it on a highway road. I don't know how you speak for everybody, but you say no. You can't actually say nobody feels it. Bring nobody in here so I can question
I'll
him.
say right now that you don't feel it and you're full of shit.
Well, that's what you're saying. I don't feel it, but I'm telling
I
you, I
know.
would. I feel every bump of the fucking highway every time
Bumps
I
are
move.
irrelevant.
If I move my wheel left or right, I do feel inner forces.
Passenger seat.
Listen how Scott's denying the senses again.
Dude, I grew up.
Hold on, man. I freaking fly all the time. I fly 10 times a year. I flew back and forth from Washington to Maryland, man. Believe me, you feel when you're flying. Yeah, you can fall asleep, but if you wake up and you look around, like, you know you're freaking moving. Like,
How
are
do you
you
know you're moving?
kidding me?
Can you feel it?
Especially with turbulence and shit, but you
Yes, you
can
can
fall
feel you
asleep.
bouncing
I'm
up and
not going to
down.
say you can't fall asleep,
Can you
but
feel it?
most of the
Can you
time,
can you
well, I don't know. You know
can
what?
you can you
You're
feel
moving.
that? Can you feel that you're moving at 500 miles an hour? If your
No,
eyes
I
were
don't think.
closed and someone asked you how fast are you moving, could you tell them?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to
Okay.
be honest. I'm going to be
Nobody
honest with you.
could.
But if I'm
Nobody could.
driving my car, I know when I'm doing 2 miles an hour compared to when I'm doing 8. So,
Not if your eyes
like,
are closed.
oh, I don't know about that, man. Not in a car. Car's different, than in an airplane.
I
You're
mean, if I
feeling
could
the
throw,
road.
But the
if
You
point
I could
is,
throw
know,
you
this in
do
here,
not feel velocity. You just
even
don't.
with my paralyzed ass, I can freaking still feel the bumps, man.
Nobody feels velocity.
can I throw this
Nobody.
in here? Can I throw this in here? I
Yes.
mean, the analogy or the comparisons may or may not be apples to apples or oranges to oranges here. If you take the containing system, like whatever you're in a car, you take the walls and the roof off, or if you're in a plane, you take the front end and whatever the capsule of the plane off, and then you travel at these speeds. That might be a little bit more of a valid comparison than what we're trying to compare
Why?
to. Wouldn't you
Why is
think?
that a valid comparison? No, not at all, because the air is moving with you on the Earth.
Well, that's what's in contention.
No, there's not a contention.
Of course it is.
How is that in contention?
Because that's what's trying to be proved here, that we're actually spinning with
No, the
diagonal
contention is the question is whether you would feel the motion. That's the only
yeah,
question. The only
right. So
question
you
is
take any
whether
barriers
no,
so
no, no, no.
take any barriers off of you
That
and
wasn't
then do
part of
the
the question.
experiment.
That wasn't part of the
Well,
question.
it was kind of implied, but
No, it
everyone
wasn't.
started
Not even
throwing in
close.
examples.
No, it wasn't.
I think it would have been more valid to. All I'm saying here is I think it's a little bit more valid of a point, just because. But everyone was throwing in here, in a car or in a plane, just out of
That's
like.
not what they argued.
You're right, but that's why I'm throwing in here. I think it would be a little bit more of a valid comparison to throw this in here, because you take any protective barrier off of you, you're going to notice shit.
Of course. Nobody denies that. That'd be stupid.
Well, okay.
And so that can't be the argument that's happening, right? Because I would not deny it in the first place. What they said is you can feel the rotation and you could feel the velocity. No and no, you can't.
Okay.
You can feel the wind if you're moving, but if the atmosphere is moving with you, then you can't feel anything. You don't know you're moving unless there's some atmosphere or something blowing behind you, or until you
Fair enough.
smash into something, and then you realize I was moving really fast because now I'm hurt.
Fair enough.
So on a merry-go-round, right? You know, there's ones in the playgrounds that get them spinning really fast, even with your eyes closed, right? You can tell you're in motion. You might not, if you have your eyes closed or blindfolded, you may or may not experience some sort of vertigo or motion sickness or whatever. May or may not. I don't care, but you're going to know that you're moving. But there's less. Was it less centrifugal force? Towards the center, like you know, it feels like a lot slower, and you get to the outside, you still got that full revolution, right? Rotation. But now you're feeling, you know, wanting to throw you off a bit more now. Now, if you slowed that down, you get, you know, you're at the edge of it, right? And you slow it down to like 1 revolution per day. That you know, if you're blindfolded, you probably wouldn't like sense it. You wouldn't perceive it. But just like you're in the center when it was going a little bit faster and it didn't feel as fast, right? Than on the outside, right? If you extend now the merry-go-round out more, right? To hundreds of kilometers, like it's going to feel like it was, you know, like when it was going, merry-go-round was smaller and going faster, and you're on the outside.
Yep, because their revolutions has to occur. That has to be a measurement from the hub. We're not at the hub. We're on the outside of the where the wheel is, the tire is.
That's how absurd that is to think that you got people going faster at different latitudes or longitudes. It's so freaking silly. Nobody feels any different anywhere on the damn freaking ball. If it was a dang ball, you know what I'm saying? It's just silly. Absolute nonsense.
Hey, CNA. CNA. This is your last chance. Jump on voice, present your argument. So stop spanning or you'll be banned from the channel. You got it?
But he's trying to contain.
Driving. What's somebody freaking going on in the chat? Ain't got the balls to come in and say some shit.
We're not mad at the memes, dude. It's just that you come in presenting memes, but you've got no argument. So if you want to jump on voice, present an argument, and stop memeing because you're just spamming the channel, then you can stay.
I'm angry at the memes. I'm freaking furious at them. Actually, I haven't even looked at them.
The memes are of a straw man anyway.
Just he's a pussy that won't talk. Got his vagina in a twist.
Hey, Sonny, what the hell is this orange and black Duke bike that I just rode by? KTM. What the hell is that? I've never even seen one. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Wait a minute, what? Were you talking to me?
I just rode by a bike. It said Duke on it, and it's an orange and black. And I just Googled it. It's called a KTM. It's a pretty
Yeah, I
good
don't know,
looking
man.
bike. I've
There's
never
a
even heard of it
plethora.
though.
There's a plethora of bike companies out there with these e-bikes now, so it's hard to say. It's just another company.
It's got a motor, but I'm looking at a 990 Duke Baguros Performance. It's a pretty good looking bike though, man.
Some of them are as fast as a regular motorcycle.
Oh,
There's
I
actually
don't.
e-motorcycle.
This looks like a motorcycle, man. It's got a freaking damn. I don't know if it's air cooled or if it's got a big old radiator in front. Don't know if it's an oil radiator.
Let me go redneck on you. You want to run that there bike against my AMF?
I don't think so.
You boys want to race?
Oh, there's a 125. They got a little 125. Look at it. Look at that cute little thing.
My AMF is from 1976, son.
That's a Harley Davidson, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the one they. How does it run? Do you really have one?
I got a couple AMFs, so I got a 125, a 250, a 1340, and 1100. Those are all AMFs from 74 to 78.
How'd they run? Were they the kind you had to tinker with all the time, or they run good?
1340, if you still got the old school belt drive, clutch drive shit on there, you haven't put a newer drive on it, yeah. The 13.
They're Harleys, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they're American Motor Factory Harleys, yeah.
Yeah. I remember seeing the AMF. Yeah, I remember those from the 70s.
A lot of
that was kind of like an AMC motor, like kind of like a. No, I'm not saying it's an AMC. I'm saying it's kind of like you could have a Dodge or you'd have an AMC. It came from the same kind of company, kinda. Now no Dodge. No, I'm sorry, Dodge bought AMC. I'm an idiot. American Motors is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Listen, AMF was when Harley Davidson they sold out to AMF, and then the employees bought the company back and made it true Harley Davidson again. But it was American Motor Factory, yes.
Okay, but it wasn't just like it wasn't like Harley was making like a generic version and then they sold it under a different thing. It was Harley. It was just Harley with the employee owned.
Yeah, no, it was not employee owned. It was AMF owned, and it was Harley. It was Harley Davidson Designs with an American Motor Factory stamp on it.
And then Harley was like, "We want Harley back," and they bought AMF back.
Yeah, the employees did, and so that's why a true Harley guy will be like, "Oh man, that's not a real Harley." It is, but whatever. I know both sides of the argument, and I agree, but
who cares?
It's still an AMF. Yeah, that 1340 is a beast, man.
Sheesh.
My dad was a big guy, so he ran a 1340. This fucker's got a piston almost equal to a small block 305.
One or how many pistons?
Well, all the piston bores are what they're 4-cylinder.
It was a 4-cylinder. 4 freaking cylinders, all about like about a 4-inch diameter, a little more.
Above 3.
Yeah. I didn't like 305s. We had one in the Chevy Caprice. I drove it to the prom. But I like the definitely like the
motor.
350 better.
The motor's a motor. It depends on what you want. You want high RPM, high torque. off. I mean, with the 305, no different with the 302. I can beat you in the quarter mile all day long if I gear it right because it's high R. But in the long run, the bigger CCs
I
are
just
better.
didn't. The 305s and the 307s just didn't seem to. I mean, I
But you
don't
still
know.
get 400 or 500 horses out of them. Is all I'm saying.
I
And
just remember remember the Camaros came out and they had like the 305s. They just weren't all that, because they kind of like they detuned them because of the damn. I
that
guess
was
it was
in
more because of the
the
emissions and all
80s.
that bullshit.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was in the 80s when they were trying to get gas, fuel efficiency.
Yeah, people would mess with them to make them fast though. Take all that shit off and
Yeah, nowadays you got a 5.3 liter LS and then a 6 liter LS. So you can get more horsepower out of the LS, but I would prefer a 350 block over a 305 block, but that's depending on what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah, a lot of them racers used to love the 283 because they could just bore the crap out of it. That's if you want a small block, like you said, depends on what you're doing with it.
Corner to corner, yeah, I'm cruising the Ave. Yeah, I'll use the 305 4-speed, 411. Yeah, hell yeah. Eat up everything on the road too, because I can get more RPMs in a shorter time than they can. It's a higher R motor, That's why they use the 30. It's a good work motor. It's good for hauling weight because it's high R. It'll give you torque right here and now. Not the
Yeah, they put them in
fastest.
a lot of trucks. They put them in a lot of trucks for a little while, didn't they?
Yeah, in the 70s, fuck. They'd be in the 1 tons.
I know the people that want a lot of the old Ford guys. They like those 300 straights though. They like
do.
those for the torque. I think more than the
Yeah.
302.
Well, the straight 6 is one of the most balanced motors. So it's a bullet motor. Meaning, it's not gonna
Bulletproof.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about twisting a main bearing or throwing a rod. You get 400 horse out of a straight 6.
Well, I'd much rather have a car like that than these new ones that like if you break down and you're somewhere out of town, like out in the woods somewhere, you're going to be in big trouble if your computer brain goes out on your car.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but if it's
Yeah.
a 70s car and we break down, I'll get you home with the fingernail clippers to clean my nails with when I'm done and probably a coat hanger.
Dude, I've seen people break down and do the have a blown piston. I've seen guys do the where they're like a piston's blown and banging shit in there. They bang a piece of wood in there and I've seen all kinds of crazy shit on shows, but your fuel pump goes up or something, you can just hang a freaking shit.
They use that piece
Antifreeze
of
jug
wood.
full of and just hang it upside down, have it dripping into your freaking carburetors, or some shit. But what was the wood for? What was that? To bang it in there to keep it from just.
Oh, just don't use that cylinder and you keep it from rattling. Yeah.
Okay.
I bought a 65 Mustang one time with a straight 6. Man, this motherfucker had a 5-gallon gas tank under the hood, and I bought it. It was worth it. I didn't know, So the gas gauge said E. Imagine that. I ain't got no gas in the tank. It's a 5-gallon tank, but I didn't know that. So, and there's no gas tank in the car. I go to the damn gas station. Yeah, I go to the gas station and put the handle in there and lock the nozzle and walk into the tank. And the lady's like, "Hey, man, you're out there pumping gas all over the place."
Oh my god!
And I had to pay for it, dude.
But it had the neck. It had the neck. It was just going nowhere. Oh my god!
It just went under the car. That's it.
Where did the freaking 5-gallon go? Where did he put it? Oh, it was a 6. It was a 6. He had room on one side or the other.
Yeah, he put it on the passenger side. It was opposite the brake booster, and I got under the hood. I'm like, well, where the fuck's the gas line go? I opened the hood and I'm like, oh shit, there it is. I just filled up the 5-gallon can, And my mom laughed. She was like, she said, you gave $1,500 for that piece of shit? I'm like, well, yeah, Mom, it's not going to be a piece of shit forever, I don't care about the gas tank.
I'm surprised you didn't look under the hood before you bought it.
No, the body was worth $1,500. I plan on changing the motor and everything, frame off restoration, So,
man,
right on.
I never did all that. That's freaking. I knew some buddies that did it, man.
So listen. I
it's
just
amazing.
paid $1,500. Yeah, I just paid $1,500 for a body I could drive home. All I had to do was make it to the farm, and it actually ran good. You just had to put the gas under
Wait
the
a
hood.
minute. How much gas? Wait, it wasn't $1,500. It was $1,500 and what? About $20 worth of gas went on the ground.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, dude. I thought I laughed. I was like, "Damn, he caught me on the gas tank."
Oh shit! If it got you home.
Yeah, my dad didn't laugh. He said, "Well, you got it to the farm, boy. Put it in the bay." It was a 65, dude. That was automatically getting a spot in the barn.
Oh my gosh, that's good. It's is that the one they call the 64.5?
Actually, it was. Yeah, it had a 289 hypo. Yeah, original motor and trans, 4-speed. And believe it or not, my mom about that motherfucker. But when we started doing it, she was like, "You should paint it yellow and give it to your mom." I was like, "What?" Because there was a Trans Am down the street that my buddy's dad owned that he wanted $25 for, and I wanted that. And my mom went and bought this Trans Am, and she's like, "Yeah, you should just paint this the way I'll pay for all your stuff. You bought your materials, and I'll trade you the Trans Am for it." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's your car, Ma?" Because I wanted that Trans Am. Really?
What year's a Trans Am?
81 anniversary edition turbo.
Turbo what?
301. It was like 190 horse before the turbo when I got it, and about 240 after with the turbo. But
that's an interesting motor. They didn't make a lot of V8 turbos.
Oh yeah, they made a 6-liter turbo.
Wait a minute, the 6.6 liter. They never made the 455 a turbo, did they?
No, but the Smokey and the Bandit is a turbo 6.6 liter, 78.
Wait a minute, that was a turbocharge?
Yeah, some of them, not all of them. Like you pointed out, the big block ones, that was a 4-speed drag car. Light to light.
Yeah.
And those are rare. That's a $150,000 car if you find that in the barn. The big black Firebird, because they're all Firebird.
Everybody driving around back in the day. You could have bought, a dozen of them. It's just, man. If you had the right cars, I knew a guy that.
Yeah.
He filled his garage with like 10 freaking Grand Nationals. He had like 4 of them were all with plastic still in the seats, and the rest of them were like they had under 20,000 miles on them. Man, I remember when the old man died, like the son just freaking like sold all of them.
Yeah, I would have a few in the collection still, and be driving them. I like the Grand National. I got the predecessor to the Grand National too.
The Buick T-top. The Buick T-top.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's the one I like.
The Regal,
yeah.
So it's a quarter vinyl with T-tops, all black, chrome running boards. Yeah.
When did GNX come out?
Huh?
When did GNX come out? That was the same year as the Grand National, wasn't it? Was that that special one? What was it? A GNX? Is that what it was called?
The AMX?
No, Gosh, it was that one. Shit, man. It was like a juiced up freaking Grand National.
Yeah, Grand National GTX.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I said
I'm
GNX. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
like
the Firebird. I like the Firebird. I like the GTA. I like that. I mean, I just thought it was cooler because it was kind of more rare with the 3.8 turbo in it. You know, that was a
yeah.
GTA. GTA, I think, possibly. I don't know if I'm correct about that. They had a white one, and they had a red one. Well, they had all kinds of colors, but yeah, when you first came out, I remember it was just freaking black. And then I remember my buddy had got like one of the first white ones. And then I don't know how many years they did that where they only came in black. I remember that though. I don't know how many years you could only get them black. I just remember he had the freaking black one, then he got the white one as soon as it came out or some shit. And I was just like, damn, man. Some boys got all the money, you know?
Yeah. I still own a Trans Am. Here, I'll show you a few. I'll show you my storage unit. Give me a second. I own a storage unit in town. I just painted a 72 GTO silver. I got pictures of that right up because I like to take pictures of everything when I'm done. Like put the LS6 in the Chevelle, you know, take a picture of the LS. Got a portfolio, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm jealous.
But I have a Mike's Classic Automotive Restoration, so that's one of the businesses I run. I also run a salvage yard, so my grandfather left me a lot of 40s and 50s cars. You know, we're still rat rodding them motherfuckers.
Dude, that looks like a metal thing, but you're in a freaking old wooden barn.
It's not a barn, no. It's a metal
No?
addition on a storage unit, a big long building. Yeah.
Oh, it is metal on the side. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind
Yeah,
of.
I got a
I'll
small one of those
show you a
on my
picture
property.
of the front of it.
Man, that's a
That's
good looking freaking car, man.
that's downtown Concord, Michigan. These are just some of my cars, like the Impala, the Vet. It's the paddy wagon, the big white wagon. That's my buddies. I got a lot of people that hang out. I got one storage unit is just a hangout, you know. So I got pool tables and a bar, and you know, we just hang out in Concord, Michigan, and have our gearhead rallies. They don't care because it attracts crowds of people who buy from all the businesses.
And
So
wait, that's an Impala? What's that, a 60?
That's a 64, 64 Pearl White.
Man, and that's your Camaro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a 67.
What's it got? It's got the 302 in it, does it?
401. It's a
401.
Yeah.
My buddy had a 69 with the
came out of a
302,
Chevelle.
I think.
So here's the
Sheesh.
This is an 80s Trans Am. This edition came stock 305 4-speed. But I got a 401 4-speed in it now. I like the 401 motor. I got a tool shop set up, so an LS you can put about 12 grand in that to get 600 horse, but a 401 you can get for a little less. Same amount of horsepower. Now, it's a 72, Chad. I got that car for a paint job. I painted it. I mean, I got a T-bucket, you know what I mean? I'm a true blue gearhead. Here, this is. Here's the
What's up,
inside
guys?
of it.
What's up,
What
my
up,
fly
Woody?
flippers? How we doing?
We're live. We're men. We don't complain.
Dang, I like the Trans Am, man.
Yeah, Trans Am is my favorite car. It is, really. I love the Firebirds. I mean, I like Monte Carlos and Chevelles, and El Caminos, Corvettes, but the most collected car of mine is a Firebird. I have more of them than anything else. The T-Bucket, that's just a... I hang out in a community of gearheads, so it's a, oh, you did that? Here, let me show you how to do that properly type situation. So we all build cars that people would kill over just trying to outdo each other, you know what I mean? There's at least 6 guys in my small town that are Picasso with an automobile. Chad's always on it. Early production year, so yeah, it's a 68 from 67. It was released in late 67, but yes, it's a 68 edition RSSS. You got to be specific about these things because that's where the money is. Knowing exactly what you have. Well, I'd give you 3 of them, Chad. It's a 24 T-Bucket, but that's not a 77. It's got 4 square headlights, which is a trait from an 80s anniversary edition, Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am, because they came out with the Knight Rider Trans Am in 80 also. And any 80s Trans Am that looked like mine is an anniversary edition. Some were official pace cars. They started the Indianapolis 500, or they were official pace cars for races. They raffled a lot of them off.
One time I bought a Firebird V6 for like, I think it was like $500 or $600. I can't remember. It's chump change, and I need a fuel pump, so I just cut through the body to get to the fuel pump, and once I replaced it, drove the shit out of that car. It was so much fun.
A straight 6 Firebird?
No, not a straight 6. It was like a 2001 model. So it was a V6.
Yeah, when I was growing up, my sister drove a straight 6 Firebird because my dad wouldn't give her a V8 Firebird, you know. Check that LS6. That's the 69 Chevelle, Chad. This Chad is always close. That motherfucker, he pays attention to headlights and decals and body contours because those tell you the year on certain models. Yeah, with that LS, that motherfucker just stepped up in value about 25 grand. I got 16 into the motor. It does have a vent window, yeah. But it's 69. The grill's out of a 68. Yeah. I didn't want to order a repop, Chad, so I used an original one out of a different year. I don't like that repop shit. I got a Stutz I'm putting the LS6 in. I'm making it a Hellcat killer. Thinking about putting a supercharger on it, going for about 900 to 1,000 horse. I want to take it to Woodward in Detroit, the Dream Cruise. Get some video on it. I got a system that won some competitions. I figure I put that in there. Yeah. Yeah. Sonny, did you get your mic working again? Yeah, those vent windows were popular back in the day, but there came a time they cut them all out. So, yeah, Chad, you know. I ain't got to tell him shit. I know one thing. That dude loves cars as much as I do. Classic cars, anyway. But I don't want to get off flat earth for too long.
No one talking?
No, you got the floor.
Yeah, we're waiting on you, bro.
Sweet. So it turns out the Earth's flat.
Yep. And gravity, that shit's weak.
So weak that you can't tell it's there. Unless, of course, you're asserting that it's there because you need to somehow assert that the floor is a ball. And then, of course, it's really, really strong and holds entire massive bodies.
Guys, excuse me. Can I tell you why I believe the Earth is in a donut shape?
So, yeah, no, you can't. And if you carry on talking, I'm going to... So shut up.
We're still on
Please,
gravity.
please.
No,
Please,
no.
man.
If you carry on taking the piss... Yeah,
I'm not gonna take the piss, brother.
No, you are taking the piss. Shut up.
I'm not. Listen.
Take it seriously or fuck off.
Brother, okay.
Take it seriously. Take it seriously or fuck off. Really simple.
One time I was walking down the hill.
No, you're not being serious. Shut up.
And I
Go away.
fell in a hole. If there's a hole in the middle of the earth, it's a donut shape, nigga. It's a donut shape, nigga. It's a donut.
Why did it take that long? I can't mod that because I'm
Holy moly.
Hey, that's
nigga.
Lost his mind.
Listen, that's one thing we can.
I've not lost my mind. I'm just not in the right shape or form to speak right now, man.
I'm gonna pull over and ban you.
That's predictable.
I'm literally pulling over just to ban you, you idiots.
That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example. Gravity's so weak, still trying to hold a brother down.
Hey, that's freaking that's example of freaking bath salts and marijuana mixing.
I think he just snorted the Adderall.
It's upside down. It's upside down. Trust me.
Listen, son, you're supposed to eat the Adderall, not snort it.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in any of these stupid wastes of time, dudes. If you're gonna come in, take the topic seriously. Somewhere else. We aren't interested in your stupid troll. Anyway, yeah, so it turns out the Earth's flat.
And gravity's weak.
And gravity is weak.
And it's still trying to hold the brother down.
Gravity is so weak that it's actually the weakest of the fundamental forces, but it's still not as weak as a globe Earth argument.
That's the truth.
That's heavy, bro. You gotta just step back to take in the gravitas of the whole situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that kind of kid can be predicted on a flat Earth, though, can it? There's a ratio, inverse square relationship between them, us, and his tripping out and breaking down, or LARPing.
The other day when Eggshells was talking about how a square function implies physical curvature, that was some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Seriously.
Oh, so now all forces that are inversely proportionate are also on a parabolic arch?
Yeah, in physical reality, that was the argument.
Oh my god!
You've got to be you have to understand how thick that makes you sound. How stupid that sounds.
That's a rainbow of fruity flavors, bro.
And the wise man don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick.
Thick with 2 C's.
Nice Camaro, man. SS.
Man, I do so many of them, I get a chance to do multiple color schemes. But I was just showing, let's not talk.
What is that trailer in the background? Is that some sort of trailer? What is that thing in the background?
Trailer? No, I got a 72 truck cab facing the ceiling. So I can primer it. Behind that's a Monte Carlo, and behind the Camaro is a Model A.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, you're talking about the rotisserie. Yeah, that's for painting cars.
What? No, I'm talking about the thing to the right of the hood of the Camaro. That thing to the right with the like a teardrop shaped window in it.
Yeah, that's a cab truck sitting on a rotisserie table. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Huh.
There's one of those old panel truck GMCs.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen them. I know you have. The yellow ones.
Custom, though.
Yeah, a custom. 72 custom. Yep.
You guys ever had bacon wrapped jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese?
No.
Yes.
Sounds
I've had something similar to that. Sounds great.
Me
Sounds
too.
pretty good.
Yeah. I've had poppers made a lot of different ways, but yeah.
That sounds fucking amazing, though. Have you ever had them on the flat earth, though? That's the question.
Every time I eat them.
So please tell us more about these bacon wraps jalapeno poppers.
Well, I put sausage on before the bacon, so they call it an armadillo egg, if y'all wanted to look it up.
Oh.
Sounds great.
That does sound good.
I'll still eat the shit out of them, probably.
Smoked them for a couple hours and then put them in the oven for about an hour.
You don't want to say the word smoke around battle mods.
I don't think I can. How do you say that?
They do call them armadillo eggs. Man, that looks good as hell. Oh.
These boys down the way that have a big ass smoker and smoke all kinds of stuff, man. I stopped over there to give them their coffee order, and he's like, "You want some wings, yo?" And I'm like, "I don't know what you got." So he's like, "I can't put these back on the smoker for tomorrow. Like they'll just they'll be too dry. Dude, he loaded me up with like 2 pounds of smoked frickin' chicken wings that were really good. Really good. Man, these guys are smokers. If they know what they're
Yeah,
doing, that's freaking badass, man.
I'll smoke anything. Fish, chicken,
Yeah.
bear. You got bear, you got elk, you got squirrel. I'll smoke it.
Better be eating that bear when they're only eating the berries. I heard you can't do it when they're munching on the salmon. Is that true?
Well, yeah, they're getting ready to hibernate. So, you mean is hunting season for bear open during?
Well, no, even when they're eating salmon, their meat's not good. But when they're eating berries in the spring, I guess that's when bear season's open, right?
Well, it's more of if they made it through hunting season, we're gonna let them get fat and hibernate, But yeah, it's not that the meat's not good when they're eating the salmon.
I heard that from somewhere on some show, but who knows? I'm not an actual hunter, so.
But
I asked.
Listen, they are eating rotten fish. Salmon, they make that trek from the ocean all the way up to the creeks and rivers in northern Michigan.
Zombie fish dudes, I've seen them, man. They're freaking crazy looking, ain't they? They just look.
Yeah,
it's crazy how the mouth, the hook in the mouth is just insane. It like turns into the crazy. They call them zombie fish because they look like they're falling apart, man. They're literally falling apart.
They are.
I've seen them in Washington. Like I've seen
it's
a boy
amazing
catch.
what they go through, and listen, their eggs that they're trying to spill, that doesn't naturally rupture, so they beat against the rocks until they break it.
Whoa.
So they literally come there to die and bust themselves open and spill their guts and their eggs, and for the next generation, yeah.
I got a picture of a frickin' one of those things. It wasn't that bad a shape, but it was in a lake in Washington when my girl lived out there, and I'd go fishing there. This boy frickin' pulled in this big ass fish, and he filleted it right there. And it was all like, the meat was all like white, so he gave it right to this guy for his dog, because it was, once it's too far past, it's not pink anymore. That nobody wants to eat them when they're like half.
I know the standard,
right.
bro. I actually do salmon runs. Have since I was a child. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to see such a big fish hauled in, and just like, oh, that's, it's only good for a dog.
Roe is great though. Fish eggs, roe.
Yeah, I've tried very little. Very little.
It's good.
They sure sell a lot of it. The damn those big sturgeons, man. From
we got
Russia.
those to the lake at home, and they get the residual sturgeons that didn't get caught in the 1800s. Like occasionally they pull this dragon out of the fucking lake. It takes 8 people to get it out.
Dude, they're crazy looking, man. They look like the only. I was gonna say the only real dinosaurs.
Pikes too. Pikes look like fucking dinosaurs.
Yeah, Great Lake sturgeons. Yeah, they look prehistoric. Yeah.
Yeah. This guy's fishing for pike with a baby duck lure.
Oh no, man! Dude, you get in certain states, they'll be messing with you for when you take like a bluegill and throw them in to get a bigger fish. Like it's illegal in Maryland. I think it's illegal in Maryland.
Crazy.
Let's use dynamite. Fuck it.
I've seen people do that shit too.
Well,
look at these monsters. These guys.
I use chubs, but yeah.
What's a chub?
The size of his leg.
It's like a minnow. It's a chubby little minnow.
We used we used to go fishing. We get bull minnows and shiners, but the bull minnows would last way longer. The shiners wouldn't last as long in your bait bucket. When we were dragging them, wading out up to our freaking chests in the Potomac. We'd catch like 40, 50 fish Mostly smallmouths, couple big mouth.
Yeah, chub is like a shiner.
Yeah. Miss fishing like that, man.
Fuck the size of his leg.
Alright, where's this fish? It was such a big fish, I had to take a picture of it. I was pulling in like little 6-8 inch trouts all day. Here, this guy right next to me freaking pulls in this damn fish. I was like, you, damn it. Like, it's huge. Huge. Where the hell is it?
Bloop.
There's the ones I was catching, and then he pulled in that one, but he pulled that one in next to me. Look at that little one. It's hilarious.
Oof, that's a big old fish.
Yeah, hell, he got dinner.
Yeah, he freaking gave it right to the guy with the dog. He cut it open. It was just white, and I was just like, dang, that's a big ass fish. I didn't think they were even that big in the lake. It's a little mill pond. It's called the mill pond, and it can't be more than 4 acres. I mean, it's a small, pretty little place though. I miss Washington.
Yeah, there was a mill pond in my town. Concord has a mill pond. You know what a mill pond's for?
Well, it was. I know it was where they used to make. I think it was they dam it so that the water had water to run the mill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Then later, I don't know why it had this big stack next to it though. It had this huge stack. I don't know what the stack was for. I mean, I'm talking like
a silo.
No, I wish I had a picture of it. You can't see it.
Stack.
Yeah, right where I'm holding that fish, literally, it's about maybe a 35, 40-foot wide tower, just all brick, just like 10 stories, man. It's huge. And I was just like, what the hell is this for? I don't know. I should have known because we lived there for like 8 years in a place called Onalaska in Washington, about 45 minutes south of Olympia.
Well, maybe they manufactured bricks there also. Could be part of a brick kiln.
I'll look up what the hell mill pond.
You ever seen a brick kiln at a brick quarry? Rock quarry?
No.
Yeah, they'll set them up right there in the quarry, man, and just bricks.
History. Can't believe I never looked this up. Oh shit! The Carlisle family built a lumber mill, and lumber mills need ponds where they can store the logs until they are processed. The area was dredged,
Yeah.
and on Alaska Mill Ponds was born. Almost
a lot
every
of
town. Yep. Almost every town
mill
owners,
ponds
every
are
person. Yep. Go
either
ahead.
it's helping supply water to a grain mill, or it's delivering lumber to a mill. A lumber
What's
mill.
wild is like in the little small bank in town. It was a Twin Star. They had like old pictures of like the mill workers, like this big long black and white picture, like 500 people. Maybe not 500, at least a couple hundred. But they're all old black and white, just like, yep, 1914. They built the lumber mill. Almost everyone in town worked there. Stored the company money workers received. They wanted to get paid on the 15th of the month. If they waited until the end of the
that
month, they could
building.
get paid in cash. Oh, here it is. I'll show you. Okay. The iconic smokestack at Carlisle Lake, last evidence of once thriving lumber mill. So I'll show you a picture of this thing. But I just don't know.
I'm with
It's
you.
huge. It's
My
huge.
storage unit that I was just showing, that was the mill for the mill pond in Concord Mill Pond. And it was a lumber mill also. So there was a stack like that, but that got torn down. It still has a sign on the back of the building that I never took down. It says, "To be asleep at the switch by a dam site," and that's all it says. But it's like a proverb, you know.
I mean, this it's like a big, it's just really tall, you know? I'm just like, man, look at this thing.
Look at your mind as a dam site where information flows in, and if you're asleep at the switch, right? So I left that up there. I repainted all that.
My gosh, Boomerang, that freaking movie when he's licking his fingers. Oh Lord, that guy plays such silly characters. Talking about making the mushroom earrings for his wife after he goes in the other room and has sex with her. He's like 70 or some shit. Oh, that was a funny ass movie. David Allen Greer.
7 years old, still laying a pipe. Props. I mean, back in like ancient Grecian days, like that wouldn't really be a big deal, you know. But nowadays, yeah.
She came over to fix the chitlins in what was it, Eddie Murphy's house? She had a bucket of chitlins there.
Disgusting. making lemonade right next to the armadillo eggs. My wife was like, "Don't get that lemon on your bacon." I'm sitting there wondering to myself, wonder what that would taste like.
What, lemonade wrapped armadillo eggs?
Yeah.
Anyone in here ever eaten llama? I've been wondering for a while what llama tastes like.
Hell no.
I've eaten some weird shit though. I've eaten some weird shit in Africa. They'll literally grill anything.
If you think about it, llama is kind of like a tall, skinny cow. Kind of makes you wonder, what does it taste like?
Might as well eat camel if you're going that far.
But I've eaten I've eaten camel briefly, like a little bit. It wasn't that good, but camels, I don't think camels are really for eating. That's like my personal opinion. They're too close to horses.
Apparently horse meat's quite tasty.
Is it better than beef?
I don't know, I've never tried. We had a big scandal in the UK a while back because one of the supermarkets put horse meat in the beef products. So I don't know, maybe. But it was a bit of a joke for a while. But yeah. Anyway, would anyone like to discuss the flat Earth?
Animals' graves on it.
Oh, well, yeah, that is true. Big
On 420, potheads blaze on it.
Sup, heretic?
Yo, buddy, I think my mic sounds as bad as yours right now. I better not speak.
Oh shit, yeah, it does. Fucking hell. Yeah, I need to get one of those truckers' mics so I don't sound fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm in the car right now, like you.
Oh shit. Is that really how I sound? I apologize to everyone.
Well, no, I think that mine's like exceptionally bad, but
Yeah.
Is mine better than his at least?
75% better.
Fair enough. That's like the shittest compliment I've ever received.
Well, right now it's better. That's what I was going to say. Right now you are.
Yeah, I need to get a proper headset mic though.
Me, I don't care. I do it anyway. Especially if my shitty connection's fucking with the Glober I'm talking to.
So how did that all go yesterday with who was it you talking to? Dogs Are Gods? That arsehole?
Yeah, I just like to stir him up and then go quiet on him. His narcissistic nature, that just burns him up.
Yeah.
He'll sit there and talk about me for an hour, a week. I'm like, it's free advertising, man. He made Battlemod popular.
Yeah, that guy's awful. Really bad.
He's like a woman. He's always talking about somebody. Like, you don't ever, like, have the conversation.
Yeah, well, Dan the Waterman's like that, isn't he? Never actually talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm with you on the woman thing, though. He thinks he can win the argument on the topic based on another topic. Or 10 years ago, you know?
Last time I spoke with that guy, I made the claim that you can video in public places, and he was like, no. So I pulled up, like, the memo from the Homeland Security from, like, 2018, and, you know, sure enough, it says on there that there's limitations. Duh, of course there's going to be limitations. And he, like, cherry picks the limitations. See, I told you, you can't record in courtrooms.
Well, that's not public. It's a private proceeding, but yeah, so it doesn't apply to your statement out in public. And that's why they ruled on that, you know. Sure, it's a public building, but that's a private proceeding. They're doing business, so there's laws against interrupting or recording business. That's how you sue them. You say your time is valuable and they hindered my time to do business, which is highly illegal. It makes you liable.
Looks like I want to get to find out what lemon flavored bacon. I can't even say it. Lemon flavored bacon tastes like because I just squirted all over the place.
You know what I find stupid about that, though? If you can file a right to know act and get a copy of their video and audio of the proceeding, so why can't you just videotape it yourself? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, what is it that people do in private? Don't they often do the things that they're ashamed of doing? Like if you're making slaves every day, all day long, wouldn't you be ashamed of that? Wouldn't want anybody recording you? Because when people try to stand up on their rights, what does the judge usually do? They start acting like a child, don't they? A petulant little child.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you do that, you know, they consider you like a sovereign citizen or whatever, right? Because they don't like it when you stand up on your rights. Especially if you're not in their little club.
That is true.
Well, they sure aren't happy. And I'm not down at the pancake dinners buying pancakes from them trying to get that judge in office. So, but they throw a pancake dinner. They send me an invite every year, every 3 years. I used to have a aunt that sat on the bench, a great aunt, and that woman thought she could win every argument on "I said so."
That shit don't work like that outside the court.
I know. I loved her, so you know I only poked the bear. I didn't kick it. I used to. I just don't know how you could be a judge in this family, but you know, she wanted the money. Like, I mean, I have to admit, I was raised by grassroots constitutionalists. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends on which court she was in. Was she in the lower kangaroo courts where they just railroad everybody into submission? Or
Oh yeah, district.
into...
District, 12th district, yeah.
Wow.
Misdemeanors, anything below a felony. So. Do a lot of arraignments, and you know, one of them. But I mean, I used to listen to her, and a lot of what she says makes sense too. The same idiots go through the same revolving door. They push the same button every time. They're like a mouse on crack that can't find his way out of a maze. What do you do?
Well, I get that. Yeah, some people definitely have to be governed. You know, the people that refuse to govern themselves. Heathen. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of which, I was just thinking of something. So, with like most, I mean, like guns are federally legal, but like specific gun laws are reserved to the states. And for the most part, at least as far as I know, like people that are 18 years old and older are allowed to vote, and they're also allowed to own rifles and shotguns, and I think one other kind of weapon, but at least rifles and shotguns. But they're not allowed to own pistols. But then when you're 21 years or older, like you're allowed to drink and you're allowed to own pistols, but you gotta wait all the way until. What I thought was interesting about this is that for 3 years you're allowed to vote but not own a pistol. And in my mind, it seems to me like the age in which you're allowed to vote and the age in which you're allowed to own a pistol should be the same age. So I'm just kind of wondering, should we lower the pistol purchasing age down to 18, or should we raise the voting age to 21?
Both.
Yeah, I think both too, actually too.
So in Michigan, you can buy a handgun at 18, just not from a federal dealer. But you can own a handgun at 18 in Michigan.
I think in Texas there was recently a court case about they allowed constitutional carry for everybody over 21, and based on the Bruin decision, they made a claim that, well, back in those days, when they were writing these things down,